This kid spent 7 years training to become a hunter, but the director kicked him out for having zero talent. A few days later, right before the hunter exam, the director's phone rang. It was the kid, begging for one last chance. The director knew the kid was gonna fail anyway, so he said yes just to watch the show. In the test you could pick the difficulty, from 1 to 10. Back in the day the kid always picked level 1, which was the easiest one of them all, and he still lost every single time. This time he picked 10. The director was shocked by the guts. Then the test began, and a phoenix showed up in the sky. This time the kid was different. He faced the top-level monster with a smile on his face. On the first hit, his sword snapped in half. Up top, the director just smiled because he'd given the kid a sabotaged weapon to make sure he'd fail, for sure. The phoenix attacked with a wave of fireballs. He activated an aura and dodged everything at a speed the eye could barely follow. The second he spotted an opening, he lunged straight at the phoenix and stabbed the broken sword into its eye. Now that it was blind, he grabbed a chunk of the floor and threw it with so much force it split the phoenix's head in two. That chunk of floor even grazed the director's ear, who dove to the side, pale with fear. Up there, frozen, he asked himself, how did this kid get so strong? This is Han Sun-yoon, and this story is about how the biggest failure got so strong he earned the nickname One-Man Army, and I'm not joking. There was a day during a war against the God of War's army, where the strongest giant mercenaries woke up the MC just to help them out. The result? He wiped out everyone. Hundreds of mages, orcs, golems, all evaporated in seconds. This gorgeous holy warrior, who was one of the strongest around, kissed the ground after seeing his power. To understand how he got this strong, we gotta go back to the day he got kicked out. Han was in the plaza, completely wrecked, because on top of losing his dream, it was also the anniversary of his parents' death. 7 years earlier, the first dungeon break happened. Monsters leaked into Earth and killed a bunch of people, including his parents. That day, crying, he made a promise to become a hunter. 7 years later, he got tossed out of the training center. A mom nearby was telling her daughter to never give up on her dreams. That pushed him to fight for his promise. The MC took off running to the director's door and begged for a second chance. Furious, the director called him a failure and threw him out like a bag of trash. There he was on the ground, surrounded by garbage, with zero shot at becoming a hunter. A blue screen popped up out of nowhere, telling him he'd been picked for the tower test. Then the ground opened up beneath him and swallowed him whole. Han doesn't understand any of it. He just keeps sinking deeper until the screen comes back asking what difficulty he wants. The harder it is, the better the reward. You really think the MC's gonna pick easy? He picks the hardest option, Dark Souls mode, because he never wants to be trash again. Floor 1 is an endless desert. He looks around and sees nothing but sand and a sword that the tower left for him. At least the 7 years of training gave him some sword skills, but before he even reaches the sword, the ground shakes and a giant creature bursts out of the sand. Right there he already knows no technique is gonna fix this. Rule is simple, survive 10 minutes against the sand golem. Except there's fine print in the contract. Whoever fails, dies. 2 minutes of running, and he already couldn't take it anymore. He almost became a golem footprint in the sand. The MC spots a pile of sand, runs up it and jumps straight onto the creature's head. Because 7 years of studying were good for something. He knew golems have a core, and the core is the weak point. He hit it dead center, and nothing happened. But that core is harder than rock, and he doesn't have the strength to pierce it. It grabs him by the hand and starts crushing. Down, out of strength, nearly dying. The voices of everyone who ever humiliated him come rushing back, and it's exactly those voices that make him refuse to give up. With whatever strength he has left, he throws the sword at the core, and this time it goes through. Tutorial complete, golem defeated. He collapses onto the sand, not believing he actually survived that. A pile of rewards shows up, but what really gets him is unlocking the necromancer class. And along with the class, a strange red mist appears coming from where the golem died. He touches it and his body absorbs it, and the golem's spirit enters him, making all his stats spike at once. He trained for 7 years. You know how many stat points that got him? 0. The exit portal opens behind him, and he steps through thinking he'll land back on his street. When he comes out the other side, it's a giant room with a white bed, some kind of waiting room. He lies down on that bed, and the blue screen comes back, letting him know the second floor test opens in 24 hours. Han just wants to go home and finally become a hunter, but when he opens the community chat, an admin shows up and drops the truth. The only way to earn points is by clearing the trials. If you have no points in this world, you can't even buy water. If he wants to be a great hunter, he's gonna need the best gear, and that costs points. So he decides to farm trials till he can't anymore. He grabs the shield and the sword and starts training. With a few minutes left, he rests and the room heals his wounds from the last floor. Time runs out, he steps into the portal and lands in the middle of a forest. And when he sees what he's gotta fight, his blood runs cold. An entire tribe of orcs, way stronger than the first floor's golem. Even so, Han gathers his courage, heads down, and hides in the bushes to watch them first. From what he knows about dungeons, if an orc tribe has guards, it usually has orc hunters too. Beating even one would be hard for him, and there are far too many here. Normally, you'd need at least a full team of E-rank hunters to handle this without getting wiped out. Han feels completely outmatched, so he backs off for now and tries to think of a better plan. Then an idea finally comes to him, a way he might actually clear this trial. Han starts by lighting some firewood. After that, he gathers enough wood to make a lot more. He stores the firewood in his inventory, and it works. Han notes that orcs may look like lazy beasts, but they're actually pretty hard-working. They go out hunting in the morning, and don't return until sunset. That gives him plenty of time to set everything up. He decides fire is the only real way to beat a trial where he's badly outnumbered. Later, Songyun waits for the right moment. According to the Hunter Association, orc guards don't stay in place all day. They sometimes go back to eat or rest. The second he gets that opening, he throws the firewood near the village. The flames spread fast, and soon the forest around the village is burning. As the orcs fall into chaos, Han moves to the next part of his plan. He wants to block off the village with fire, so returning orc hunters won't become a problem. But before that, he needs to kill at least 2 orc workers. When the workers rush out carrying water to put out the flames, Han sneaks in and stabs one with his sword. After killing the orc worker, Songyun absorbs its spirit. This is exactly what he was waiting for. His proficiency rises by 9. Then, all of a sudden, he realizes a guard orc is right behind him. The orc swings, but Han blocks with his shield and avoids taking the full hit. With his sword raised, he uses the spirits he's stored to boost his stats. His strength jumps up, and a moment later, he kills the guard orc, taking its head clean off. The quick recovery from his skill refreshes him, and absorbing the guard's spirit raises his stamina too. Now that his stats are climbing, Songyun feels more confident. If this keeps up, fighting a guard won't be nearly as dangerous. He figures there are 3 orc workers, 1 guard, and an old clan head. If he can bring down the guard, he's sure he can beat the old clan head too. Absorbing the guard's spirit gives Han even more confidence, and now the workers don't seem threatening at all. So he goes on the attack, and after killing the workers, he sees the guard orc has moved away from the clan head, like it's no longer protecting him. In other words, that guard is the last real obstacle. Han cuts through the orcs one after another, and after most of them are dead, only the guard remains. Then the clan head suddenly launches a fire attack at Songyun. The flames rush at him hard, but his shield blocks the blast and saves him from being burned alive. The head orc thinks the attacker is finally dead, and lets its guard down. But when things clear up, Han is still standing, his clothes are scorched, and his shield is badly burned. He earns an achievement for enduring the flames, and that creates a new skill, fire resistance. With that new skill, Han knows these orcs are finished, and his anger pushes him forward. He charges the clan head and brutally chops off both of its hands. The orc screams as blood pours out. It instantly runs into the tent. Then, Songyun follows it inside and sees something that makes him stop. The head orc is shielding its children. They're terrified. For a moment, Han realizes even these monsters care about family. That sight brings back the memory of his own parents telling him to run and survive when monsters attacked them. They protected him and died doing it. Then, one of the young orcs suddenly pulls a knife and tries to attack Han, but he thinks it's pathetic and smacks the little orc with the end of his sword. Songyun hardens his heart, thinking that even as a ghost, he'd still wipe out this monster's bloodline. And with that, he kills the orc leader and clears the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials. Back in the waiting room, Han the protagonist sees that his shield is ruined and can't be used anymore, but it helped keep him alive. This one was way too close. He opens the chat to see how everyone else did, only to find out most of them are dead. As Han takes in how cruel that is, his eyes suddenly widen when he sees a message from one member saying a question voucher revealed a way to return to Earth. Stunned, Han quickly uses one of the 5 commands, information. He learns that a question voucher lets him ask the moderator something, and he gets one each time he reaches a new floor. Because people have been sharing what they learned from those vouchers, the chat room has naturally turned into a place to trade information. That's really what the chat is for. The most important part is this. After clearing the 5th floor, a temporary return stone can be bought, letting someone go back to Earth for a few days. There's also information about what comes after the 7th floor, a major system expansion. And after that, items that can send someone back to Earth for good go on sale. After hearing all that, Songyun figures that if he returned to Earth with his current power, becoming an E-rank hunter would be easy. But that thought also weighs on him. Having this kind of power on Earth would feel almost unfair. The more Han wants to go home, the more discouraged he gets. He knows he only barely cleared the 2nd floor, and reaching the 8th feels almost impossible. Still, he chooses to stay hopeful, since his once terrible stats are now averaging out, and getting close to 20. First, he absorbs all 5 spirits he earned by risking his life. That raises his stats again, and power floods through his body. As the spirits sink into him, Han finally understands the level beyond normal humans people talk about. After taking in 5 spirits, his strength feels close to that of a high-rank monster, and he dashes off to test it. But Han can't control that sudden speed yet, and crashes into a wall. His nose starts bleeding. His growth came too fast, and his body hasn't caught up. Not long after, Han buys a big dead tree shield for 2100 points. It's made from a giant dead tree, and when his stamina gets low, its buff activates. Han also thinks it'll be best to use the reward items he got from the last trial. One is a black steel dagger with strong reaction speed and fast attacks. The other is an assassin's cape that boosts all stats by 5 when agility is under 50, and it also raises speed. Once he's fully geared up, Han plans to practice with everything until the next trial starts. So he throws himself into non-stop training, driven by one goal, to become so strong that no one can touch him. Hours later, Sung-Yoon reaches the 3rd floor of the tower, and this trial is a duel. He appears inside a cave, and a notice says the Guardian of Darkness is about to show up. Han gets ready right away. Like the sand golem before, this thing could attack from anywhere. The countdown hits 0. Then the Guardian of Darkness slips out from the shadows, and Han can't sense it at all. Before he can react, it catches him off guard. In the next instant, it jumps him and drives a blade into him. This Guardian is far more dangerous than Han expected. Pain shoots through him, leaving him shaken for a moment. A message tells him the enemy is a doppelganger, the Guardian of Darkness, a copy that moves like his shadow. Han Sung-Yoon struggles to find a way to beat it. He quickly uses fast recovery. That makes him realize just how close it was. If he hadn't moved, his spine would have been split. Then he notices something strange. The doppelganger stands in the same position he does, and mirrors his movements exactly. To test his guess, Han decides to clash with it head-on. He lands a hit, but then finds out the thing can heal too. A second later, the Guardian rushes him, using the exact same moves Han used earlier. Han understands the problem fast, so he tries using his own skills to bring the copy down. Instead, he's shocked when it counters him. Worse, the doppelganger somehow gets stronger in no time. Han Sung-Yoon pulls out the assassin's cape and triggers its built-in effect. He decides to finish this within a minute. Han manages to wound its body, but just when he thinks that worked, his arm is sliced off. The pain makes him scream. Still, Sung-Yoon notices the Guardian suddenly stop moving. He knows his own body will need time to heal, so he takes this as his chance to kill it first. With his hand gone though, he has to find a way to fight without holding his sword. Then an idea hits him. It sounds crazy, but Sung-Yoon would rather risk everything than die for nothing. He slams into it with the shield. The Guardian of Darkness drops to the ground. Han doesn't waste that opening. He brings the shield down with all his strength. The system congratulates him for clearing the 3rd floor of the Trial of Towers. When Han Sung-Yoon enters the 4th floor waiting room, all his wounds and debuffs are gone. He tests that on a wall, glad to see he's fully healed, then starts thinking about the doppelganger spirit he got from clearing the floor. To him, that spirit is on a whole different level from the monsters he fought before. Then, the system announces that his necromancy trait has reached 100% proficiency, and ranks up. Sung-Yoon has now reached necromancy level E. He also learns that he can absorb the skills of spirits, and when he takes in a spirit of death, he now has a chance to gain one of that spirit's awakened skills at random. That makes him realize how he got fast recovery after nearly dying. Since skills are hard to get, Sung-Yoon is stunned by how broken this trait is, and decides to test his luck. After that, he enters the 4th floor community, and settles into the lobby like he belongs there. Just as he's about to swipe the screen, he checks the next trial's info, and sees it's a team mission. Sung-Yoon notices a comment from another challenger, saying that competition between hunters means they may have to kill one another. That leaves him stunned. The next trial starts, and the system tells him he's been matched with other challengers. Their goal is to defeat the Goblin King within 1 day, and failure means death. Han is then placed in front of 2 other hunters. A girl named Hyun introduces herself first, now that they're on the same team. She says her role is support, and that she was an E-rank hunter back on Earth. The other guy, Sung-Hoon, says he fights up close and used to be a D-rank hunter on Earth, which explains his cocky attitude. Han says he also specializes in close combat, though he wasn't a hunter yet, and wanted to become one here. That catches Sung-Hoon's attention. It's obvious he looks down on Han for it. Even so, Han is sure he can do his part. Sung-Hoon mocks him, and warns that if he becomes dead weight, he'll get kicked out. Sung-Yoon is used to that kind of treatment, and had almost forgotten what it felt like. But he also knows Sung-Hoon has real ability, so he keeps quiet. Han understands that in the tower, skill is all that matters. The system then explains the trial. It's a 3-on-3 competition, and each team has to clear it before the other one. With that, the castle doors open. Sung-Hoon struggles against the goblins and can't believe they're moving so well together. He yells at the newbie, Han, to start fighting. Han can only complain that Sung-Hoon isn't even watching what's around him. Hyun says she'll help after finishing her spell, but Sung-Hoon cuts her off and demands a buff right now. She tells him all her support spells are already used up. Not sure what else to do, she hears Sung-Hoon say he'll help his teammate because he still needs him. Hyun tries to stop Han, worried about who will protect her, but when she turns back, every goblin around her is already dead. Sung-hun starts losing his temper because he still can't finish off the goblins in front of him, so he blames the newbie for it. Right as a goblin is about to hit him, someone steps in and kills it. It's Han Sung-yoon. Han tells him to stay back because he's only getting in the way, and his whole presence suddenly feels different. He cuts through the goblins with ease and earns the title of Goblin Hunter. Then, Han throws Sung-hun's attitude right back at him, saying he's the real nuisance here, and keeps carving through goblins without slowing down. Sung-hun can only stare, stunned, as Han tears through the enemies like a gust of wind. Goblin spirits begin to linger, and Han realizes the others can't see his special trait or his sword energy, so absorbing them will be easy. He takes in the souls and raises his stats again. Sung-yoon also learns that he's absorbing one of the goblin's skills. That skill is Ranger's Knowledge, which expands his field of view. With it, spotting incoming enemies becomes much easier. At that moment, Han experiences the vision of a goblin and smirks, knowing he just hit the jackpot. The team regroups. Then Sung-hun walks up to Han and says the newbie only got lucky because those goblins were weak. He laughs nervously, clearly trying to hide how scared he is. Han gets straight to the point and says he'll lead the party from now on to make things run better. One hard look from Han shuts the D-rank bully up, and he asks Sung-hun if there's a problem. Sung-hun backs down and asks what they should do next. Sung-yoon tells him to protect Hyun, while Hyun should keep guiding them from the rear. Hyun agrees at once. Then they move out again. From there, Han tears across the battlefield and wipes out goblins one after another. He keeps absorbing their souls, steadily raising his proficiency. By then, 14 hours remain before the third trial ends. Later, as they keep moving, Hyun grows uneasy. Goblins had been appearing often, but now the place is strangely quiet. Suddenly, Han spots something and rushes toward it. They find goblin minions already slaughtered before they even arrived. Han immediately understands that the other challengers passed through here first, while Sung-hun is shocked that the other team moved this fast. Sun-yoon touches the goblin's blood and finds it still warm. That puts him on edge. They need to catch up fast. If the other team defeats the boss first, Han's team dies, so Han tells everyone to hurry. Meanwhile, the other team keeps fighting through more goblins. Their leader Seon gags while killing monsters. Even so, with a twisted grin, he cuts off the last goblin's head. One teammate praises him for wiping them all out. Sun snaps back, complaining that he's doing all the hunting himself. Then he asks Jin-hoo if he's enjoying being carried. After that, he orders Jin-hoo to open the boss room door so they can finish this and leave. Jin-hoo nervously walks up to the door and thinks they're screwed. Then the system announces that all challengers will now enter the Goblin King's spiral tower. The boss fight will begin once only one of the two teams remains. A red aura wraps around them, and from this point on, nobody can leave. Soon after, Han Sung-yoon's team arrives at the spiral tower too. Seeing that the other team is still alive, Sun finds it annoying, while Han tells his teammates he'll handle them alone. He asks Haeyeon to give him only an agility buff, but she hesitates. She knows Sung-yoon is strong, she saw it herself, but hunters can be scarier than monsters. Han understands and tells her to step in only if things get dangerous. After she boosts his agility, Han walks toward the enemy team. As he moves in, Sung-yoon figures he's already above an average hunter, especially after killing more than 30 goblins. Seon's team tenses up. Then Han bursts forward, fully sure he can win, and the pressure coming off him is intense. It scares Seon badly. He hides behind Jin-hoo like a coward, and orders him to use his shield at full power. Jin-hoo activates open shield, and a barrier spreads around them. But Han charges in with overwhelming power, and smashes through the barrier with his sword. The broken barrier blasts Seon's team, and Han jumps on the opening. In one swing, he cuts down two of them. That leaves only Lee Seon. A moment later, the duel drags on. Sung-yoon and Seon keep trading blows while dodging each other's attacks. Then, during another clash, Han notices something odd. He knows he's the better swordsman, yet Seon keeps stopping his attacks in a weird way, so Han decides to push harder and figure out what's going on. He circles around and strikes from behind, trying to end it in one hit, but then everything flips. Sean reacts like he has eyes in the back of his head and slips away from Han's blade. That's when Han spots Sean's red glowing eyes. Now he realizes it. Sean can read the path of his sword. Still, Sung-yeon quickly comes up with a plan. He throws his shield at Sean to block his sight and shut that skill down. For a moment, Seon's vision is thrown off. Han charges in the instant the opening appears, and in that split second, he stabs Lee Seon and kills him. With that kill, Han clears a special mission and earns extra rewards. After wiping out the challengers, Haeyeon notices Han's hand shaking, blood dripping from it. She asks if he's okay. A dark look passes over Sung-yoon's face, but he says he's fine. Haeyeon realizes the shock must be from killing a human. She thought he was cold and unshaken, but this still hit him. There isn't time to dwell on it, so Han says they should move straight to the boss fight, and looks to Haeyeon and Lee Sung-hoon. They're ready too. Not long after, Han clears the trial's final target, the Goblin King, and makes it look easy. Watching him, Lee can only think he's a monster. After that, they finish the 4th floor trial, and as their reward, all their stats go up by 4. Han also gets an extra reward, the instant acceleration skill. Lee Seung-hoon heads to the lobby first, and before Han leaves, he tells Hyun to get back safe. She answers him softly. Then Hyun says he only did what he had to do. She means the part about killing people. Someone had to make that choice. If Seung-yoon hadn't done it, she says she would have, just to survive. Hearing that, Han finally smiles. Then Hyun sends him a friend request. She thanks him for carrying them through the 4th trial, though she's a little sad she didn't get any rewards herself. Blushing, Hyun asks him to find her after he returns to Earth, and tells him she's with the White Silver Guild. After she leaves, Han turns red too. Now that he's alone, Han has to decide whether he'll absorb the human souls. He thinks back to when he first learned he could do this. He avoided it then, because once he crossed that line, there would be no going back. A cruel smile spreads across his face, and that's when he finally decides. Han tells himself he'll grow stronger. He won't kill people for power, unless he has no other choice. With that, he absorbs the human souls. Driven by a fierce will, his dream of becoming a hunter had already stirred up something deeper inside him. The Tower of Trials gave him a chance, and he's not letting it slip away. More than anything, he wants to keep climbing. After that, Han reaches the 5th floor lobby, where the system announces something new. A trial ranking system has been created to judge every challenger's standing. The system asks him to choose a username, and he picks the hunter. The top 5 spots are all held by SS rank hunters. Han finds that a bit nosy, and wonders if his name is listed too. When he checks, he's shocked to find the hunter ranked 16th. Seung-yoon didn't expect to be anywhere near that high. Then the system explains more. The top 50 challengers will be called pioneers. They'll get special benefits on the 8th floor, and if they stay in the top 50 until then, they'll receive a privilege called Yahello. Han wonders if that's some kind of skill, but decides he'll find out when he gets there. Then he absorbs the 3 human souls, and as that power surges through him, Seung-hoon feels like he's gone past human limits. Later, Han buys a return stone that lets him go back to where he came from for 3 days. He decides to test it and see if equipment can be taken with him. Using the stone, Han returns to Earth with power far beyond what he had before. His request to go back is approved, and once the stone is used, Han drops through a portal to Earth. He returns home, knowing he has to go back to the Tower of Trials in 3 days. A moment later, Seung-hoon opens his eyes in his room. He's stunned, and admits he's really home. Before doing anything else, he decides to sleep, because compared to the waiting room, this bed feels like heaven. But a nasty smell hits him first, and Han realizes he reeks and needs a shower. When he gets up, he finds the weapons he brought from the tower, just in case. So it worked. Items from the tower can be brought back to Earth, which means the other players can do the same. Han knows he has to move fast, because 3 days isn't much time. Once more people return to Earth, tower items will flood the market, and hunter gear prices could crash. Seung-hoon figures he should sell the dagger before that happens. Looking over his notes, he also remembers his old plan, to apply for the hunter exam and take it the next time he returned to Earth. Now it looks like he'll be even busier than he expected. Elsewhere, the director of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center, Manhwa, gets a call from Han Seung-hoon. Han reminds him who he is, though there was no way Manhwa had forgotten. Manhwa quickly offers to send back the membership fee, but Han refuses. He doesn't want a refund. As the director checks if he can keep the money, Han asks for a favor instead. Manhwa won't let him use the training center, but Seung-hoon gets right to the point and asks for help taking the hunter exam. Director Manhwa recalls Han's last failure and tells him not to forget his old results. He scored F, the lowest rank possible, and Manhwa mocks him for having no trade or skill. But Seung-hoon gets his attention by saying he'll still pay the membership fee. That leaves Manhwa speechless for a second. If Han is paying, he has no reason to turn him down. So Seung-hoon locks it in and asks Manhwa to help him take the hunter exam today. Later, Hen takes a bath and looks at himself in the mirror. His body is clearly in much better shape now. He almost gets distracted admiring the change, but snaps out of it since the hunter test is later, and he needs to hurry. Just like that, Seung-hoon rushes out of the apartment, thinking about the normal life he always wanted, one without shame or insecurity. Even passing his neighbors feels strangely nice. Hen greets one of them, and she quickly guesses he's that older guy still trying to become a hunter. As Hen says goodbye, the neighbor quietly wonders if he was always this tall. His whole presence feels different. Outside, Hen tries to catch a taxi, but can't, so he picks another way to travel. He runs. With his strength, he'll get there fast anyway. Soon after, Hen arrives at the Hunter Association. There, he meets Director Manhwa again after a long time. Seung-hoon keeps things vague, only saying that strange things have been happening to him lately. Manhwa is left speechless, wondering what he meant. Meanwhile, Inspector Inhu tells Hen he'll be the one grading the hunter exam. Inhu explains that Hen can skip the written test and interview because Manhwa is acting as an observer. Since Seung-hoon already knows the process, they move straight to the exam. In the test area, Sung-hun takes up a sword, and Manhwa quietly tells In-hoo to make the exam hard enough for Hen to fail. In-hoo says he's prepared the worst possible opponent for a sword user. Then he asks Hen to choose a difficulty from level 1 to 10. Sung-hun remembers all the times he picked level 1 before, and still failed against a goblin. Back then, it was simply because he was weak. Manhwa is sure Hen will choose 1 again, but everything changes when Hen picks level 10. Manhwa's eyes widen in shock, and he blurts out that Hen has gone insane. The test begins, and Sung-hun is told to hunt a phoenix. The moment it roars, Hen's movement speed drops by 25% because of Predator's roar. That's also when he notices cracks running through his sword. It becomes clear that Manhwa tampered with the weapon to make sure Hen failed. Manhwa is certain this reckless kid can't win, and he wants Hen crushed for daring to act like he belongs. But Sung-hun still faces the phoenix head-on. As it charges toward him, he doesn't budge. Then the story shifts to director Manhwa's point of view, and we learn that he once passed the hunter exam himself. When he first became a hunter, he felt amazing, full of pride and excitement, but the gap between him and the others kept growing, and in the end, he couldn't catch up, so he gave up. In the hunter world, talent is everything, or at least that's how he sees it. Manhwa accepted that harsh truth and stopped trying. He tells himself it wasn't just him, everyone does it. Now he wants to watch Han Sung-hun fail too, because someone's hard work only reminds him of everything he gave up. In the testing room, the phoenix crashes into Han's sword and breaks it in one hit. Han can't believe it, even a cheap weapon shouldn't snap that easily. He quickly realizes someone messed with his sword, and director Hwang smiles to himself. He's waiting for Hen to lose, sure he can't fight unarmed. At the same time, the phoenix charges straight at him, and with no real weapon left, Hen decides this is the perfect time to try instant acceleration, the skill he got after the 4th trial. The moment he uses it, he bursts forward like lightning. Even Han is surprised. It's better than the speed boost from the assassin's cape. He slams into the ceiling with full force, cracking it, then launches himself at the phoenix and drives the broken blade into its eye. But it doesn't go down. The shard is too short to do real damage. Han reacts right away, grabs a chunk from the broken floor, and throws it at the phoenix. The brick flies so fast it cuts the phoenix in half, and punches through the metal barrier near the inspector and director. They barely avoid getting killed before the brick smashes into the wall. With that, the test is over, and Han gives them a quick apology with a laugh, though inside he knows he aimed for that exact spot. After that, Han officially becomes a hunter and gets registered with the Hunter Association. Now he can enter dungeons and sell what he finds. Meanwhile, Director Hwang is furious and demands that Inspector Kim explain what just happened. He even reminds him that Han was supposed to fail in 10 seconds. Kim just finds that amusing and says they already stacked the test against Han as much as they could. Hwang then tries to get Kim In-hoo to lower Han's rank to A, but In-hoo says that's impossible. Han killed that monster in 10 seconds, and that alone puts him at least at D rank. If they graded him any lower, the association would complain. Still full of jealousy, Hwang keeps pushing for a rank change. Then Han walks in, showing off his hunter license. Inspector Kim congratulates him. Han steps up to the director and asks if something's wrong, because he doesn't look too good. The director stiffly congratulates him and calls him Hunter Sung-yoon. Han clearly came to settle the score. He reminds Hwang that he used to be a C rank before retiring, and the director asks where this is going. Then Han brings up how Hwang called him a failure before. That sets Hwang off, and he rushes in to hit Han. Just like Han expected, the bait worked perfectly. He dodges the punch with ease, then drives a hit straight into Hwang's stomach, calling it self-defense. Then Han finishes it with a hard slap across the face, his payback at last. Hwang ends up bleeding and completely beaten, stunned that a mere C rank could be this strong. Afterward, Inspector Kim offers Sung-yoon a job as an exclusive hunter for the Hunter Association. Kim In-hoo says the pay starts at least 1 million won, and pushes it as a deal he really shouldn't turn down. Han is shocked by how much money that is, and Kim says it's because they saw his potential, but Han quickly turns things around when he reveals he knows Kim messed with the test. That leaves the director shaken. Even so, Han says he won't make a big issue out of it, but he won't sign a contract with someone he can't trust. With that, Han Sung-yoon tosses Kim In-hoo's card aside and walks off. 2 days later, back in the real world, rumors about the Tower of Trials spread fast, especially after hunters started getting summoned there. Han realizes the whole world knows about the tower now. He also sells his gear for a fair price, and makes good use of those 3 days. Now the time is almost here, and Han is about to return to the Tower of Trials. He gets teleported back and feels excited. He can grow stronger again. Smirking, he figures he'll have plenty to do once he returns. Soon enough, Han is back in the tower, and just as he expected, he can freely use his items in both the tower and the real world. He stores the items he brought from Earth in his inventory. Without wasting any time, he gets ready for the 5th floor trial. Then, Sung-yoon earns an achievement called First Returner, and a new skill is created, Eyes of Truth. Eyes of Truth activates with a purple glow, and it lets him check the details of anything, even tell whether someone is speaking the truth. Han knows right away this skill is incredible. It doesn't just show item info, it can also catch lies. He calls it a lucky break. After that, he buys a thunder sword and a secretive hunter's shield, even though both cost a lot. Pricey or not, Sung-Yoon checks the sword's bonus effect, and learns that each hit has a 10% chance to paralyze the target. After that, Han gets himself ready for the 5th trial. Before long, he steps onto the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, where the mission is called Hunt, and the time limit is 1 day. To clear it, he has to defeat the Wolf Person, the boss of Wolf Gorge. If he fails, he dies. Sung-Han reaches the 5th floor, and is amused to find himself surrounded by a pack of wolves. He jumps right in and starts cutting down the monsters, but they feel too weak to him. Then, one wolf crashes into something huge. It turns out to be giant wolves, 10 times bigger than normal ones. A giant white wolf lets out a roar and tears apart the smaller wolf in one bite. That only gets Han excited, because now this feels like a real tower trial. The white wolves leap at him, and now that things are finally getting interesting, he tears through them with the thunder sword like a madman. Even Han thinks he might be going a little crazy from how strong he's gotten. After he wipes out the wolf monsters with ease, his hunter dagger and fast recovery skills rise to E and D rank. Still, Han feels the hunter dagger skill he got on the 3rd floor is improving too slowly, so he starts thinking about getting a new sword skill. He even lets the wolves attack him first before finishing them all off. With that, Sung-Yoon's 3rd hunt ends. He notices the sword's paralysis effect didn't trigger as often as he expected. Then he starts absorbing the souls of the dead wolves, raising his proficiency to 16. Han is surprised at how well his necromancy skill is growing, and if this keeps up, he might be able to strengthen his unique trait. Then he moves on and feels like he's getting closer to the center of Wolf Gorge. As he heads deeper in, Han finds white wolves that were brutally cut down, and he starts wondering if there was a fight over territory. But after checking the wounds, he figures they were made by a sword, which means someone incredibly strong killed them. He also spots marks carved into the walls, and to figure it out, Han activates Eyes of Truth, and learns the traces were made with D-rank aura. The cut is clean and precise, proof of very skilled aura control. Even then, Han is still confused because there are too many things he doesn't understand. Our guy starts feeling uneasy as a dark presence creeps in, and suddenly Sung-Yoon senses that energy nearby and runs after it. He sprints at top speed to catch up, and what he finds leaves him completely stunned. A mysterious figure is fighting the Wolf Gorge boss. Before long, that being defeats the Wolf Person, which means the original trial condition has been cleared. Then the system checks what caused it, and Sung-Yoon learns an intruder has entered his trial. The objective changes, and his new mission is to kill the interdimensional intruder. Now Han comes face to face with that intruder, an armored knight from another dimension. He takes a moment to process it, and realizes the Tower of Trials exists in other dimensions too. Sung-Yoon is left confused by the whole thing, and wonders what is going on. Then the armored knight speaks in a mocking voice, surprised that a weak barbarian from another dimension is still alive. Guessing Han is the trial's owner, the knight demands an answer. He keeps calling Han a barbarian, and assumes he's terrified of death. Han gives a tense little smirk. He is scared, and he can already tell this armored guy is no ordinary enemy. Sung-Yoon never expected an intruder might try to steal his trial target, but at least he's relieved he didn't fail on the spot. Meanwhile, the armored intruder mistakes Han's shock for fear and decides to settle things with his sword. Han steadies himself as the fight begins. When the armored player charges at Sung-Yoon, Han throws a dead wolf into his path. The intruder cuts through the corpse, and Han uses that opening to rush in and strike, but it fails completely. His thunder sword can't pierce the heavy armor. Han's attempt to split the armor apart goes nowhere, and he realizes brute force won't be enough. Then dark aura pours from the intruder's sword, and the instant it hits Sung-Yoon, he's blasted away. Han slams into the ground so hard that one of his wrists twists badly. Blood runs down his arm, and the armored player is impressed that Hen blocked the aura at all. Though that arm is now so useless it might as well have been cut off. That's when Sung-Yoon panics and demands to know who this guy is, because nobody ever told him trial invaders were a thing. The armored player walks up and mocks him, saying it's no surprise a primitive ape knows nothing about trial invasions. That only confirms what he already thought about Sung-Yoon. Hurt and barely able to fight, Sung-Yoon asks why he had to invade his trial at all. The intruder tells him complaining won't help. This is just how the tower works. Then he says he'll at least be merciful and kill him quickly. Right as the knight raises his sword at Han, Sung-Yoon hurriedly stops him and begs him to explain what a trial invasion is. The intruder doesn't mind explaining, since he thinks Sung-Yoon is going to die anyway. He says trial invasion becomes available from level 8 on. A player can buy a trial invasion token in the shop and use it to interfere with another challenger's trial. That's how he entered Sung-Yoon's trial. Still full of questions, Sung-Yoon asks what he meant when he called this dimension more primitive. He guesses the intruder came from another world. The armored man confirms it. Sung-Yoon gets up and uses Eyes of Truth to check if the man is lying. He isn't. The intruder was telling the truth. Once Sung-yoon confirms that, the intruder suddenly points his sword at him again, furious that Sung-yoon dared doubt him. Insulted, he calls him an ape and swings in anger. Sung-yoon just talks back and asks what he's going to do about it. That only makes the armored man even angrier, and he snaps that Sung-yoon is just a tiny primitive fool acting tough. Then Sung-yoon reveals something of his own. Since the intruder gave him useful information, he says he'll return the favor. He admits his twisted arm doesn't bother him much, because of his pain resistance skill. The real surprise is that he wasn't holding his arm because it hurt. The moment he lets go, his fast regeneration fixes it on its own. He had only acted injured to make the intruder relax, and now his arm looks completely fine. The armored player is stunned to learn that Sung-yoon is both a swordsman and a healer. Even so, he insists Sung-yoon's death won't change, unless he has something else to show. Sung-yoon answers that it's hard to say, because he keeps getting stronger. That's when things turn. Sung-yoon unleashes his real power, and uses the dead souls he holds to boost his stats. Power surges through him, and his strength jumps sharply. Now the intruder realizes Sung-yoon can power himself up too. And then, Sung-yoon gets serious and activates an item skill from the assassin's gear. Instant acceleration, which raises his movement speed by 15. The intruder is left baffled, wondering how a level 5 player could possibly have this many skills. To him it makes no sense. Then the two clash head-on, their swords crashing again and again as neither side gives an inch. But the intruder hits a limit, because fighting in this dimension is holding back his real stats. Sung-yoon notices the armored man using that dark aura again, and barely dodges the strike before it can hit him. The intruder presses hard, bursting forward with wild speed. Sung-yoon can tell that aura skill is high level and extremely dangerous. Still, his own stats are higher now, so he knows he can avoid any deadly hit. The real issue is the enemy's armor and sword. Sung-yoon figures they're rare items, and at his current level, he can't cut through them. So he changes plans. He'll keep striking the armor with his thunder sword until it starts to wear down. Then the dark aura suddenly disappears when Sung-yoon times a clash just right and triggers lightning. Now the real fight starts. The lightning hits the intruder's armor directly. The armored man screams in pain, and the system tells Sung-yoon that when he lands a hit, there's a 10% chance to trigger the lightning strike effect. Sung-yoon smirks, because it activated at the perfect moment. Cade lies on the ground, unable to move, and Sung-yoon is relieved his gamble worked. The armored challenger groans in pain, as he's a beanwens, struggles to believe he lost to someone from only the 5th floor, still wondering how Sung-yoon has so many skills. Sung-yoon moves in to end it, telling him he's the one who got careless by trusting too much in his armor and abilities. As he steps closer, Cade tries to stop him and offers to answer anything Sung-yoon wants to know. Sung-yoon doesn't listen. He stabs him anyway while Cade spits out curses, still calling him a barbarian. Even though Sung-yoon is starting to get used to killing, it still makes him uncomfortable every time, and he knows that's a problem. Then the system congratulates him for clearing the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. After that, Sung-yoon absorbs Cade's soul. His proficiency goes up by 15, and he feels relieved because he almost failed to absorb it. When no reward message appears, he starts wondering why, and the system explains that the trial's difficulty no longer matches the normal rewards, so everything has been adjusted. He gets the skill 3 lacerations, 75,000 points for clearing the trial, and another 3,500 points on top of that. His trial rank also jumps from C to A. That makes Sung-yoon happy, since it shows just how strong the intruder knight really was. Then he's told he's entered the 6th floor lobby, all injuries and status effects have been healed, and his leaderboard info has been updated. As Sung-yoon opens his inventory, he reminds himself not to relax now that he knows dimensional invasions exist. He thinks about saving his question voucher until the 8th floor, but decides to use it now instead. The system tells him to write down his question, and an administrator will respond. Still confused about floor invasion, Sung-yoon asks what it is, and whether he can be warned the moment one starts. The answer comes back right away. It says floor invasion is a system that lets you invade another challenger's trial during the first 10 classes. It also says special trials, like combined trials, can't be interfered with. Since this system is only gained on the 8th floor, Sung-yoon can't use it yet. He also learns it's considered a climbing breaker. On top of that, he's told he can't receive more information about it on his current floor. Even so, the voucher would normally be consumed, since only the first half of his question was answered. Sung-yoon is shocked that a question voucher isn't as amazing as he thought, but he's glad it wasn't used up. After that, he decides to use the items he brought from Earth and opens his inventory again. He uses Kroken's Magic Tower Restoration box to repair the secretive Hunter's shield. The result is better than he expected. Then Sang-yoon uses a cleaning stone, remembering how he once thought buying it was a waste. Now he feels a little embarrassed about that. There is 1 hour and 12 minutes left before the 6th floor trial begins. So Sung-yoon checks the trial leaderboard and the community board. On the 5th floor leaderboard, he's now in 3rd place, which shocks him, since he jumped all the way up from 16th. Seung-yoon wonders if he's getting close to the continuous pioneer benefit, and decides he'll check once he reaches the 8th floor. The community is filled with alerts about a psychological skill being sold, one that helps with killing and looting. It also says that if you have a psychological resistance skill, you can handle murder, betrayal, and plunder more easily, and earn big rewards. While reading the chat, Seung-yoon sees people arguing over achievements tied to murder. To him, the whole place feels chaotic. Watching the mess, he wonders what's going on, especially with that psychological resistance skill being sold so actively right now. Seung-yoon thinks that skill is like a double-edged sword, but the way it can erase mental shock is a huge deal. He knows that if someone uses it to wipe away mental pain, they could do terrible things without much trouble. Then someone mentions that the jerk who spread information on the 4th floor changed his name to Princess Suri. Even though this is supposed to be competition between hunters, Seung-yoon feels like they're basically saying the guy should be killed. He remembers the challenger who ruined the mood in the 4th floor lobby. It feels obvious to him now, that guy did it on purpose to make everyone more competitive. For now, Seung-yoon decides to remember that name. Then the system asks if he wants to accept the 6th floor trial on hard difficulty. The objective is to conquer within 50 minutes. To pass, he has to capture one of the surrounding tiles before time runs out. He fails if he dies or the timer expires. The reward is a random box B, and failure means death. After that, Seung-yoon is sent to the 6th floor. The place is covered in water like an ocean. Then he's told teammate assignment is complete. The system advises him to work together with his teammate to clear the trial. Seung-yoon waits, uneasy when his teammate doesn't appear right away. Then a spear suddenly drops straight at him, and he dodges at once. He catches the spear, and a man appears with it. It's clear the attack was aimed at Seung-yoon on purpose, leaving him wondering what this guy is doing and why. The man casually explains that killing your teammate is the easiest way to earn achievements. Seung-yoon clearly hates that idea. His teammate calls him a hypocrite, and tells him to look around before pretending he still has a conscience. Seung-yoon remembers all the people who were betrayed by their own teammates. The man laughs at him, and calls him a hypocrite again. Nearby, 2 challengers greet each other, and one acts like they should team up and combine their strength. At the same time, they're watching hunters betray each other all around them. Just when one challenger thinks he found a trustworthy teammate, while one challenger reaches out to shake hands, his teammate stabs him, knowing he can't grab his sword in time. That cheap move earns him the achievement called Dirty Murderer, and his durability goes up by 1. Back with Seung-yoon, he listens to his teammate call him a hypocrite, then gets attacked out of nowhere by the same guy, who wants more achievements. Seung-yoon slips past the strike with ease and counters before his teammate can react. He then gains the achievement Traitor, and his strength rises by 1. To him, that teammate was weak anyway. Hearing this called a special or combined trial, Seung-yoon figures it's basically just an event. He thinks he might get a skill out of it if he's lucky, but he still has no plan to hunt down other challengers for no reason. Still, anyone who comes after him won't be ignored. Elsewhere, one challenger hides inside an iron dome. Sure, this trial is perfect for him because he can use water magic. That confidence disappears fast when Seung-yoon lands on top of the dome and starts smashing it. The man keeps talking big, saying his shield is bulletproof iron while cursing Seung-yoon. But the next moment, Seung-yoon breaks through it. He drives a kick into the hunter's face and sends him flying to the ground. Seung-yoon knows that was a little brutal, but he thinks fear is the only thing these challengers will respect. He wants achievements, sure, but not pointless killing. Right then, the system tells him a tile is being captured. It also warns him that if another team steps onto the tile, the capture will stop, so he has to keep enemies away. He needs to hold the spot for 10 minutes, and guesses the top challengers already cleared the 6th floor. Since the people around him are mostly low rank, this trial feels way too easy. Still, the 6th floor makes Seung-yoon think about a lot. He thinks about betrayal, about how weak most low-rank challengers really are, and about how dark the Tower of Trial truly is. Even so, he knows fake kindness is its own kind of hypocrisy. If he spares people attacking him, someone else may die instead. Then the system warns him that someone is entering his tile, and the capture stops. Seung-yoon turns and sees 4 men coming his way. He looks surprised, while one of them steps up like he's in charge. To Seung-yoon it's obvious, they formed a killer party to farm murder achievements. The blonde guy basically confirms it. Then 2 of the 4 rush him, and Seung-yoon activates Heart Solidarity, a trait that links Kim Jin-young's pain to him. A bald man jumps in and attacks with seawater, and Seung-yoon makes contact with it. That instantly cuts his strength, agility, and stamina by 10 for 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Not knowing about that penalty, Seung-yoon thinks this would be a terrible spot if he were just a normal challenger. Instead, he grins. For an average player, this would be the worst-case setup, but Seung-yoon is already ready to beat them down. The 2 attackers charge him with their weapons, but Seung-yoon doesn't budge. He can tell what they're doing, using stolen weapons to drag down an enemy's stats as much as possible. Their mistake, though, was picking the wrong target. In one move, Seung-yoon grabs one of them by the face and slams him into the ground so hard his head bursts apart. That single hit leaves the rest frozen in fear. Songyun gains 1 hit 1 kill and extinction of the weak. The second skill boosts his strength based on how much higher his stats are than his enemies. A bald opponent comes at him next, yelling curses, but with lower stats than Songyun, he ends up triggering extinction of the weak. The man attacks, but panic hits when Songyun dodges and drives a kick straight into his face, making blood pour from his nose. Then Songyun finishes him with another savage kick to the head. That kill earns him the achievement Merciless Murderer. Now only 2 enemies are left, and Songyun walks toward them. One of them tells the blonde guy they need to fight Songyun together, but the blonde man suddenly hacks off his teammate's leg. The victim collapses, screaming in pain, and because of heart solidarity, Songyun feels that pain too. It doesn't injure him directly, but the agony slows his movement. The wounded man cries out at the blonde guy, calling him a monster, and asking how he can still call himself human. The blonde one answers by stabbing him in the stomach. Songyun feels that pain as well, and struggles to keep moving. Then the blonde man warns him to back off, threatening to slit the injured guy's throat if he comes closer. Even so, Songyun can still move thanks to his pain-resistant skill, though every step is harder than it should be. In the end, he sees only one option. He has to kill them fast, while heart solidarity is active. The blonde man notices Songyun still coming without hesitation, so he cuts the other player's throat. A sharp pain tears through Songyun and makes him stop, his hand flying to his own neck like it was cut too, but he knows this is his only chance. The blonde guy jumps in to finish him with his sword, and that's when Songyun turns the fight around by grabbing the blade with his hand and snapping it apart. If the blonde man likes cutting throats so much, Songyun decides he'll get the same feeling back. Only then does the blonde player realize he's finished. Using the broken piece of the man's own sword, Songyun cuts his throat and kills him. After that, he earns the title Iron Blood Climber and 1,500 points. Once the timer ends, his team captures the tile. Songyun's side survives by wiping out their own kind. Around him, the survivors celebrate, happy just to be alive. Songyun, though, wonders if someone pushed everyone toward murder achievements right from the start of the trial. In the end, the winners were usually the ones who stayed a team. Of course, there were exceptions. The people who killed others convinced themselves they did nothing wrong, that the dead were the ones to blame. Pretty ironic, isn't it? Looking at the blood on his hand, Songyun thinks anyone watching him now would see a monster who kills humans without mercy. With that, the 6th floor trial ends. He gets a random gacha box in his inventory and 8,000 points. As he heads to the lobby, Songyun absorbs the souls of the dead players, raising necromancy to 100% proficiency and advancing the trait to D rank. Then he arrives at the 7th floor lobby and learns he can now check his achievements. The panel shows everything he's earned across different ranks, and Songyun realizes his S rank achievement, First Returner, was far more special than he thought. When he checks the details, he sees each achievement gives different rewards. That's when it really hits him. Killing people brought him a lot of achievements, along with all kinds of rewards, like skills, stat boosts, and points. Then he notices the random gacha box. The 6th floor reward feels vague, so he keeps his expectations low and assumes it should be somewhere between F and B rank. Still, Songyun opens the box and gets ready to keep absorbing souls. But what comes out is the last thing he expects. A flash of light bursts from the box, and a tiny green creature jumps out of it. Songyun just stares, wondering if he seriously has to catch this thing. Without overthinking it, he starts chasing the little monster. After a bit of a struggle, he finally manages to grab it. The problem is, the creature bites his hand with sharp fangs. Songyun groans from the pain, while the little monster flips away like a tiny ninja and smirks. That does it. He had gone easy on it because it looked cute, but now he's done playing around. So Songyun chases the little pest like crazy, and still keeps missing. At last, he lunges and lands a clean hit, a crushing punch right on the monster's head. After that strike, the creature breaks apart, and Songyun receives the highest rank item from the gacha box. He assumes that means a B rank item, and he's right. It's a wrought iron pendant that boosts sword skill effects by 7, and when powered with magic, it activates iron protection. The pendant appears in his hand, and Songyun checks what it can do. Once activated, his skin gains an effect that absorbs 10% of all physical damage. Even Songyun is impressed. A 7-point sword skill boost plus 10% physical damage absorption makes it better than most A-rank items. In simple terms, it's an overpowered item with both attack and defense. He's thrilled because it turned out even better than expected. But there's a catch. The moment he finishes using the pendant, it drains all of his magic power. Its special effect, Iron Protection, shuts off, and the pendant eats through his magic like crazy. So Songyun decides to save it for important moments only. He moves on to inspect his newly upgraded D-rank necromancy trait when a panel suddenly appears in front of him, asking if he wants to enter the 7th floor trial. That throws him off, because they were supposed to wait before taking the next test. Still, Han is ready to go. He just wonders if everyone else got the same change. So he checks the community board, where players are talking about the sudden removal of the waiting time. Surprisingly, nobody is panicking. Most of them think it's better this way. They can climb faster, and they never saw much use in prep time anyway. Sung-Yun confirms the wait is gone for everyone, and instead of caring about pioneer rewards, most players only care about getting home. He figures that makes sense for low-rank challengers. This change doesn't really affect them much. What really stands out is how different the mood feels from the 6th floor. MC guesses the killers are keeping quiet because the next test is solo, so drawing attention won't help them. Even so, he decides to stay on guard. Anyone who killed their own teammates that easily is dangerous. More than anything, Han decides to strengthen his unwavering skill. Then he checks his necromancy trait. Right away, he notices the base effect is more detailed now. Before, it only seemed to boost Sung-Yun's stats. Now he can also use souls to restore magic power or create a shield. He's a little let down, since he hoped the skill absorption chance would go up. Still, getting a defense option is a big help. Curious, he wants to see just how strong that soul shield really is. He throws his sword up and slices off his own arm. Because the lobby can still heal him, the blade comes down on his arm, but at that exact moment, a soul takes the injury for him. The soul of player Song Song Jinuk vanishes, and Han absorbs the 3 souls it was holding. Han is stunned. The soul shield works even better than he expected, so he decides not to absorb every soul. Keeping some in reserve as shields is smarter. Next, he opens the scoreboard for the 6th trial. He sees that he's dropped to 4th place, which annoys him a little, but what matters is staying in the top 50. That's enough to remain a pioneer. The lobby is getting boring, and now there's no wait time left either, so he heads into the next trial. The 7th floor test begins, and its theme is verification. To clear it, players have to finish 3 trials in 40 minutes. The reward is a skill called Grace, and failure means death. Han Sung-Yun steps into the 7th trial area and stops in shock when he sees a corridor. Nothing like the earlier tests. Inside the hallway, Han feels uneasy because he can't sense anything at all. Then he notices a bright light at the far end. The light pulls him in, and he's sent to the first test area, a desert. There, the tower tells him to prove he has overcome his fears. Han steps into the desert where everything first began, and almost at once, a massive sand golem rises from the ground. That confirms his suspicion. This is a copy of the tutorial trial, meaning he has to clear 3 tests he already passed before. At first, he's confident. He thinks beating the sand golem now should be easy, and that he'll reach the 8th floor in no time. Then the monster fully appears, and his grin fades when he realizes the test has been powered up. The sand golem is 3 times bigger than before. It immediately swings at Sung-Yun. Instead of backing off, he gets excited. Han jumps around the giant monster, but something feels wrong. He can't find the core stone, the golem's weak point. He guesses the core must be buried deeper inside because of the creature's size. That moment of thinking breaks his focus, and the golem catches him by surprise, grabbing him in its hand. But Han is much stronger now. He bursts free with magic power, then decides the only option is to carve the thing apart. He starts hacking at the sand golem with the thunder sword, though cutting sand like this feels completely pointless. Even so, he keeps going, determined to find the core and destroy it. Then Han realizes he may have made things worse. The golem is getting even more furious. The giant monster goes wild and tries to crush him into nothing. When it launches itself at Sung-Yun, he knows one bad move could kill him. He takes off at once, because dodging the strike is one thing, but if that huge body lands on him, he's finished. The protagonist runs for his life, knowing he can't afford to get trapped. The sand golem crashes down, and Han barely escapes, using the sand ridge to hide himself. Fed up, he faces the raging golem and activates 3 lacerations, a skill that boosts the sword's cutting power with each hit. With that, Sung-Yun changes the fight and severs the golem's arm in one strike. Even he's surprised he pulled it off so cleanly. He remembers how angry he was when that armored player invaded his trial, but now he can admit it helped, because that fight gave him an amazing skill. The sand golem can still rebuild itself with sand, so Han plans to keep cutting until he reaches the core. At that point, he goes all in, slashing at the monster over and over. Soon he has to stop and catch his breath. The thing just keeps regenerating. He's frustrated that he still hasn't found the core, but then he notices something huge. The golem has shrunk to 1/3 of its size. Han can't help joking about how this giant suddenly got so small. The moment even feels weirdly awkward, like the golem got embarrassed. Then it clicks. Sand may be the golem's body, but in this place it can't keep replacing what it loses forever. That's why it's gotten this small. A nasty grin spreads across Sung-Yun's face, and he tells the golem to keep dieting. Now the trial looks much easier. Han charges in and tears through the sand golem in a flash. At last, he spots the core stone on its back. So that was the problem. The body had just been too thick to reach through. Han realizes finding the core already took him 10 minutes. Since the whole 7th floor test only gives him 40 minutes, he can't waste any more time. The golem suddenly throws a punch, but Han slips past it with ease. He even notices it got faster after shrinking. Part of him wants to keep playing with it, but he doesn't have time for that. Han gets behind the monster and drives his sword into the core stone. It breaks apart instantly. Just like that, Han Song-yun proves he has overcome his fear, and the first trial ends. The moment it ends, a portal pulls him away right away. He doesn't even get a chance to take the sand golem's spirit, and when he tries, Han fails to absorb its soul. That leaves him seriously frustrated. After that, he enters the second trial area to prove that he can use his wits. When he arrives, he's stunned to find the orc village from the level 2 trial. That finally confirms it. This really is a recreation of earlier tests. The village is burning, and Han spots the orc hunters. Song-yun figures this must be what happened after he burned the whole place down. The orc hunters see their people wiped out, and their eyes fill with furious revenge. Han explains that monsters sometimes go berserk when rage consumes them. A berserk orc is no weak E-rank monster. The berserk orc hunters rush in, trying to tear Han the 1,100th apart. Han's response is cold. He basically says those filthy monsters don't get to mourn in front of him. Then he activates instant acceleration and ultimate triad, turning the fight into a one-sided slaughter. As he closes in to finish the last orc, the creature suddenly drops to its knees. It looks like it's begging for its life. Han walks toward it, fully aware of what that fear means, the helplessness of being too weak while your whole family is slaughtered. Hearing that, the berserk orc snaps and charges at Song-yun. Han dodges, then cleanly cuts off its head with one swing. With that, he clears the second trial too. Not wanting to repeat what happened with the golem, Song-yun knows he can't waste even a second this time. So he quickly absorbs the dead orc souls. This time, Han successfully takes in all the orc hunter's spirits. That raises his skill proficiency by 6. Hunter-style dagger reaches 100% and advances to rank D, and instant acceleration ranks up too. A moment later, he enters the third trial zone, where he has to prove he has left hesitation behind. Han is breathing hard and thinking this floor won't even give him a second to rest. But this area leaves him confused. It turns out to be the place from the occupation test on trial 6. He had assumed the third test would copy another old one like the first two, but the layout is different. And since the second trial barely had anything to do with wits, Han realizes expecting common sense from the tower was stupid. He opens his inventory and drinks a potion of life, restoring 20 stamina and magic power. The moment it goes down, energy rushes back into his body. After that, Song-yun casually throws the bottle into the water, figuring nobody in this tower cares about littering. Then, as Han jumps across the rocks, the water suddenly erupts. The water suddenly reacts to the bottle, and Argai stops cold. He can't believe this much chaos started just because he littered. He triggers instant acceleration and takes off at full speed. As he runs, Han figures this trial should work like the real one did, so the key is reaching the red occupation tile. Until he finds it, Argai decides to stay away from the water, and with his boosted speed, he thinks the waves won't catch him anyway. That confidence backfires fast when water erupts from the very tile Song-yun is standing on, throwing him off balance. The system appears and announces that Argai was hit by the trial of water. This is bad. After getting soaked, all his stats drop. Once again, he curses himself for thinking the tiles would follow the same pattern as before. Argai reminds himself that the tower never plays fair, and Han forces himself to calm down. Using instant acceleration, he jumps across the floating tiles rising between the blasts of water. If Argai messes up here, he's dead. A moment later, he finally spots the red occupation tile in the distance. He starts to relax, thinking this awful trial will end the second he lands on it. But that relief doesn't last long. A wall of water cuts off his path. Now Han is sure this trial really is trying to kill him. Even so, Argai keeps moving, and just when he's almost there, a blast of water slams into him from behind, taking him by surprise and soaking him instantly. His whole plan falls apart right there. At that moment, the wrought iron pendant's effect, Blessing of Iron, activates and absorbs 10% of the damage. Dark energy rises from the pendant, and the hit is taken by a dead spirit instead. The orc souls are being used up to protect Song-yun. Watching the souls shield him, Argai realizes he did feel the impact, but the barrier took the real damage for him. Han uses that opening to break free of the rushing water with a leap and sprints for the red tile, but his luck still isn't turning around. Instant acceleration shuts off as its time runs out, dropping Han's speed at the worst possible moment. That leaves him in real trouble. His magic is nearly drained, and without that speed boost, he might be done. Then, Sang-yun quickly absorbs an orc soul to restore his magic energy. He feels his power come back, then lunges for the red tile now right in front of him, but another torrent of water crashes down. This time, Argai refuses to back off. Fed up, he cuts through the water and leaps past the stream, only to get launched into the air and sent straight above the red tile. Argai yells at the top of his lungs as he drops in panic. Then he slams onto the red tile and barely survives. The soul shield saves him again. Argai glares at the water, furious that it nearly got him killed. At last, this nightmare trial ends and he clears the third test. But the water still isn't done with him. As a final goodbye, it splashes him one more time and leaves him drenched. Sang-yun looks completely done and curses the ridiculous trial for messing with him to the very end. Still, he clears the 7th floor and earns Winds of Grace along with 15,000 points. When Han heads into the lobby, he doesn't look happy. To him, this whole trial feels like a failure. At this rate, he doesn't think he's ready for the next floor, and there is no promise he'll keep getting lucky like he did here. Then a loud rumble from above cuts off Han's thoughts. More than 1,000 players have cleared the 7th floor, so the 8th floor system expansion begins. The skill store opens, trial branching is unlocked, and permanent return becomes available. That means Sung-Yoon can now use the skill store, and even return for good. He had been waiting for those features, but the biggest surprise is learning he was chosen as a pioneer on every previous floor. Because of that, he gets to pick a halo as a bonus. A halo is a special reward only given to players who were selected as a pioneer on all earlier levels. Han also learns that each halo can affect a person's innate trait or skills, so the choice matters a lot. That warning makes him realize just how important this decision is. The tower almost never gives advice like this. Soon, Sung-Yoon is told to choose between 3 halos: Ruler, Hunter, or Monk. He reads through them, and Ruler seems like the best fit since it connects closely to his innate trait and greatly boosts his potential. The tower even flat out tells him it's the most suitable option for him. Still, Han checks the others, and Hunter sounds pretty good too. That one focuses on skill and stat growth, with effects that greatly speed up both stat gains and skill proficiency. Monk, though, sounds underwhelming, so Han drops that option and is left choosing between Hunter and Ruler. In the end, our boy already knows what he wants when he picks the Ruler halo, which evolves his innate trait. The next options are based on his current abilities. One path is Summoner, which lets the user expand absorb dead spirits and create stronger undead warriors, while the other 2 choices are Sword Mage and Artisan. Han goes with Summoner right away, since it suits him best. It gets added to his innate trait, Necromancy. After that, a new power called Skill Synthesis is created, and a fresh status window appears before Sung-Yoon. At last, our guy has gained a halo, and he feels overwhelmed as dark energy seeps into him. Han checks Skill Synthesis and learns he can fuse any 2 skills he wants to create a new one, which sounds incredible to him. And it doesn't stop there. The system lets him choose 2 skills from an opening list, so Han decides he should combine ones he barely uses. He picks Elitism and Swift Charge, and the synthesis begins. When it's done, light flashes from the panel, and our guy freezes in shock. A new skill is born, Juggernaut, and it is given to Han Sung-Yoon. It lets the user break invisible restraints caused by a skill or innate trait, as long as the user's magic power is higher than the caster's. Han is stunned, so this is what Skill Synthesis can really do. He would have been happy with just an E-rank skill. Instead, he gets a D-rank skill that's insanely strong. He likes the result so much that he tries again. This time, he chooses Ranger Aptitude and Burn Resistance. He fuses them and waits to see what comes out. To his surprise, Han receives an E-rank skill called Powerful Sight, which helps him partly see in the dark and improves his vision. This time the rank only went up by 1, and our guy figures that's just how the system works. From Sung-Yoon's point of view, Elitism and Swift Charge had strong synergy, which is why that fusion turned out so well. Ranger Aptitude and Burn Resistance didn't match nearly as well, and Han regrets ignoring his bad feeling about that combo. After the long halo process, Han drops onto the bed from pure exhaustion. It feels strange being a repeat pioneer and now a halo holder too. Dark thoughts creep in, and our guy wonders if he really earned all this, or if he just got lucky because of his innate trait. Han pushes those thoughts aside. There is no point dwelling on them, so he moves on to check his rewards. Winds of Grace boosts his speed by 10% each time he says its name, and it can stack up to 7 times. Han already loves the speed boost, but what excites him even more is that it stacks 7 times. In other words, he can raise his speed by a huge 70% all at once. Our guy is ecstatic, and his imagination runs wild when he realizes the skill doesn't even cost magic energy. To him, Winds of Grace feels almost perfect, since it comes with no real downside. Sung-Yoon opens his inventory next, and equips the Boots of Swiftness. They raise the user's speed once they pass a certain pace. Since all his 7th death floor rewards are tied to speed, our boy feels like he hit the jackpot. Han checks the skill store after that, and gets annoyed by how expensive everything is. Still, he needs more magic-related abilities, so he buys Magic Circuitry and Magic Resistance. Magic Resistance should help him defend against abilities like Bind Heart, the one that made him share his teammates' pain before. Magic Circuitry, on the other hand, gathers the magic inside the user's body and makes it much more efficient to use. Han Sung-Yoon activates the skill, and red energy starts flowing as heat spreads through his body. Light shines from him, and surprisingly, his whole body suddenly feels lighter. He steps forward to test it, and when he stomps the ground, a strong shock runs through the room. He figures he couldn't properly control his magic before, but now these magic pathways are helping his energy strengthen his body too. Our guy smiles, pleased with another smart purchase. After that, Han gets curious about Summon Undead, but decides to save that for the next trial. Our guy takes a deep breath and starts thinking about whether to challenge the next trial now or return to Earth. The scene then shifts to Chulwon, who has posted a party recruitment board after a sudden gate appeared. But no hunters step forward, and he's getting nervous because nobody has signed up yet. A few hunters come over and laugh at Chulwon because he still hasn't found a party. One of the heavier hunters tells Chulwon to hand over his dungeon entry permit. If he doesn't go in before the time limit, the permit will be cancelled anyway. Chulwon is sick of them, but he stands his ground and refuses to give up the card. The rude hunter calls him an idiot and points out that plenty of hunters are waiting to enter, yet not one wants to team up with him. Then he rubs it in. Chulwon is only E rank. With a rank that low, nobody wants him in their party. The others laugh too, saying it must sting, and back up the bully. Then someone suddenly asks Chulwon if he's still recruiting. It's Han Sing-yoon, a C rank hunter. Han asks if he can join, and Chulwon quickly nods, thrilled. The heavy hunter doesn't like Han stepping in. He grabs his shoulder and asks if he's trying to cut in line. Han just smirks and says if he's got a problem, he can join Mr. Chulwon's party himself. That only makes the hunter mad, and he snaps back, insulting Han. Han answers with a cold glare and warns him to take his hand off now, or he'll lose it. A dark aura suddenly pours out of Han, and the hunter freezes. It sends a chill through him, and he can't even tell what kind of power he's feeling. One of his buddies thinks it's the bully's own aura scaring Han off, but the bully starts sweating and calls them idiots in his head. He knows that pressure isn't his. Shaken, he decides not to push it, especially with Hunter Association staff watching nearby, so he and his friends back off without another word. Chulwon scratches his head, worried things have already gone off the rails. Han calls out to him and says they should just go, no one else is joining. Chulwon stares at him and asks if he really means the two of them should enter alone. A little later, they head into the dungeon together. Once inside, Chulwon stays on guard, checking both sides. Han tells him to relax a little. He can handle most monsters up to D rank. That catches Chulwon off guard, especially since Han said this is his first time in a dungeon. Han isn't exactly lying. As far as he's concerned, the Tower of Trials doesn't count as a dungeon. Chulwon grows uneasy and explains that dungeon hunting means risking your life. People may think E-rank hunters are the ones who die most because they're weaker than C-ranks, but in reality, C-rank hunters die more often. E-rank hunters are careful because they know how weak they are. C-rank hunters, on the other hand, get overconfident, and that gets them killed. Chulwon warns him not to underestimate how dangerous dungeons are. To be honest, Han's confidence only worries him more. Han gets why, and Chulwon steps up as leader. He may be low rank, but he has real field experience. Han isn't fully convinced. He'd rather be the one in front. Still, he agrees, and Chulwon leads for both their safety. As they move in, Han decides to watch how Chulwon handles things first. Before long, they run into a lizard man. Chulwon tenses up. Lizardmen know how to use weapons, so this won't be easy. He says he'll distract it, and tells Han to hit its weak spot when he gives the signal. Han nods, curious to see what an experienced hunter will do. The lizard man jumps at Chulwon. You'd expect him to fight back, but instead, he just waves his sword around like he's trying to scare off a stray cat. From a short distance away, Han watches in disbelief as Chulwon somehow keeps the monster from closing in. Han doesn't have time to drag this out. He used a temporary return, so he only has 3 days on Earth, and he can't waste them on one lizard man, so he steps in to end the mess and help. Chulwon blurts out that charging in like that will get him hurt, but Han uses instant acceleration and shoots forward like a rocket. In one strike, he cuts down the lizard man. Chulwon is left speechless. Han brushes it off and says he stepped in because he's in a hurry, hoping Chulwon understands. After seeing that, Chulwon accepts it without complaint. Han makes another suggestion, and Chulwon agrees right away, like Han is in charge now. From that point on, Han takes the lead. Soon, a whole pack of lizardmen starts pouring in, and Han tears through them with ease, cutting them down one after another. Chulwon can only stare as Han wipes out the monsters. To him, it doesn't even look like a fight, just a one-sided slaughter. He can barely believe what he's seeing. At this rate, Chulwon thinks Han could shake up the whole hunter world. Meanwhile, Han starts pulling magic crystals from the dead lizardmen. These gems can be used in things like metallurgy and alchemy. He collects a bunch of them and drops them into Chulwon's backpack. Chulwon apologizes, saying he wishes he could do more than carry the loot. He even says Han can take the larger share. While they're talking, another lizardman suddenly attacks Han. Just as its sword comes down, Han dodges with ease. Then he hurls the creature upward with raw force. It slams into the wall and dies on impact, hard enough to knock loose chunks of rock. Han says they can talk about rewards after they get out. If they lose focus now, they'll be in danger. He also promises to protect Chulwon as best he can. After that, Han begins absorbing the souls of the dead lizardmen. To avoid drawing attention, he pretends to yawn while it happens. When it's over, he's disappointed. His proficiency only rises by 0.7, so D-rank monsters clearly aren't worth much anymore. Right then, another gate appears. Chulwon is stunned. They've already reached the boss gate. he never even imagined making it this far. Honestly, he would have been thrilled just to clear half the dungeon, but with Sung-Yun here, he starts to believe they might really clear the whole thing. A moment later, Han asks if he's ready for the boss room. Chelwon suggests taking a break, but Han says he's ready now. So they go in and find exactly what they expected, a Lizard King. The Lizard King charges at them, and Chelwon asks Han how he's planning to beat it. He yells at him to come up with some kind of strategy. Han stays calm and says he doesn't really have one. It's exactly the kind of overconfidence Chelwon warned about. Then Han is caught off guard by how fast the Lizard King is for something that big. Even so, he can still keep up with it. The Lizard King attacks Han and sends him flying into the ground. For a second, Chelwon thinks he's dead and panics, but Han gets back up and decides this is good. If he wants to test his new skills properly, the fight should be this hard. When Han notices the Lizard King's chair has been damaged, he gets a bad feeling, and at the same time, purple light starts coming off the monster. It activates a slowing skill. Han's movements begin to drop by 25%, but before it can fully take hold, he activates Forceful Breakthrough. That gives him more than twice the magic power of the one using slow movement, so the slowing effect is cancelled. Chelwon, though, gets hit by the skill and begs Han to save him. Instead of pressing Han, the Lizard King jumps toward the weaker target. Han tries to stop it, but he realizes he's too far away to reach Chelwon in time. So he uses Summon the Dead, and a group of skeletons bursts up in front of the Lizard King. They're destroyed right away because they're too weak, but they buy him 1 second. That second is enough. Han uses Wind's Grace, boosting all his movements by 60%, reaches Chelwon, and saves him. In the same move, he cuts through the Lizard King's neck, and his stats jump sharply. That's because he absorbs the Lizard King's soul, raising his strength, agility, stamina, and durability by 1.5. Han also gains the Lizard King's skill, Spiritual Eyes. Outside, Shin Woo-jin, leader of the Hunter Association's gate management team, waits around the gate and yawns, bored. He asks a subordinate if anything important has happened. The answer is no, which leaves Woo-jin lost in thought. He knows the association raid team should arrive soon. Usually, the advance party only clears part of the gate, and the main team finishes it by beating the boss. That thought annoys him. They're in the same association, but his team gets none of the real payouts, and he's jealous of the raid team. Then he remembers one thing that cheers him up. If the advance party clears the gate in one run, his management team gets a bonus. Still, he knows that usually only happens if they have an A-rank hunter. While he's thinking about that, Han and his teammate come out of the gate, and an announcement says the third gate advance party has completed the raid. Woo-shun finds it strange that it ended so fast. Seeing only 2 people walk out, he first assumes they must have returned after barely making it halfway, but then he notices the gate turning gray, which means the boss room has been cleared. Woo-shun hurries over to Sung-yun, struggling to believe what he's seeing. Shin Woo-shun introduces himself as the person handling the emergency gates that showed up in the park. Before he can keep going, Chil-won cuts in and asks if he came to buy the gate rights. Woo-shun says yes and starts to make an offer, but Chil-won steps back, saying the choice isn't his. The protagonist cleared the dungeon alone. That leaves the team leader stunned for a second. He figures anyone who soloed that dungeon has to be A rank, but Seng-yun cuts in and says he's only C rank. MC brushes that aside and goes straight to business, asking Woo-shun how much he'll pay for the gate rights. After a quick mental calculation, Woo-shun says the management team wants to buy it for 1.2 billion won. That number completely shocks him. Elsewhere, Hae-yun drops a stack of books and papers, worn out after non-stop work the moment she got back from the tower. Then her phone rings, and she wonders who would call this late. One look at the screen leaves her stunned. Ha-yeon, who works with Tower of Trials challengers, is sure this could change everything. She remembers how seriously the higher-ups talked about it. Back then, she thought winning people over wouldn't be a bad idea, but getting challengers to join was never going to be easy. Ha-yeon knows she couldn't even gather 10 people who picked easy mode, and somehow that was enough to satisfy her bosses. Thinking about that makes her uneasy, but then she remembers the guy she met in the tower. He was so strong that saying he could clear the 4th floor alone wouldn't even be an exaggeration. She regrets not approaching Sung-yoon sooner. Then her phone goes off again. It's a message from Sung-yoon asking to meet if she's back from the tower. At a restaurant, Sung-yoon still can't believe he just made 1.3 billion won, and the whole thing feels unreal. A moment later, Hae-yun rushes into the restaurant, out of breath. When he spots her, Sung-yoon calls out. Seeing how hard she's breathing, he asks if she ran all the way here, and tells her she didn't need to hurry. She sits across from him, clearly annoyed that he ignored her message, and asks if he knows how long she waited for a reply. That puts him in an awkward spot, so Sung-yoon apologizes and admits he just doesn't care much about that kind of thing. To make up for it, Ha-yeon says he can buy her coffee and cheesecake, and he nervously agrees. She asks if he stopped climbing the tower, but Sang-yoon says he plans to keep going, and the real reason he called is because he needs a favor. He says he needs a guild, one that will let him enter the tower when he wants and raid dungeons freely, but he has a few conditions. First, he wants the right to refuse guild summons. Second, he doesn't want the guild interfering with what he does inside the tower. Third, he wants to use the guild's dungeons whenever he wants. After laying it all out, Sang-yoon asks if any guild would accept terms like that. The mood shifts right away, and he starts to wonder if he asked for too much. Haeyeon tells him those demands sound impossible, because from a guild's point of view, they get nothing out of it. Just as he starts thinking he really did go too far, Haeyeon grabs his hand and invites him to join the White-Silver Guild, promising she'll make those impossible conditions happen. Later, Sang-yoon lies on top of a moving truck and thinks back on the day. He cleared dungeons, sold items, and even joined a guild, all in one day. Not bad. Now there's only one thing left before it's official. To prove he's good enough for Haeyeon's superior to approve him, he has to solo a C-rank dungeon. She explains that free access to the guild's dungeons isn't something they hand to just anyone. That bothers Sang-yoon, since only a small group gets that benefit, either rising stars or hunters. The guild expects big things from. After thinking it over, he asks Haeyeon to set up a C-rank dungeon for him. On the way to Chunbo Mountain in Ujeongbu's Nogong district, Sang-yoon wonders if he should just run there as a warm-up. Then he takes off at insane speed. The force of it kicks up fierce wind around him. At the same time, Haeyeon is arranging a C-rank dungeon and goes to reserve a gate for an hour later. The employee checking her card recognizes her. He suggests she wait under the tent, since there's still plenty of time. But before she can sit down, Sang-yoon suddenly shows up, way earlier than expected, catching her off guard. He's about to answer when a huge blast of wind sweeps through the area. Sang-yoon awkwardly apologizes and says he must have caused a shockwave by running too fast. Haeyeon and the employee both try to hide how shocked they are, and she can't help wondering what kind of person he really is. Then, she tells Sang-yoon everything is ready. So whenever he's prepared, they can begin, and he says he's ready right now. The two of them enter the gate and arrive in an open field. Sang-yoon tells her to signal him right away if she thinks he's in danger, but Haeyeon is wearing an artifact from the guild, the Empress's necklace. It has a weak shield and a stealth effect. It also draws aggro, which could make it seem like she helped him, so she decides to keep her distance. That lets Sang-yoon relax, since he won't have to worry about protecting her in the middle of a fight. He activates spiritual eyes to detect hidden enemies. A moment later, deadly demons emerge from the field. The moment Haeyeon sees poisonous deadly demons inside a C-rank dungeon, she warns Sang-yoon that this is an irregular dungeon. Even so, he cuts down all 3 demons. Haeyeon is beyond amazed, because this is clearly not normal. At the same time, she feels sure she made the right choice. Sang-yoon swings his sword, and its lightning effect triggers so rarely that he'd nearly forgotten it existed. With that, he wipes out the last demon nearby, and tells Haeyeon it's clear. Haeyeon can hardly believe what she just saw. Sang-yoon cleared the boss room solo in less than an hour. What shocks her even more is that this was an irregular dungeon. Those poisonous demons are dangerous monsters, and C-rank hunters are usually told to fight them in a party. Watching him now, Haeyeon is sure Sang-yoon is going to grow even stronger. After using up all the souls he had stored, his stats rise again, boosting his strength, agility, stamina, magic power, and durability. Sang-yoon figures the boss won't be much of a threat, so he heads into the boss room with Haeyeon behind him. She finds it strange that they can't sense the monster at all. Then, suddenly it appears right above them and charges straight at her. It all happens in an instant. Haeyeon shouts for him to look out, and Sang-yoon grabs her in his arms to save her. The monster unleashes blue flames and tears through the area. Sang-yoon immediately dashes them to safety and explains that he moved her without asking because there wasn't time. He just hopes she understands. Haeyeon tells him it's fine, and Sang-yoon decides to end the fight. She offers to support him with buffs, but he refuses and jumps down alone. Sang-yoon activates instant acceleration, and thanks to the fast boost effect, his speed spikes for a moment. Then he adds wind grace on top of it, raising his movement speed by 70%. In just 3 slashes, Sang-yoon kills the dungeon boss, the demon of the blue fire of destruction. Even while winning, he's left wondering what that monster even was. As they leave the boss room, Haeyeon admits she never expected him to clear a dungeon like that so fast. She tells him he passed the test and can now use the White-Silver Guild's dungeons. Sang-yoon is happy to hear it, but then Haeyeon shifts the talk in a different direction. She explains that when people first enter the Tower of Trials, the difficulty they choose doesn't matter as much as they think. If someone scores well on easy, later trials gradually get harder. On the other hand, people who pick hard but do poorly can end up shifted toward easier trials. So when she applies that idea to Sang-yoon, his results are overwhelming, even though he's already ranked in the tower's top 50. That means his current difficulty is probably deadly. Haeyeon explains that because of that, he needs to be careful. She wants to stay by his side and watch him grow for years. That confession completely stuns him. Later, Sang-yoon sits high up on a tower, eating an apple. Then a system message tells him he'll return to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes. After how busy the last 3 days were, he's actually glad. His stats went up a lot, and so did his confidence. Once he returns to the Tower of Trials, The system asks if he wants to accept the 8th floor test. He chooses yes, and the system tells him to pick a trial type, giving him 3 options. Song-yoon chooses combat, so he can improve his necromancy skills. The system warns him that once he picks, he can't change it. He's sure he won't need to anyway. And then the system notifies him that he has pioneer status. Because of that, a face-to-face meeting with the administrator will begin. After searching for an administrator who specializes in combat, the system tells him he'll now speak with Iron-Blooded, the administrator in charge of combat. A moment later, Song-yoon is sent into Iron-Blooded's world. His consultation with the combat administrator begins. Soon, he arrives in a new place and realizes he's entered the world of Iron and Blood. To figure out where he is, Song-yoon uses Eyes of Truth and learns this place is Iron-Blooded's hidden domain. He can't help smiling at how handy that skill is. Iron-Blooded doesn't like being examined like that, and Song-yoon realizes those messages are coming straight from the administrator. Right then, a sword rises from a pile of snow. The administrator tells player Song-yoon to stop wasting effort and follow the sword. He follows it for a long time until it finally stops at a house. Sang-yoon opens the door and steps inside. There, Iron-Blooded is waiting for him, and to his surprise, the administrator is a white-haired woman. She welcomes the pioneer and tells Sang-yoon she's been assigned to advise him. At first, he almost mistakes her for some cute foreign streamer, but then he remembers she's one of the beings who governs the Tower of Trials. Sang-yoon gets tense when she suddenly appears right in front of him, their eyes meeting at once. He nearly jumps at how fast she moved without him even losing sight of her. Then she grabs a bottle and admits she expected some wild brute, not someone who looks this ordinary. When Sang-yoon asks if she knows who he is, she says yes, and even praises what he did in the level 4 trial. As she pours a drink, he asks if she's been watching all his trials. Iron-Blooded says no. Below level 8, administrators can only check the leaderboard, not watch directly. That answer clearly shocks him. Seeing his reaction, she explains he's got the wrong idea. Administrators aren't gods, and they don't rule the tower however they want. She says it's more accurate to call them servants of the tower, and because of that, she can't harm him. With that cleared up, Iron-Blooded tells him this meeting is a special benefit for him, so he can ask whatever he wants. Sang-yoon believes her, since he doesn't feel any killing intent from her, so he asks what this consultation is really for. She explains that pioneers get this privilege so they can ask an administrator their questions directly. Sang-yoon brings up the level 5 trial. When an invader from another world almost killed him, he wants to know why that person targeted him instead of someone from his own world. Iron-Blooded warns him he may not like the answer. Then she explains that if someone invades a trial in another world, they can steal its reward and even get something better. Many of those invaders come from worlds where the tower has existed for years, so they already know how valuable it is to kill challengers from other worlds. She adds that one day his tower will merge with a tower from another world. When Sang-yoon asks what she means, she says exactly that. From level 20 on, trials happen in groups more often than alone, so before long, he'll be facing challengers from other worlds himself. Sang-yoon finally understands why invaders would want to get rid of future rivals early. Iron-Blooded assumes that answers his questions, but he still has one last question, the simplest one of all. He asks what the Tower of Trials really is. Even that makes Iron-Blooded stop for a moment. Then she admits she'd like to know that too. Sang-yoon is stunned that even an administrator doesn't know, and then the truth comes out. She reveals that the administrators were once challengers too. If a challenger dies after level 40, they can be revived as an administrator. Iron-Blooded says she once dreamed of reaching the top, but failed. In fact, every administrator is someone who died before clearing the tower, and in the end, they had no choice but to serve it. Hearing that, Sang-yoon clenches his fist in frustration. He's upset that even the administrator was just another failed challenger, because he hoped she could finally tell him what waits at the top. That comment makes Iron-Blooded angry. With a glare, she slams Sang-yoon into the wall. Eyes full of menace, she warns him not to speak so lightly about the end of the tower. But when she sees his blank reaction, she's thrown off. She asks if he feels no fear at all. Sang-yoon reminds her this consultation is his reward, and besides, he never sensed any intent to kill from her. Then he cracks the wall with sheer force and breaks his way out of the house, making it clear he won't die that easily. Iron-Blooded is stunned for a second, then bursts out laughing. In all her time there, no challenger has ever wrecked her home. Still, she says his nerve gives her hope, and offers him a mentorship contract. The sudden offer catches Sang-yoon completely off guard. Later, back in the 8th EA floor lobby, he immediately opens the contractor store. When he checks the contract, he realizes it was all real. He truly has an administrator as a mentor. He remembers Iron-Blooded saying she wasn't the type to throw away challengers who had talent and determination. A prompt asks him to sign the mentorship contract, and Sang-yoon accepts. That unlocks the contractor store, special points, and a bonus of +1 to all his stats. Before it ends, Iron-Blooded says she enjoyed meeting him, and hopes to see Pioneer Han again. Next, Sang-yoon opens the powers section of the store, and finds 3 options. He wonders how these compare to the unique power he got from level 8. He tries checking the other pages first, but access is locked. The system says those will open from the level 10 lobby onward. So for now, Sang-yoon can only look at these 3 powers. They are Iron Spirit, an A-rank power that boosts growth for all weapon skills by 2.32, Lord of Winter, which temporarily raises stats in cold places, and Clear-Headed, which lets the user stay rational no matter what. None of them seem amazing at first, and he thinks about saving up more SP. Even so, he decides to buy Clear-Headed. It should help him think straight even in the worst situations. He hopes it works as promised, and figures even a small boost to his survival odds is better than waiting. After all, he could run into another invader trial at any time. Once that's done, Sang-yoon heads into the 8th trial. This trial is an eradication mission. Kill the Lich who summoned the skeletons. With that, he enters the trial and is stunned to find himself on a cliff, looking down at countless skeletons. Sang-yoon takes a second to process it, and it's obvious he's badly outnumbered. Still, that doesn't bother him. He's ready to wipe them all out, so he dives straight into the horde of skeletons and quickly realizes they can't even scratch his armor. Then the slaughter starts, with Sang-yoon cutting off heads and smashing bones apart. As he tears through them, he thinks they'll need a lot more than basic skeletons to stop him, but he's disappointed to learn each kill only raises his skill proficiency by 0.08. He keeps destroying them, but once he sees this trial won't help much with growth, he decides to finish it fast. Suddenly, a voice echoes out, demanding to know who dares cause chaos in its sanctuary. Sang-yoon can tell it's coming from far away, so he summons the undead skeleton soldiers he controls, and they clean up the remaining skeletons. Even he's impressed. As enemies they were weak, but as allies they're actually pretty useful. Leaving them to handle the rest, he goes after the boss. Sang-yoon jumps up and uses Wind Grace, boosting his speed by 60%, and stacks that with his magic boots to launch himself forward at crazy speed. Once a castle comes into view, he finds the source. The skeleton boss is there. Sang-yoon faces the Skeleton King, who glares at him in fury, offended that a mere human dared enter his sacred ground. The king opens his book and starts casting, ready to punish Sang-yoon for his disrespect. That's when giant titans appear, and Sang-yoon realizes they're about as strong as the sand golem. The Skeleton King clearly expects him to panic at the sight. Instead, Sang-yoon gets cocky. He taunts the king, asking if this is really the best he can do. If those monsters are all he has, Sang-yoon says he's disappointed, then draws his dagger with a grin. The Skeleton King boils with rage and calls him a foolish mortal, swearing his loyal guardians will rip that insolent mouth apart. The titans charge in, stomping wildly as they try to crush him. Sang-yoon triggers instant acceleration and cuts their heads off in an instant. In a flash, he tears through the giants and closes in on the king, shattering its legs. At the same time, he's pleased to see his skill proficiency jump by 1.2 after absorbing the titans' souls. At least stronger undead give much better gains. The Skeleton King, who was talking so big before, is now helpless on the ground, and asks Sang-yoon what kind of monster he really is. In the king's head, Han looks like a grinning monster, mocking the leech for getting ahead of himself. Han steps in to finish him off, but stops. His eyes fall on the book. He remembers the leech used it to control those monsters, and a nasty little idea pops up. He could use that power to grind more proficiency. So Sang-yoon asks the leech if he can call those guardians again. The king can't figure out why a human would ask that. Han is about to write him off when the leech warns him not to come closer, and admits he actually can summon more. Han immediately asks how long it takes. The king says a few minutes after they die. Hearing that, Han orders the leech to summon them again right now. The king is confused. Those guardians couldn't even scratch someone like Sang-yoon. Han is done listening, and points his sword at the king. To save himself, the king hurriedly opens the book and calls out every guardian at once. A moment later, the monsters come pouring out. Han wipes them out right away. For the king, that should have been enough, but not for Han. He tells the leech they've barely started. Then he orders him to pull back the skeleton still standing, and use that power to summon more guardians instead. Han keeps waving his sword at him, forcing the king to keep working. Before long, the non-stop slaughter keeps going. The poor lich is worn down to the bone, wondering how much longer this nightmare will last, and regretting every choice that brought him here. Meanwhile, Han proves once again what kind of beast he is. He makes it clear this ends only when he says it does, then keeps cutting monsters down while his proficiency climbs with every kill. Not long after, his innate trait, Necromancy, hits 100% proficiency and ranks up. Now his Necromancy trait has reached grade C, and Han can't help but smile. The lich, completely broken, says Sang-yoon is the real monster, that even the devil would look at him in disgust. The Skeleton King swears to curse Han forever, even after death, as his body starts falling apart. Han realizes the king's bones crack every time he summons a guardian. He's on the edge of death. Han walks over, hoping the leash can hold out a little longer, but it's time to end it. The king calls him a vile human, and Han answers by cutting off his head in one clean strike. Right after that, he earns the achievement, The Devil May Weep. He absorbs the leash spirit, clears the 8th floor trial, and gets 30,000 points plus 700 special points. Then, he enters the level 9 lobby, where a notice tells him administrators can now watch the trials. He also learns that grade C skills are now available in the skill store. When Hen checks his status window, he finds out absorb skills has changed again. It's not just about taking skills anymore. Now he can absorb skill proficiency too. And after absorbing a dead spirit, he learns the exact chance of stealing a skill from it is 20%. To Han, the 8th floor felt easier than expected, but level 9 could be a whole different story, so he decides to prepare for anything. He looks at his dagger and knows it can still serve him for now, but his shield and weapon skill are the real issue. He's already hit the limit of hunter-style dagger, so if he wants to keep improving, he needs a new sword skill. With that in mind, he heads to the skill store, but none of the sword skills there seem worth buying, so if Sung-Yoon can't buy the right skill, he'll make one. He picks up basic sword fighting skills that improve his handling of all kinds of blades. Then he considers upgrading hunter-style dagger with skill synthesis, but first he checks what pairs well with it. Out of everything he has, basic sword fighting looks like the best match. Han combines hunter-style dagger with basic sword fighting. Since they're different grades, the grade D skill hunter-style dagger becomes the base, and there's a 75% chance the result will be a higher grade skill. A moment later, the synthesis goes through, and Han hits the jackpot. He creates Demon Slayer style, a grade C skill. Demon Slayer style triples his cutting power with a sword and doubles his attack speed against non-human enemies. Han quickly sees how much faster that will make him in those fights. This skill was clearly built for a hunter who lives to kill monsters. After that, Han decides to try synthesizing some of his other leftover skills too. Still, the pressure starts creeping in, and he has to remind himself this is basically gambling. So before doing anything reckless, he checks skill compatibility and success rates. As he tests different combinations, Sung-Yoon finds Ashen Blood and is stunned. It boosts his healing by 3 times, which already feels broken. It also cuts pain by 40% when he takes damage. The problem is, he can't really test it in the lobby because the lobby heals him anyway. Thinking about that, Han realizes he's come a long way from the days when spending 100 points felt expensive. So he turns off the lobby's automatic healing for 50 points. Since he already used up all the dead spirits from the 8th trial, he figures the protective shield shouldn't activate. Then he raises his sword and stabs his own hand several times to test the skill. Thanks to Ashen Blood, the wounds heal almost right away. Han is amazed. Now he has a way to recover from physical injuries without running back to the lobby. And with this healing plus his dead spirit shield, he really doesn't need a shield anymore. Even so, he keeps it because it means something to him. Next he opens the community, but nothing there looks worth his time. Since Han doesn't want to waste another second, he heads straight for the next trial. The 9th floor trial is called Arena. The goal is simple: kill every monster in the arena before time runs out. The reward is the skill Call of the Wild. Then a warning suddenly appears. A notification tells Han Sung-Yoon that the 9th floor is currently unsafe because a challenger from the martial arts world has invaded the trial. That invader has already taken over the trial objective. When Han arrives on the 9th floor, he finds the martial arts intruder waiting there, and it looks like the man already wiped out all the monsters. The old man introduces himself as Sun-Hak Baek, a senior elder of the Great Martial Alliance, and asks Han to state his own name. At the same time, the Tower of Trials updates the mission: kill Sun-Hak Baek of the martial arts world. Han asks why he wants his name, and Baek calmly says it's proper manners to share your name and title before a match. Han frowns and bluntly says the old man clearly didn't invade with good intentions, so introductions are pointless. Sun-Hak thinks the boy is narrow-minded and knows nothing about a warrior's honor. Inwardly, Sung-Yoon is sick of this nonsense and wonders why invaders from other worlds can't ever just be normal. Even so, Baek says he'll do things Han's way, since the boy refused basic courtesy. Then the invader flicks his sword, and the old man launches at him in an instant. Han activates Grace in the Wind, boosting it by 30, and meets Baek with shocking speed. He moves so fast it almost looks like there are 3 of him. Baek is forced back by the impact. Even he looks surprised, since he didn't expect to find skill like this in a world such as Han's. He admits he underestimated Han. Han isn't interested in the polite act, and tells him to drop it. After all, Baek came here to kill Sung-Yoon and take the reward. Han says it straight: this isn't some lesson in manners, it's a trial. With anger in his eyes, he tells the old man to stop acting like there are rules here, because hypocrites make him sick. Those words offend Baek, who decides the warriors of Han's world have no sense at all. Power surges out of Sun-Hak Baek, calling Han a nameless warrior. He bids him farewell as dark energy spreads out and explodes around them. At once, a panel warns Sung-Yoon that the enemy's innate trait, Swordshine, has blocked his vision for 5 seconds. And 5 seconds is more than enough to kill someone who can't defend himself. Han panics when everything goes dark, then quickly activates magic resistance. That skill reduces the duration of the blinding effect. Right after that, he activates Third Eye to sense attacks beyond what he can see. That's how Han catches the blade coming straight at him. He barely dodges, and the sword only skims past his shoulder and hair. Once the 5 seconds pass, Baek's vision blocking skill ends. Seongyun can finally see his enemy again. He activates Ashen Blood, relieved he survived that close call. Bae, clearly shaken, asks how this nameless warrior tracked his movement. Han answers by using Grace of Wind with a 50% boost and charging back in harder than before. Their blades crash together again and again as the fight heats up. Han spins and throws a kick, but the invader slips past it and counters with his sword. Han twists away in response, but in that instant, Sunhak Baek grabs his hand and stops his leg with the sword. The old man calls out Han's strange fighting style. Han pauses, realizing Baek is tougher than he first thought. What really bothers him is this: how can their stats seem similar when he's clearly the stronger one? Then Seongyun attacks again. Baek warns that he won't be holding back anymore. The old man uses that same trick again, his innate trait, Sword Shine. Han's sight is sealed for another 5 seconds, and he quickly uses the same counter as before to fight through it. But this time Han struggles, because Baek's attack speed suddenly jumps far higher than before. Han quickly uses Blessing of Iron through the wrought iron pendant. It lets his body soak up 10% of the physical damage, but it barely helps. Then Baek locks Han in place with a magic skill. A moment later, the invader's skill ends and the blindness fades. Han pulls back at just the right second, so Baek's swing does the least damage possible. His arm is still severed, but Han slams back hard and bites his own hand to trigger a healing skill. His arm regrows. Baek mocks him again, saying he first thought Han was a talented martial artist, but now he just looks like someone hiding behind borrowed powers. Han tightens his fist and tells the old man to look in the mirror. After all, he got his own innate trait from the tower too. Then Seongyun bursts forward like thunder and boosts Grace in the Wind by 70, telling Baek to stop acting like a hypocrite. Baek still keeps preaching, insisting a real swordsman doesn't depend on stolen abilities, even while using the tower's power himself. Fed up, Han rushes him with the dagger, but Baek catches it with his sword and demands to know if Han has any honor. Seongyun shoots back that maybe he doesn't, then asks how it feels to die to a cheap trick. Even Baek struggles to hold the attack back because Han is hitting that hard. Then the story shifts to Baek's thoughts as he recalls invading trials across countless worlds. With this very sword, he killed many players from other worlds. To him, people from Earth were usually weak in every way. Easy prey, like treasure sitting out in the open. He believed Earth players were so useless they couldn't even touch him, and with sword shine blinding them, he could finish them in one strike. This time though, things are different, and Baek's brief distraction gives Han an opening. Han's dagger slices through his hair. The cut hair falls over Baek's shoulder. Han finally lands real wounds, drawing blood from Baek's face. Right then, several admins appear in the panels, clearly impressed by Han Seongyun. Baek can't stand seeing that attention on Han. In a fury, he uses 2 birds 1 stone and doubles his speed. Out of pure anger, the old man starts stacking nearly every skill he has, and his aura turns fierce. Han lets out a small laugh and throws Baek's own words back at him. Weren't skills supposed to be cheap little tricks? Both fighters start pushing too far, and the system announces invasion penalties. Their stats drop by 8, and some skills are locked. Baek gets hit especially hard when 2 of his skills are shut down by force. Even so, the old man activates Sword Shine again. By now, Han has started reading his attack pattern, while Baek roars that this sneaky demonic fighter will be split in half. His anger explodes, and flames surge upward. Seongyun ducks under the sparks and activates Ultimate Triad, powering up his next 3 attacks. With that boost, Han forces his way in and finally turns the fight around. His brutal strike shatters Baek's treasured sword. Then Han drives the dagger through him. The power throws Han off balance, while Baek stumbles away in shock. Trembling, the old man calls his defeat impossible. A second later, his body splits in 2. After a long, brutal fight, the invader is destroyed, and Han smirks as he clears the 9th theft floor trial. Then he absorbs Sunhak Baek's spirit, raising his skill level by 27. He receives his trial reward too, but something is off. The prize doesn't match the difficulty, so the system adjusts it. Han had almost forgotten rewards could change. This time he gets the C-rank skill 6th Sense and 35,000 points, and he notes that 6th Sense is a little better than the original reward, Call of the Wild. After that, he heads to the 10th floor lobby to check things out. Before he can go far, a stack of panels appears in front of him as the admins praise his performance. That's when Han notices the message saying admins were watching his trials. So in that last battle, he managed to impress quite a few of them, and he figures he's earned the right to feel a little proud. Then, the admin Iron-Blooded steps in, unhappy with all the attention her contractor Han Seongyun is getting, and warns him not to get arrogant. Out of nowhere, the admin White shows up and says he wants to add power to Han's contractor store, leaving Han stunned that he's getting free strength. Iron-Blooded reluctantly allows him to accept it. Han wonders if there's a catch, but she says other admins can gift powers to contractors they want to build ties with. That only makes him more suspicious. Why would other admins want his favor when he already has a contract? So he asks if he'll be dealing with more of them later. White smiles shyly and says he'll meet quite a few, while Iron-Blooded dismisses their gifts as mediocre and not worth much. That just confuses Han more. If the gifts are only average, then the admins must want something back. Still, he decides not to refuse free help. White adds Intense Aura Sword to Han's contractor store and asks him to remember the favor, and Han says he'll make good use of it. With that done, Han enters the 10th floor lobby, the new shared area. Then he starts wondering if admins can still watch him there, so he calls out and asks if anyone is looking, but no one answers. Feeling weirdly flattered by all the attention, Han opens the contractor store. There he checks White's skill and learns it lets him pour magic into his sword to form a sword aura. He had thought it would be some average power, but it turns out to be way better than expected. Songyun also finds a list of new skills. This time the options are huge. Total Rejuvenation strengthens the user's bones for battle. Iron Blood Sword creates a magic sword of iron and blood without using the user's own magic, and Touch of Death doubles the effect of necromancy and black magic while slightly rotting the enemy's body. Even Han can tell these are major upgrades. The problem is that he's low on SP right now, so he can only afford Bodily Rejuvenation or Intense Sword Aura. So Han stops to think, buy now or save up more SP. He remembers how terrifying Sunhakbake was on the 9th floor. If he wants to survive monsters like that, he needs all the power he can get. So he buys Intense Sword Aura and tests it right away. Han raises his sword, and even Ultimate Triad starts feeding magic into it too. But this feels completely different. He figures Ultimate Triad forces magic through the blade like an explosion, while Sword Aura flows through it smoothly, almost like a river. After using it for a while, he learns that Intense Sword Aura increases magic exhaustion by 2% every minute. That means he'd hit 100% exhaustion in about 50 minutes. So he turns the skill off and decides to be a lot more careful with his magic from now on. Soon Han remembers the other reward from the 9th floor, Sixth Sense, which sharpens his instincts and helps him make better calls. After that, his thoughts turn to the community, and he wonders what players are saying about the new shared area. Inside the community, everyone is talking about the common area, and all the foreign players there. What grabs Sungyun's attention most is hearing that players can trade powers with admins. With so many people gathered here, he sees a real chance to make use of it, so he decides to visit the common area himself. A little later, Han is teleported into the common area. Not long after, a lone hunter arrives there too. Meanwhile, some Korean hunters quietly watch him. One guesses the guy is probably Korean. Another recognizes him as an A-rank hunter from South Korea. Then, the mood turns ugly when someone says he's sick of Korean hunters acting superior and asks if players can kill each other outside the common area. The A-rank hunter tries to leave, but suddenly magic energy hits him and slows his movements. The hunters who were hiding step out, and one of them throws over a sword. With no way out, the trapped hunter realizes these people think Korean hunters know everything about the hunter world. A bad feeling hits him. Since this isn't a trial, he never expected player killers here. One of the killers raises his sword at the young hunter just as a hunter dressed like a nun steps in and warns them to stop, or she'll expose them in the community chat. The thug agrees, but only if they accept one condition. With a nasty grin, he tells the girl hunter to take her clothes off. Then the killers order them to drop everything they have and obey if they want even a small chance to live. The girl is horrified by what they're demanding. One of the thugs gives up on waiting and reaches for her himself. Right then, someone walks up from behind. It's Sing-yun. He doesn't pay them any mind and keeps moving. The killer notices the cloaked stranger and calls out to him. The protagonist pulls back his hood. The thug quickly figures out he's Korean too. That ugly look in their eyes says it all, and they make the worst choice of their lives. All of them rush Songyun at once. He wanted to walk by without trouble, but now there's no avoiding it, so MC activates Juggernaut. Then, without warning, he also brings out his new skill, Intense Sword Aura. A magic blade appears, and Songyun reminds them they started this before getting ready to end it. Losing patience, he triggers instant acceleration. He bursts forward in a flash, and in the next moment, his dagger cuts through the lackey's necks like it's nothing. With a cold grin, he charges straight at the last one. The killer panics and throws up an ice shield. Sing-yun smashes through it in one hit. Terror takes over, and the coward begs the protagonist to spare him. He doesn't. MC drives the dagger through his throat, killing the last of the three. Afterward, he absorbs their souls and raises his proficiency by 6.4. The girl hunter apologizes, saying she wanted to help, but the fight ended too fast. As she leaves, the boy asks Sing-yun if he's a ranker, and he gives a small nod. After all, he's always stayed in the top 10 of the leaderboard. The boy is relieved and grateful. Without him, he would have died. The protagonist brushes it off and tells him to be careful, though he admits to himself he didn't step in out of kindness alone. He moved because those thugs were likely coming for him next. Just as Sing-yun is about to leave, the boy stops him with a strange request. He asks if he can keep the bodies, Then he explains that if MC lets him have them, he'll give him a power for free, as thanks for saving his life. Naturally, he isn't turning down a free power. After that, the boy uses Devourer on the corpses. True to his word, he sends the protagonist one of his powers, Wings of Steel, and it gets added to his contractor store. The protagonist is more than happy with the new gain. The boy explains that the skill lets him summon wings on his back and float in the air. Singyun says he'll make good use of it. Deep down, he's already eager to test it in the lobby. At the same time, the admins start fighting over Han the 1,100th, each wanting him on their side. The Lord of Iron and Blood makes it clear she doesn't like others eyeing her contractor. He is confused by how much noise everyone is making over him. Still, seeing how badly the admins want players, he becomes sure they need something from them, and figures he'll learn what it is soon enough. With that thought, he heads deeper into the common area with the hunter boy. On the way, the boy explains that the common area has 3 main parts: the arena, the auction house, and the casino. He also says 3 other worlds have invaded the trials in their worlds so far: Ares, Muram and Kalyan. According to him, challengers from Ares follow something like a knight's code. The ones from Muram are similar, but more aggressive. Kalyan, meanwhile, is home to races like elves, fairies, and beastkin. Hearing that, Singyun finally connects the dots. The Black Knight came from Ares, and White Crane was from Muram. The information about those worlds catches him off guard. The boy smiles and says he learned all of this by using his questions wisely. A little later, they reach the common area, and the boy gives the protagonist his business card just in case. Singyun is stunned to learn the boy is actually a team leader in the Association Challenger Management Team. Then they step into the common area, packed with activity. The boy looks excited, and tells MC he's heading to the auction room. He just smirks, because he's going to the arena instead. A moment later, he enters the arena, and it feels more like a giant arcade. The whole place is buzzing with excitement. Seeing it, the admins get nostalgic and fired up by the energy in the arena. Singyun takes a seat, and the arena system opens up. It asks him to choose between bets and duels. He taps the help button first. The guide explains that the arena has 2 menus. In bets, players can wager points on other people's matches, and either win or lose depending on the result. That makes Songyun realize the people earlier were watching their bets play out. The duel menu works differently. Players can fight other challengers for prizes. Once both sides agree, each player sees the other's real name and leaderboard rank. A duel can also have rewards on the line, like a power or a skill, and both fighters are sent to the Colosseum for the match. In short, the whole arena is built around what's at stake in each duel. With that in mind, the protagonist starts looking around for something interesting. At the same time, a lot of hunters there are focused on Catherine. She's the Inferno Witch, and the players are excited to see the famous hunter from the States in person. Meanwhile, Catherine Bennett is getting annoyed because she can't find anyone brave enough to duel her, and she suspects her record is scaring them off. She figures more challengers would step up if her win count were hidden. Catherine is ranked 6th on the leaderboard with 17 wins, and even the Master of Flame mocks how cowardly everyone is. Catherine clearly agrees. She's just about done with the arena from pure boredom when a new notification makes her turn. It's a duel request from Songyun, who has 0 wins. Catherine is impressed that a rookie would boldly pick her for his first match, and she grins. Then she accepts and enters the Colosseum. The two face off, and Catherine respects MC's nerve for choosing her first. Even so, the duel begins. She gets cocky right away and tells him to treat this as a lesson. Fire magic starts pouring out from her, and Catherine activates Birth of Fire. A huge wave of flame forms and rushes after Songyun. He dodges the burning attack. Catherine already acts like it's over, but he flips the whole fight when he activates Sword Chi Master. In an instant, he cuts the giant fireball apart. Catherine is stunned by what she sees. Songyun mocks her words about this being a learning experience. Now he's the one about to teach her something. Elsewhere, an administrator watches Han the protagonist's duel through a water mirror. She's pleased to see he's already gotten so good with sword aura. Smiling, she thinks giving Songyun that power was a brilliant move. From here on, she plans to get close to him before the other admins can. She even hopes Han might be the one who can fix her past failures and finally make her dream come true. Back in the Colosseum, Catherine sends multiple fireballs at MC, and he dodges them using instant acceleration. He leaps up and slices through the flames, but as he moves away, his assassin cloak catches fire and almost burns up. He drops back down, realizing that without grace and the wind, the cloak's effect alone isn't enough to keep him airborne. The pressure keeps building as Catherine prepares more flames, ready to see how long he can keep up. The Lord of Iron and Blood watches the spreading fire with amusement, and the other admins are impressed by Catherine's flame power too. Songyun answers by using intense sword aura through his dagger, cutting through the incoming fire. But every minute he keeps that skill active, his magic exhaustion rises. He realizes this fight will only get harder if it drags on. At that moment, he absorbs Soundhawk Beg's dead spirit, boosting all his stats. He also gains the old man's electric sword aura skill. It charges sword aura with electricity, adds lightning damage, and lets the user launch a sword wave. Sung-Yun isn't fully sure what that means, but he guesses it's a long-range attack made with sword aura. While he's thinking it over, Catherine snaps at him to stop daydreaming. He comes back to his senses and sees blazing arrows hanging above him, waiting to strike. The fire arrows chase him relentlessly, and the protagonist keeps moving to avoid them. They come at him from every direction. Then he activates Ashen Blood, gambling on making it work on the first try. Even so, he goes for it, figuring this is the perfect chance to practice. Sung-Yun raises his sword toward the flames and activates 2 sword aura powers at the same time. His dagger opens into a stronger aura, and as he swings the weapon, a bright savage burst of power erupts and rips straight through the blazing sphere. While Catherine is still stunned by what she just saw, she suddenly realizes that the attack is coming right at her. She throws up a wall of fire to block it and gets ready to counter, but Sung-Yun ruins that plan by slipping behind her and pressing his sword to her neck. Terrified, Catherine Bennett gives up. Just like that, Catherine admits defeat, and Han wins the duel along with a C-rank skill called Gale Force. Back in the arena, he's amused because he only meant to use her as practice for his sword aura. Still, she pushed him more than he expected, and even burned his cloak to ashes. After that, he makes a note of Catherine's name and checks the new skill he got, but it feels like a ripoff, since Gale Force only works with thrusting attacks. He checks his record, sees another win, and knows he's far from done. Sung-Yun's next match is against Yuji Owaki, the player ranked 11th on the Japanese server. As soon as the duel starts, Yuji says he was excited to face Korea's 3rd-ranked player, then immediately mocks Han as a weak bum in rags. Han laughs off the trash talk, which only makes Yuji angrier. MC even finds it funny that they were both thinking the same thing, and the Japanese player twitches with rage and suddenly lunges at Han with his spear, cursing at him. The surprise strike nearly kills Sung-Yun, and he realizes this must be normal for players from the Japanese server. In his head, Han Sung-Yun chuckles and thinks he's gotten seriously overpowered. He even mocks Yuji for only being Japan's 11th best, saying this fight feels way too easy, and his arrogance starts to take over. Han goes too far and deliberately drives his dagger into Yuji, drawing blood. Yuji takes massive damage, and Sung-Yun wins the duel with no trouble at all. That grin says everything. Han starts treating his enemies like a pile of free skills, crushing them one after another so easily that he earns the title Master Duelist. Then the story shifts to the Murim, the Central Plains land of martial artists. There, a servant reports to his young master that Great Elder Sun Hukbaek has died. The last message from the Great Elder said he had found a new lead connected to a. Before he can finish, something rushes toward them, and heavy footsteps pound closer. A dragon-like beast appears. The young master, who had been meditating, says it's been 5 years since he stopped climbing the tower. His sword flies into his hand like a loyal pet, and the young master moves in one smooth motion. With a single strike, he drives his blade into the monster's head and kills the huge beast instantly. The servant is shocked that his master took down a divine beast so easily, proving just how terrifying his power really is. The swordsman pulls his blade free and says this world, Earth, is interesting. Then he orders the servant to use every method possible to learn who killed Elder Baek, so he can take revenge. Later, Han returns to the lobby and feels relieved as his tiredness fades away. He's overwhelmed by the power he ended up getting by chance. Wings of Steel, a skill that lets him fly. Just thinking about it gets Han excited. Too bad the skill costs 500 special points, and right now he doesn't have any SP left, so he moves on to skill synthesis. After an hour of careful planning, Sung-Yun combines several skills. The new results are Shield of Retribution for defense, Silent Shadow Steps for movement speed, and Wild Sword Flurry for attack speed. Along with 2 C-rank skills, he also manages to get a B-rank one, Shield of Retribution. When Han activates the B-rank skill, he quickly sees how impressive it is. Soon after, Sung-Yun enters the 10th floor trial. The goal is to stop the resurrection of the Abyss-stricken Lord within 3 hours. The reward is a skill proficiency potion, and failure means death. This trial is a team mission, with teammates chosen by leaderboard rank. The top 4 players are placed on one team. Rank 1, Kim Sung-hoon. Rank 2, Chun Suk-oh. Rank 3, Han Sung-yoon. And Rank 4, Princess Sudi. A 30-minute prep period begins, so the team can work together before facing the boss. The tower gives this time to build teamwork. Rank 1, Sung-hoon, seems uneasy about a group trial, while Chun-suk, ranked 2nd, is happy to see him taking trials again. Meanwhile, Hen meets the top 2 players and assumes they've already run into each other in an earlier trial. While Kim and Chun-suk are talking, the blonde player in 4th place suddenly points at Hen in a panic, saying he saw him back on level 4. Kim Sung-hoon realizes that ranks 3 and 4 have met before, and from the blonde guy's reaction, it clearly wasn't a good meeting. Weirdly, the blonde player starts shaking and says Sung-yun is the huntsman from the level 4 group trial. He goes on to call Han a murderer, who gets stronger by earning kill achievements. Then, we learn that Seon Jin Kim, also known as Sudeep Winces, is a compulsive liar, so tricking people comes naturally to him. He starts fights however he can, and profits from the chaos. In other words, he steals rewards by dragging everyone else into conflict. That's how he survives. Even inside the strange world of the tower, his lies work just as well. Still, the admin false clown laughs at contractor Seon Jin Kim's pride. And honestly, that admin fits someone as twisted as Sudeep Winces. Han can feel the malice coming off him, but Sudeep Winces takes Song Yoon's reaction as a sign that he caught him off guard, and decides to push harder. Using that dirty trick, the blonde player accuses Han Song Yoon of killing his own teammates in cold blood. Han thinks the claim is absurd, and just as he tries to defend himself, Kim says a united team of 3 is better than a broken team of 4. The rank 1 player makes it clear this trial is too serious to take chances on, and he asks who is telling the truth. Kim decides the liar will be removed. The air turns tense, and Han figures that if this goes badly, he may have to fight all 3 of them at once. Then Chun-suk steps in and changes everything. He's the only one thinking clearly, and since Sudeep Winces claims to have met the rank 3 hunter, Chun-suk turns the trap back on him. He points out that the nickname system only started in the level 5 lobby, so if Sung Jin really met the huntsman before that, he should know Han's real name. If he can give the real name, that would prove they actually met before. But Sudeep Winces gets cocky, and confidently says the hunter's name is Cheelman Lee. He's so sure of himself because he thinks nobody can prove who they are in this place. So Chun-suk calls Han Cheelman and asks if he has anything to say. That's when everything flips. Han pulls out his hunter license. He thinks this whole thing is ridiculous, but now he's glad he bought it after returning to Earth. With that, he shows his real name, and Sudeep Winces freezes in shock. Now that the truth is obvious, Kim Sun-hoon knows exactly who needs to be eliminated. Even the admins laugh at that weak lie and enjoy watching him fail. It's especially funny that the admin messiah of lies calls him pathetic. Lee Song-joon is in serious trouble, but Han steps in and says he appreciates rank 1 player Sun-hoon's offer. Still, he wants to handle this himself. Han admits he's really angry now, and Sung-han lets him take over. Meanwhile, Sudeep Winces wonders if this is going to be a one-on-one fight. Then his nasty side shows again. He thinks he may have ruined his image with the other 2, but if he kills Sun-han Kim, they won't have a choice but to keep him alive, since they can't risk a 4-man trial with only 2 people. Sudeep Winces grins to himself, while Han is almost amused by the story he made up, and expects Lee Song-joon to answer for his lies. But the cocky blonde refuses to back down and says all he has to do is survive. Sudeep Winces opens his spellbook and makes it clear that Sung-han isn't the only fighter here. He sends out swamp spirit tendrils that wrap around Han's feet and crawl up his legs. Han tears through them instantly with his magic resistance skill. Then Sung Yoon charges straight at that bastard, and the 4th-ranked player gets annoyed that Han has anti-magic. Sudeep Winces throws up a shield, and when it collides with Sun-hun's sword energy, the ground shakes and splits. Even rank 1 decides it's smarter to stay back. Chun-suk, on the other hand, is enjoying the show, until Sun-hun gets tired of his complaining and drags him away while he cries about it. Elsewhere, the 4th-ranked player fires a barrage of tracking magic orbs at Han. Han dodges every one of them, and drives a solid punch into the blonde guy's stomach. The guy slides back, but he starts to grin, thinking he's already turned the huntsman into prey. Han glances behind him, and spots charged magic orbs there. For a second, he wonders if they're the same orbs Sung-hun fired earlier. Then they pour down in a storm of lightning and strike Han directly. The rank 4 player gets excited, thinking that jerk finally got what he deserved. But his eyes widen in shock when Han comes out unharmed and activates the red shield. His new skill, Shield of Retribution, absorbs the hit. Sung Yoon asks what's wrong. They've barely started. Did this guy really just get his own trick turned back on him? Sung-hun is stunned that his spell was stopped so easily. He goes after the lying coward as he tries to hide. He even cuts through the rocks to track him down. While that's happening, Chun-suk asks Sung-hun if he knows anything about player Han, the protagonist. Sung-hun says he's never seen that name in the hunter rankings, so Chun-suk guesses the protagonist might not have been a hunter in the outside world. That makes Chun-suk wonder, can a normal person really become this strong? Sung-hun says it should be impossible unless you're one of the top hunters. What shocks him even more is that MC still isn't going all out. He even considers that he might be on his level. That catches Chun-suk off guard. Even so, he points out that Han is still 2 ranks below him on the leaderboard. Sung-hun says it's just a guess, but Sung-yoon may have had terrible teammates in the group trials. If that's true, then his real strength was judged way too low. Meanwhile, the protagonist drags that rat out of hiding and drives a dagger through his arm. The blonde guy screams as blood pours down his arm. Watching the fight, Sung-hun is amazed. MC beat him without killing him, and made it look easy. Sudeep Winces gets humbled fast and is forced to face his own twisted logic. He begs for his life and tries to make Sung-yeon believe they can't clear the trial without him. Then he spins another lie, claiming the tower won't let them pass if one teammate is gone. He looks to the other two for their opinion, but they tell him to do whatever he wants. Right then, Sung-hun suddenly swings at Han. Sung-yun dodges like he expected it, and that makes Sung-hun snap. Han rushes in with his dagger and slashes, but it only hits Sung-hun's magic illusion. The blonde fighter jumps back and uses his unique skill, Last Surprise. It boosts all his stats by 10. He didn't want to waste his final trump card, but now he goes wild, cursing Han and swearing to kill him. His spell summons chains that slam against Shield of Retribution. Then Sung-yun uses Grace of the Wind, raising all his speed by 40. The chains crash down around him, but he comes out untouched and says they'd be safer doing this trial with 3 people than with trash like him. That was the answer the protagonist wanted, and the liar immediately lashes out again. Then MC unleashes all the stored damage from Shield of Retribution. A blinding flash ends Sung-hoon Kim. In the end, that was fitting for a liar like him. Afterward, Sung-yun takes his skill, the Vampire Count's old tailcoat. He actually needs it. His cloak was burned up. It's a special coat that makes a blood-red barrier using stamina, or the user's blood. He also gets the Sanguine Demon Sword, a blade wrapped in a bloody aura that helps move demonic chi through blood paths. Yun thanks Sung-hoon for the sword at least, and then Sung-hoon and Chun-suk jump down to join him. Chun-suk can't stop talking about how amazing that fight was, while Sung-hoon says it's finally over. Then the system warns them to get ready. The next trial is about to begin. The 3 of them head out, and on the way they pass a huge statue of a horseman. Chun-suk jokes that he hopes it doesn't suddenly come alive, but Sung-hoon says that's totally possible. This is the Tower of Trials, after all. Just then, Sung-yun studies the statue and feels something bad about it. Later, they reach the trial area, lit by blue crystals, and find 3 more eerie statues wrapped in chains. In front of them stands a suit of armor without a head, and they think it must be the Abyss-stricken Lord. Then the 10th trial starts. The system announces that Abyssal Guards will appear, and the players must stop the resurrection of the Abyss-stricken Lord. A moment later, everything starts shaking, and the Abyssal Guards break free of their chains and surround the trio. Sing-hoon is ready to treat it like a warm-up, but Sing-yoon tells them to focus on the guards. He explains that the guards are carrying their lord's head on their backs, and they have to stop them from bringing it over. It sounds simple enough, so the rank 1 player suggests they each take 1 guard. With that, the 3 strongest hunters charge the statue guards. The guards stomp forward with heavy steps, each carrying a huge sword. Sung-hoon tries to finish his guard in 1 strike with sword aura, and swings at it, but when the guard swings back, it forces Sung-yoon to retreat. He stares at the Abyssal Guard, and realizes these things won't go down easily. Then he checks on the others. Sung-hoon is facing a guard with a weapon like his, and even he gets smashed back by its raw strength. As that guard runs toward the Abyss Lord, a loud explosion goes off, and the top-ranked player bursts out of the rubble with his magic weapon. Sung-hoon realizes all these guards are boss-level monsters, and warns the others not to get careless. Chun-suk talks through that hat of his, and teases Sung-hoon for getting caught like that. He fixes the hat on his head, saying he won't take it off because it ruins his style. For once, he actually gets serious. Now that this guard made him wear that stupid thing, it's done for. Chun-suk summons his signature magic bow and arrow. He fires 3 arrows that explode on impact, but the guard dodges and leaps at him. Chun-suk says rushing a long-range caster is the obvious move, if he were just a normal mage anyway. Watching the other 2 fight, Sung-yoon realizes they're nothing like weak challengers, and that only fires him up more. Now he can focus fully on his own battle. So, Han avoids the guard's sword as it slams into the ground, sending rocks flying. He spins and kicks those rocks straight at the guard. Then Sung-yoon uses Wind Grace, boosting his speed by 50, but instead of attacking right away, he runs past the guard and steps on its shadow. That activates Silent Shadow Steps, raising blade attack speed by 10. In one motion, he leaps up and slashes down with his dagger charged in lightning, tearing the guard's mask apart. At the same time, Sung-hoon uses lightning strikes to destroy his guard's mask, and Chun-suk lands a powerful hit that splits his guard's head in half. But unexpectedly, the 3 statues escape. The statues get away. Sung-hoon figures it's because their lord's head was destroyed, so they can't revive him yet. The team decides to press the advantage and rush after them. As they chase the guards, a sudden rumble makes Sung-yoon look over. The Abyssal Guards were actually heading for the mounted statue near the entrance. Then, to everyone's shock, that statue comes alive, and with the guard's help, leaps toward the Abyss Lord. The mounted guard turns everything around when it jumps off the horse carrying a mask to place on the Lord's neck. Sing-hoon runs as fast as he can, but Sing-yoon realizes they're too far away to reach it in time on foot. At that critical moment, he uses his final option and throws everything he has into one move. Han hurls his dagger with crushing force, and it smashes the mask to pieces. Chun-suk calls it a nice shot, but the horse knight cries out in disbelief and picks up the crown that fell from the broken mask. Furious, the horse knight puts on the crown. What happens next shocks everyone. The horse knight cuts its own throat. The players rush in to stop it, but they're too late. the knight tears off its own head and places it on the Lord's body. As the hunters charge in, a violent wave of blood-red energy bursts out and slams into them, fulfilling the final condition for the Abyss Lord's resurrection. Xing-yun is left speechless. Now the hidden objective appears: defeat the Abyss-stricken Lord. The system says the boss nullifies all damage through invulnerability, and only a challenger with higher average stats can hurt it. Han, the protagonist, wonders just how strong this monster really is. Meanwhile, the Abyss Lord summons a sword and gives off a terrifying presence the moment it grips it. Its sword slams into the ground with enough force to tear everything apart. All three jump back to avoid the blast. Xing-yun is shaken. They can't even damage this thing, so how are they supposed to beat it? A moment later, the boss turns toward MC. He runs for his life as the Lord swings, and the blade almost skewers him. He barely escapes with minor damage, and curses himself for reacting too slowly. Then he looks at the Abyssal guards, and suddenly something clicks. Sang-hoon and Chun-suk rush over to ask if he's okay. Sang-hoon says they need a way to kill the boss, and suggests dealing with the guards first. Then Han asks them for a favor. Can they keep the boss busy for a while? Still, Sang-yoon Han says that makes no sense. Since the boss can't be hurt right now, it's smarter to wipe out the guards first. Then he tells them he already has a plan to kill that thing. Kim sees the resolve in the protagonist's eyes and chooses to trust him. Even so, he warns that they can't hold the boss back for long, so Han needs to move fast. With that settled, Kim and Chun-suk go off to keep the boss busy. That leaves Han to deal with the guards charging at him. Sang-yoon Han fires off Lightning Strike, but it does nothing to the Abyss Lord. Then the monster uses Lordly Grace, forcing everyone to kneel and making them unable to move without its command. The two strongest players are slammed to the ground, stuck bowing before it. The Lord swings its sword, and the raging force rushes toward them, while Chun-suk and Kim can't dodge at all. Kim uses magic resistance to loosen the effect enough to move, then steps in front of Chun-suk to shield him. The rank 1 player takes the hit head-on. Blood spills from his mouth, and he collapses into Chun-suk's arms. Neither of them can withstand the Lord's crushing power, and Chun-suk drags his dying friend away. The Lord raises its sword to finish them both. Just before the blow lands, Han rushes in and saves them with Shield of Retribution. He apologizes for taking so long, then absorbs the souls of the guards he just killed. That permanently boosts all his stats. Right after that, Han unleashes the damage stored in Shield of Retribution. He also turns on Sword Aura, covering his blade in deadly power. Then he leaps forward and swings wildly, and the aura slams into the boss, cracking its body. The monster roars and uses Lordly Grace again to lock everyone in place. Even Han is forced down to one knee under that pressure. Grinding his teeth, he activates two skills, Juggernaut and Magic Resistance. Together, they break the movement seal completely. Han pushes through the Lord's power, and that feat upgrades 3 of his skills, Juggernaut, Magic Circulation, and Magic Circulation. The Lord swings back, and Han grins like he's gone mad, as he blocks with his shield. He knows this fight could really kill him, but he still can't stop smiling. Han understands why. He wants to win. More than that, he loves throwing himself into danger if it means getting stronger. That urge burns deep inside him. Watching from the side, Chun-suk asks brother Kim if he's seeing this too, because Song-yoon might be the real deal. Kim Sung-hoon, the top ranker, admits it feels strange to watch from the sidelines for once. Still, he says Han deserves praise. He's more than earned his place near the top. Back in the fight, the Lord's power keeps hammering against Shield of Retribution, but that's exactly what Han wants. Once the shield stores enough damage, he plans to shrink the blast range, so every bit of force hits harder. Then he finally releases all that stored damage through the shield. Han Song-yoon smiles as he activates Grace of the Wind, boosting all speed by 70% and completing the overlap effect. Then he stacks Wild Sword Flurry on top of it, adding even more speed to his sword attacks. Moving like a monster, Han cuts across the boss's neck and takes its head off in one strike. At last, the trial target, the Abyss-stricken Lord, is defeated. It seems the Lord of Iron-Blooded is captivated by what she sees, convinced her player's potential might have no limit. Most players climbing the tower do everything they can to remove even the smallest risk. They crawl upward one floor at a time and spend endless time preparing. Han, the 1,100th, is nothing like them. His talent is rare anywhere, and he acts like someone driven by a strange force that demands he become stronger. And honestly, that's exactly what's happening. According to the Lord of Iron-Blooded, the problem is simple. The higher Han climbs, the more other administrators will start noticing him. So she makes sure her bond with Sung-yoon stays ahead of all her rivals. She's chasing a long-held goal of her own, and in that way, she's a lot like him. He defeats the Dark Monarch and clears the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward, a skill proficiency potion is placed in his inventory. He also gains 60,000 points, 1,000 SP, and another 1,000 SP for clearing it. Since the protagonist contributed the most to the special mission, he gets a huge extra SP reward too, and he's pleased with the payout. Chun-suk is stunned and can't believe Sung-yoon pulled it off. Han simply says he had a skill he could use and got lucky. Sung-hoon points at MC and admits he's surprised him again and again. He says they'll talk more later, sends him a friend request, and heals his injuries. Challenger Kim Soo-hun and Oh Chun-suk both add him as a friend, and then they go their separate ways. Since more than 1,000 people have cleared the 10th trial, the system expands. A new store category, dimensional travel, is unlocked, letting him move to other dimensions. He figures that means places like Ares or Murim, but to him, that sounds like suicide. The system also tells him that an administrator's observation domain and interference domain now reach Earth's dimension. That means he can talk to an administrator in the lobby, and even visit an administrator's territory to make extra contracts. There's a catch though. He can only make one additional contract, and once it's made, that slot is locked unless he cancels it. Han thinks it over for a while, then decides to sort through the rewards he got from the 10th floor. First is the Skill Proficiency Potion, which raises a chosen skill's proficiency by 20 when used. After he drinks it, the system asks which skill he wants to improve. Without hesitating, Han chooses Wind's Grace. The system confirms it. Wind's Grace gains 20 proficiency, reaches 100, and ranks up by 1 level. After that, Sung-yoon absorbs the soul of the Dark Monarch, permanently raising his strength, agility, stamina, magic power, and durability. He also gains a new skill called Mana Management, and it looks incredibly useful. Before he can think more about it, 2 administrators invite him to their territories at the same time, White Crane Swordmaster and Iron-Blooded Monarch. That puts Han in an awkward spot. It almost feels like getting asked out by 2 people at once. In the end, Sung-yoon accepts and heads to Iron and Blood territory. There, he meets the Lord of Iron-Blooded, who greets him with a confident laugh. She says she knew he would pick her, and reveals she won a bet because of him. Han quickly realizes that simultaneous invitation was all part of that bet. Noticing what she's wearing, the protagonist asks if she isn't cold. Then he asks about the mana management skill he just got, wondering if there's anything important he should know. The administrator says it's an excellent skill and gives him a quick lesson before they go inside. She tells him to draw out all the magic power in his body as hard as he can using mana management. When Sung-yoon does, his mana circuit reacts strongly to the skill. Mana management forcefully expands it, and an absurd amount of mana floods through his body. Han tests that power, and the burst of wind blows away the thin cloth covering the administrator. Sung-yoon ends up seeing everything. Later, while they eat, the white-haired woman says she can't believe he's that shameless. Flustered, Han hurriedly insists it was a misunderstanding. She just laughs and tells him that when he has time, he should try activating each of his magic skills one by one with mana management. As he learns the skill better, each of those magic skills should level up too. Still confused, Han asks why she called him here, and whether she knows about the system expanding when he entered the 11th floor lobby. The administrator replies that she can come here even without the tower. She adds that this isn't why interference domain was added. The real reason is to let administrators actively raise their challengers. When Han still doesn't get it, the Iron-Blooded Monarch shows him by using interference domain and granting him an authority. That new authority is Iron-Blooded Sword, and it's carved directly into his soul. Overwhelmed, Han asks if she can just hand out authorities like that. She firmly says no, which only confuses him more. The white-haired monarch says she's done enough to earn the tower's approval for this. Even then, Han can't understand why she's helping him so much, or why she chose him. That's when the administrator admits she sees great potential in him, and explains that administrators are rewarded for raising their challengers. But it isn't kindness. They invest in challengers because of their own deepest wishes. Sung-joon starts to ask what she means by that earnest wish, but before they can go on, the administrator White Crane Swordmaster sends invitation after invitation, calling him over again and again. Seeing how impatient that other administrator is, the Lord of Iron-Blooded ends the talk and says goodbye to Han. Sung-joon accepts the invitation and is transported to the administrator's territory, the forest. He looks around and decides this place is perfect for training. Since Iron-Blooded told him about a new method, he wants to try it right away. So he activates mana management. Right away, his 3 laceration skill gains 8 proficiency. Instant acceleration gets pushed up, and even ranks up to B. Counter shield also gains 7 proficiency from mana management. Then Han tries using Sword Chi too, but mana management doesn't trigger it. That throws him off, because it feels really strange. A system message reminds him that White Crane Swordmaster is waiting for him, so he stops there and heads over. On the way, Han Sung-joon imagines the admin must be an old man because of that title, but when he arrives, a beautiful white-haired girl is waiting for him. She introduces herself as the admin, White Crane Swordmaster. Han is completely stunned. White Crane asks if something's wrong, and he quickly says no. He's just amazed to finally meet the admin he's only talked to through messages. She invites him to sit so they can talk. The moment Sung-joon sits down, he feels refreshed. Now he gets why she sits here instead of using a chair. She tells him she's been watching over him from this spot ever since his fight to the death with Bak Sun-hak on the 9th floor. Sung-joon asks why she would give her authority to a challenger she'd only met once, saying it seems like a waste. The admin firmly shuts that down and says he needs to understand his own value. She explains that even Great Elder Bake couldn't reach Lightning Sword Chi, despite once being a famous swordsman in Murim. He also lost part of his strength after entering the tower, so beating someone like him was a huge accomplishment. Then she reveals that Bake was actually her contractor, so Han has no reason to downplay what he did. That leaves Han Songjun speechless, and he starts wondering if she might resent him. White Crane cuts that thought off at once. She tells him not to ruin the mood and says Bake was simply an easy way for her to earn points. She goes on to say she's made contracts with many challengers before, but never invited any of them here. Songjun is the only exception. Then she gets straight to the point and offers him another contract. Han asks what he would gain from agreeing. She says that if he accepts, she'll make him the disciple of Administrator White Crane Swordmaster. When Songjun asks what that really means, she explains that an administrator can choose only one disciple in their entire life. In the tower, being an administrator's disciple means making a special kind of contract. On top of that, a disciple can buy all of that administrator's authorities. Hearing that, Han Songjun realizes just how big this offer is. He even thinks about Iron-Blooded, who never explained any of this to him even though he's already her disciple. Songjun points out that an extra contract can be ended at any time, then asks why she would offer a once-in-a-lifetime contract when it seems so bad for her. She says she's doing it to fulfill her earnest wish. Just like Iron-Blooded, she has her own reason. She needs the sharpest sword, a perfect sword that never bends and never dulls, and she believes Han Songjun could become that sword. Still, Han is hung up on one thing, the phrase earnest wish. Iron-Blooded used those same words before, so he finally asks what it means. White Crane Swordmaster explains it for him. An administrator's earnest wish comes from regrets in their past. Those regrets are tied to their memories, and at the same time, the tower turns them into a special authority for admins. Like the Tower of Trials itself, it's a kind of trial that only contracted challengers can receive, and if it's fulfilled, the challenger gets a reward. She tells him that if her earnest wish is granted, Han Songjun will be able to change the past. That shocks him so much he can barely process it. He can't believe something that impossible could really happen. But the administrator says he'll learn whether she's telling the truth by continuing to climb the tower. That answer is enough for Songjun, though he still has one more question. He hesitates then asks it anyway. How far does he need to climb to make her earnest wish come true? White Crane Swordmaster gets a little shy as she answers, the lobby of the highest floor in the Tower of Trials. In the end, the contract is made. The administrator is thrilled by his choice and says he definitely won't regret it. Han Songjun is now recognized as White Crane Swordmaster's true disciple. Because of that, Murim-based authorities and skills become 10% stronger, and his mana rises by 3. Now he has 2 administrator discipleships, and he knows he couldn't pass up a chance to get stronger this fast. But then the admin asks if Iron-Blooded told him anything else about the person searching for him. Songjun says no. That gives the admin a headache. She can't figure out what Iron-Blooded is thinking, because it looks like she trusts him completely. White Crane says she trusts him too, but there's something he needs to know. The catch is that telling him will use up all of his question vouchers, and she asks if he's okay with that. Songjun agrees without a problem. He'd just been saving them, and had no real use for them anyway. Then, all of Challenger Han's question vouchers are used up. The administrator begins by telling him that in the Murim dimension, there is a major force called the Murim Alliance. Bake, the man Han killed on the 9th floor, held a high position there as a High Elder. Because of that, someone in Murim is now looking for him. Han immediately goes into denial, because the last thing he wants is someone from the Murim Alliance hunting him down. But the administrator says that's not the full story. Right now, the Murim Alliance is in chaos, because everyone is fighting over the empty High Elder seat. When Han wonders who still wants him dead, the white-haired admin tells him it's the Sword Dragon from the Namgung family in Tokyo. Shinjuku's Blue Heaven Sword Dragon, Namgung Hyuk. He's a genius who made a huge name for himself among martial artists, who spent centuries in the Murim dimension. Revenge is the reason on the surface, but deep down, he's really after Han because he's curious. The administrator warns Songyun that she doesn't know when it will happen, but if he ever faces Namgung Hyuk, he'll need to be ready to bet his life on it. After that, MC is sent back to the 11th floor lobby, where he thinks over everything he just learned, that Murim's crazed killer is after him. He buys the authority Wings of Steel C and Return Stone F. Then he decides to power up as much as possible, before he runs into Namgung Hyuk, his bloodthirsty enemy. Songyun uses a return stone to go back to Earth. There, he sees a flood of messages and missed calls from Hyun, and starts wondering if something happened. He activates Wings of Steel and heads for the Hunter Association. People there are already talking about a major incident in Japan. When Han Songyun arrives by air, everyone is left staring, wondering if he really just flew in. Inside, Haeyeon and her senior greet him and apologize for bothering him while he was in the tower. After a few quick formalities, he asks what happened since they called him in so urgently. Haeyeon tells him something huge happened in Japan, and she was scared he'd rush there by himself the moment he heard. Instead of explaining it with words, her senior decides to show him body cam footage, because the situation is that bad. The video came from a Japanese hunter, and was shared by Japan. It was recorded in Shinjuku, Tokyo. The senior explains that the Japanese Hunter Association picked up a strong signal from a gate, and sent in a team of 7 A-rank hunters, but the human who came out of the gate killed 6 of them in just seconds. People think he may be an otherworldly challenger who invaded Earth's dimension, and Song-yun says hunters should go support Japan. The senior stops him and explains that in a crisis this extreme, most countries choose to protect their own hunters first. Their country is doing the same, so they can't send hunters to help Japan. Then, the senior shows the body cam footage from the only survivor. In it appears the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon, Namgung-hyuk. He announces to the world that he has returned to avenge Baishun-hak. The moment Han Song-yun hears that name, dread hits him. He never thought they'd meet again this soon. Seeing how serious he looks, Haeyeon tells him he doesn't have to go. Then, she suggests they get something to eat first, since it's been a while. The protagonist starts to answer, but she already looks worried. Then he says that, in response to Japan's request, he's going to Shinjuku, Tokyo. Haeyeon loses her temper, and asks why he keeps doing such reckless things without thinking about how other people feel. He gently pats her on the head and tells her this is something he has to settle himself. The story then shifts to Hyuk's past. As a child, he holds a sword while the other kids stare at him in fear, thinking he's gone way too far for a simple spar. Baek appears and praises Hyuk after seeing sword chi from a 13-year-old. He says the boy has already done more than he did at that age. Then the old man pats young Hyuk on the head, and warns him that martial arts are not meant to hurt people. They are a path to transcendence. So he should never hurt people for no reason. Then the Tower of Trials picks a challenger from the Murim world. Time passes, and Namgung-hyuk keeps climbing while people cheer him on. Even so, he still feels empty. Reaching higher floors alone isn't enough for him. He apologizes to his grandfather, then uses dimensional invasion tickets, because what he enjoys most is crushing humans. By now, Hyuk isn't satisfied with only killing bad people, and Murim won't let him roam around murdering whoever he wants. Still, he figures someone named Han Song-yun might finally entertain him, and he grins at the thought. Han, the 1100th, arrives in Japan. A woman meets him and leads him to the meeting room. Once he steps inside, he finds Chun-suk and Song-hun already there, happy to see him again after the 10th floor. He expected they would be here after what he heard from the association, then asks if this is everyone who answered Japan's call. Song-hun says one more challenger from America is still on the way. In his head, Song-yun judges the being in Shinjuku as an unknown monster that could wipe all of them out, so he hopes the American challenger is strong. That challenger turns out to be Catherine. Song-hun goes quiet for a second when he sees her, and the woman with them asks if they already know each other. He says they crossed paths in the tower briefly. Catherine pouts, saying she didn't want to meet him like this, and Song-yeon wonders what other kind of meeting she had in mind. She says she wanted a more normal reunion, but Song-hun cuts in. If their first meeting wasn't normal, how could this one be? Watching them bicker, Song-hun mistakes it for a lover's quarrel. The protagonist shuts that down hard, saying never, which instantly annoys Catherine. The woman who guided them introduces herself as Ari Chika, the president of Japan's Hunter Association. MC is surprised she came to the airport herself, and Song-hun admits he thought she was just a staff member. Song-hun says that proves how desperate Japan is, but Ari cuts him off. No more help is expected, and with the crisis worse than she feared, countries are keeping tight control of their hunters. Chun-suk is stunned. Even if nations are holding back their hunters, only 4 people showing up from the whole world is crazy. Catherine also says this mess is worse than she expected. Ari Chika says no country is truly willing to help Japan, her body shaking as she says it. Then she bows, thanking them from the bottom of her heart for coming, when everyone else abandoned them. Han Song-yun quickly stops her, and says now isn't the time to bow. That makes Catherine think maybe he only acts cold, while deep down he's kind. Then he finishes his thought. Rather than bowing, the president should double the reward right now. He says if she raises the payment 2 times, he'll fully commit to solving this. Hearing that, the red-haired girl takes back her earlier thought. She read him completely wrong. The protagonist smirks to himself. He didn't come to play hero. He came for the reward and the growth he'd get from killing Namgung-hyuk. Ari steadies herself and says the thing in Shinjuku is an abnormal monster. Since they're risking their lives, she promises to double the reward. After that, she points to Catherine and says they still have a chance to win. The power Catherine has could turn the whole battle around. One of her authorities is called fire suppression. If someone stronger than Catherine touches the fire tied to that power, all their stats drop by 10, and some of their skills get sealed at random. If they can make the enemy touch it, they might actually win. Song-yun decides they need to create an opening for Catherine to use fire suppression. Then the news reports that China's S-rank hunter, Zheng, has reached Shinjuku to help. He's already come face to face with the otherworldly challenger, and for the moment, it looks like they're talking. Namgung Yud asks the S-rank hunter if he's Han. The man answers that he's Zheng, from China. Before they can say anything else, Jamin slams a punch straight into Yuda's face. The battle-crazy Yudas realizes right away that his opponent is a martial artist too. Their fight starts, and Sungyun's group watches from the plane, annoyed that the Chinese hunter rushed in alone. MC suddenly asks Catherine if she can land safely, even if they drop from mid-air, leaving her confused. He says he's got an idea. Catherine does have a skill that cancels all damage from falling. Songyun figures that if this works, they can hit Yudas hard all at once, and he tells Catherine to get her authority ready. Without giving any more details, he apologizes in advance. Then he grabs Catherine, jumps out of the plane, and uses wings of steel. Chunsuk laughs, glad to see the protagonist hasn't changed at all. Then he and Songun jump after them. While they're falling, Catherine starts arguing with MC. He ignores her completely, thinking it's perfect that the Chinese hunter is keeping Namgung Yudas busy. He tells the red-haired girl to use her authority the second she sees an opening. Then he decides to strike first. At the same time, Jamin and Yuda are locked in battle. Namgung Yuda wonders what kind of martial art he's facing, then blasts the Chinese hunter away before he can catch his breath. But before Yuda can relax, something crashes into him at full force, and Han Sungyun is suddenly right in front of him. Namgung Yuda glares at him and demands to know who he is. He smiles and says it's funny. Yuda's been looking for him so badly, yet now that he's here, he doesn't recognize him. Yuda's hands start swelling and throbbing from the impact, while Soon admits that dropping at full speed from the sky maybe wasn't the smartest entrance. Yuda asks again who Han is. The protagonist activates Ashen Blood, cutting all pain he takes by 40%. Now ready, Han is amazed this guy still can't tell who he is after chasing him so desperately. That's when Yuda finally realizes this is the famous man he's been hunting. MC gives his name, then covers his sword with sword aura. Yuda tightens his fists, thrilled to finally face his target, but then decides Han is a fake, using a false sword aura. He slams his hands together, bursting the swollen lumps on them. Blood runs down his hands as Yuda growls that his anger has no limit. Sungyun couldn't care less and rushes in, knowing Yuda is unarmed. He tries to take the first hit, but Yuda instantly calls his sword to hand. Their blades crash, and the sword fight begins. He barely survives. One clean hit would have killed him. He uses Ashen Blood to lessen the damage, and hides behind his shield for the moment. He thought the dive attack would hurt Yuda badly, but it did almost nothing. Songyun is already weakening, and another counter from Yuda tears through retribution, making the shield's reflection effect nearly useless. Then the protagonist sees what real sword aura looks like, as Yuda blade shines. Yudash mocks him for relying on healing skills, calling him a coward who hides behind cheap gifts from the tower. MC fires electric sword aura at him, but Yudash brushes it off like it's nothing. At that exact moment, Kim Sung-hun and Chunsuk jump in and attack Yudash together. He dodges both perfectly. While Hyuk is busy with them, Catherine slips in from behind and strikes with her Curse of Flames. But to her shock, the power doesn't trigger. Hyuk leaps onto a street lamp and raises his sword. The whole area shakes as a huge aura pours from the blade. He says he won't let worthless pests ruin his fun. After surviving so many life-or-death fights, all the hunters sense the same terrifying truth. There is no blocking this attack. Hyuk's sword aura is strong enough to erase anything in its path. Then the young master goes wild and unleashes it, forcing the three of them to run for their lives. That power swallows the horizon. In a flashback, the admin White Crane tells Han Sung-yoon to accept her humble teaching as a small thank you. She takes his hand and sends a simple stream of magic energy into him. She explains that this is how you truly link with that energy, instead of using it only once. As the power flows in, White Crane asks if he feels the difference. The first time, he only felt a rush of magic, but the second time, it felt like the admin herself had entered his body. White Crane smiles and tells him to try putting that energy into a sword, but only after he leaves. Otherwise, he could be punished for getting unfair help from an administrator. Back in the present, Hyuk's power blazes across the sky and covers the horizon. But in that moment, Sung-yoon becomes the first person on Earth to awaken sword aura on his own. The Tower of Trials praises him and grants the achievement Sword Body Unity, finally completing his sword aura. Hen asks if everyone is okay, and Catherine says they all survived because of him. Catherine keeps thinking about what she saw. Hen cancelled Hyuk's sword strike in an instant by meeting it with one of his own. That's when she understands both of them are far beyond the rest. The young master laughs, saying he expected no less from the protagonist, and that for a second, Han almost let him down. Hyuk thinks the more time and care someone puts into a sandcastle, the better it feels to smash it. Hyuk swings first, and their blades slam together. Han gets beaten back. Most invaders he's met were arrogant, but this Japanese lunatic is on a whole different level, and that sets him off. He pulls back and tells Catherine and the others to get somewhere safe. Han can't focus while worrying about protecting them like before. Catherine refuses to go, but Sung-hoon agrees. As bitter as it is, Sung-yoon is right. The rank 1 player feels ashamed. Again, he's stuck watching without being able to help. Even so, Kim tells Han they'll use Operation Blaze the second they get an opening. With that, Kim, Catherine, and Chunsuk fall back. Now Hyuk and MC can fight without holding back. Their power tears through the city, and explosions keep going off. Watching from a distance, Chunsuk finally gets why Han told them to leave. Catherine is relieved to see Han keeping up with that monster, but the masked player can tell that's not really true. It's hard to notice, but the enemy has already figured out Songyun's movements. If this keeps up, Han is done for. Han keeps fighting anyway. He thought learning sword aura would at least let him stand on more even ground. Then he remembers what White Crane said. Hyuk Namgum's sword skill is grade A, while his is only grade C. That gap is huge, but Hen knows it isn't just about skill. Hyuk's raw power is absurd, almost not human. Before long, Hen crashes to the ground after burning too much strength on healing. Hyuk walks up and asks if he's ready to give up. Hen knows he can't keep fighting like this. But in the middle of it all, Catherine gets him a lucky break by throwing over a potion. Hen reaches for it and tries to drink, but Hyuk kicks him before he can. Trying that in front of a stronger enemy was a huge mistake. Then Hyuk steals the potion and drinks it himself. Catherine can only stare, and Chunsuk curses that jerk out, wishing the potion had been poisoned. Hyuk just smirks. To him, humans always cling to hope, and he thinks Hen is no different. The potion restores some of his stamina. He mocks people for thinking effort and willpower mean they can win and walk out alive. He wants to crush that hope completely, then enjoy what's left when it turns into despair. As he says it, Hyuk looks even more monstrous. The fight goes on, and the damage keeps piling up. They hit the ground again, and when Hyuk looks into Hen's face, something bothers him. Hen still hasn't lost hope. That only makes Hyuk more irritated, so he attacks even harder, smashing Hen down until his body shakes on the ground. A moment later, Hyuk steps closer. Sure, Hen barely has the strength to move, but what really gets under his skin is that Hen still looks straight at him. Annoyed by that stare, Hyuk swings his sword across Hen's eyes, and blood sprays out. Hen screams, desperate for enough stamina to heal, but he's already at his limit. Even so, he tries to force out the last bit of strength he has left for one final attack. Hyuk closes in for another strike. With his eyes ruined, Hen can't land a clean finishing blow. He hates how helpless he feels, and struggles to think of any move left. Then his friends rush in to save him. Hen yells for them to stay back. If they join now, they'll be killed right away. That's when Hyuk realizes why Hen still looked hopeful. It was because of those tiny companions of his. Catherine jumps in first with her flames, but she can't keep up with Hyuk's insane speed. He gets behind her and cuts her down. The masked player shouts Catherine's name. Then he attacks Hyuk with lightning, but it changes nothing. Hyuk slams Kim into the ground with deadly force, hard enough to crack it. Blood keeps running from Hen's eyes. At the same time, Hyuk grabs Catherine by the hair and points his sword at her. He lightly drags the blade along her neck, and as she cries out, he asks Sen-sen if he can smell her flesh burning. Furious, Hen screams at Hyuk to let her go, and calls him a sick freak. That reaction is exactly what Hyuk wanted, and he smiles at Hen's horror. Then, Chunsuk sneaks in and strikes with his ice power. He manages to freeze Hyuk's hand and sword in place. Then he grabs Catherine and runs, healing her as much as he can on the move. A few seconds later, Hyuk breaks out of the ice and flies into a rage at the pest who interfered. In one leap, he catches up to them. Chunsuk wraps Catherine in an energy orb to send her as far away as he can. For now, that's all he can do. The orb bounces off and carries her away. As Chunsuk looks for a place to hide, Hyuk grabs him by the head. Hyuk slashes at him, but Chunsuk's freezing power takes part of the damage. Watching his friends get torn apart, Han is crushed by guilt. He thinks about how, even after 7 years, nothing has changed. He believed he'd become stronger, but he still can't protect anyone. As that guilt eats at him, a swarm of rats suddenly rushes past. They aren't charging in to fight, they're running to survive. The battle felt like a natural disaster, so thousands of rats poured out, trying to escape with their lives. And for Han, those rats become the answer. He finally finds a way to use his last attack, and Songyun's mind starts working fast. He kills the rats and absorbs their dead souls to restore his stamina. Meanwhile, the sword hunter cuts off one of Sunhoon's arms and holds it up. That's when Han tells Hyuk he's gone too far, and calls him a disgusting Murim freak. Hyuk laughs, not noticing the danger, and waves Kim's severed arm around, just to enjoy Han's pain. Then, in an instant, a blazing punch slams into Hyuk's stomach. That hit carries the power of flames, sealing Hyuk's sword aura for 10 minutes, and lowering his stats too. The one who struck him is Ziwen Peng, the hero of China, and he says this bastard failed to kill him. Ziwen had taken Catherine's flames and came only to land that hit. Once his job is done, he leaves. Hyuk is badly hurt and left open because the curse of flames has sealed his sword aura. Then suddenly, floating swords surround the area, forcing a duel. A duel zone forms in a 100-foot radius through the innate trait Forced Duel. No one except Hyuk and Sunghoon can enter that space. Even without sword aura, Hyuk grins like a madman because he can still use fist aura. He's completely sure blind Sunhoon has no way to defend himself. It looks like this is the end for Han, but then comes the twist. In that moment, Han can't even remember when he got the third eye skill and learned to sense attacks outside his sight. He thought that was all it could do, but it goes further. Now he can clearly sense the wall around the duel zone. He can even make out every rock and pebble inside it. The strange part is that losing his sight lets him see more than ever. Han realizes he never used third eye the way it was meant to be used. Then a third eye opens on Han's forehead, letting him perceive more than he ever imagined. He finally understands the skill's true nature, and third eye rises from rank D to B. After surviving this life or death battle by relying only on his senses, instinct also climbs to rank B. His senses become sharper than ever. He survives a fight with the Swordmaster, his Demon Slayer style improves, and his body starts healing beyond its usual limit from all the damage it took. Now the fight starts to turn around. Hyuk is thrown off when Han dodges his attack. At that moment, Sungyun's eyes open wide, glowing with a dark, hellish light. For the first time, he can truly fight Hyuk Namgung on equal footing, while Hyuk is weakened. The whole battle shifts fast as the Murim Master starts struggling against him. Confused, Hyuk wonders what trick Han is using. With every exchange, Han's movements grow sharper, and so does his blade. That's because Han activates Silent Shadow, letting him move through the shadows. He goes all out, stacking every speed skill he has, including Grace of the Wind and Instant Acceleration. He moves at blinding speed and boosts his sword strikes with Wild Sword Flurry. Han attacks with his blade, but Hyuk still dodges cleanly. Even while using everything he has, Han feels like this is only barely even. He can't keep this up, and once Hyuk's debuff wears off in 10 minutes, Han's stamina will run dry. So Sungyun has to finish this before the Curse of Flames ends. To break the deadlock, he needs one wild card. Han raises his sword and hurls it with all his strength. Hyuk grins and slips past the flying sword with ease. He mocks Han, calling it a stupid move made out of desperation. Too full of himself, the Swordmaster moves in to finish him with a blazing punch, but Han's eyes turn cold as he calls out, "Iron Blood Sword." At once, the sword appears out of nowhere and answers Han's command. The summoned sword drives straight through Hyuk. The sudden hit leaves him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. With the blade stuck in him, Hyuk realizes Songyun hit his chi core. He knows he has to recover as fast as possible. Then the 10 minutes run out, and the flame curse ends. The forced duel is cancelled too, and the barrier starts to disappear. Annoyed that he got careless over such a childish trick, the Swordmaster pulls the blade out and tells Han they can finish this another time. As a gate appears, Hyuk pulls out a red stone. Everyone is left stunned. The Chinese hunter, Zhu Wen, realizes Hyuk is trying to return to the Murim dimension. In that instant, they all feel the same dread. If Hyuk Namgung escapes now, he'll come back to Earth someday as an even worse disaster. They can't let that happen. So Chunsuk, Catherine, Kim, and Zhu Wen rush the Swordmaster, but the words "get away" echo in Hyuk's mind. His pride takes a brutal hit. Then his blade erupts in flames. The blast shakes all of Shinjuku and lights up the distance as buildings collapse. The flames even tear through Sungyun's shield of retribution. That power burns away one of his arms until it crumbles like dust. Catherine breaks down at the sight and cries out. Han tells her to stay calm. The enemy is still right in front of them. The Swordmaster calls to Han and says that from their very first meeting, he could have killed him anytime he wanted. Then he asks if Han still dares to go on. Han's blood boils, but he has no answer. Turning away, the Murim Master tells him not to worry. He'll be back for him soon enough. After Hyuk leaves, Songyun collapses, and everyone rushes over to him. Back in the Murim dimension, the servants welcome their young master home, but Hyuk returns in terrible shape, coughing up blood. Filled with rage, he swears to drag Han him into utter despair, no matter what it takes. The story shifts to a hospital near Tokyo, where President Chika Ari hurries to Han after he finally wakes up. His whole body is covered in bandages from the heavy injuries. Looking at his missing arm, the president says he's given up so much, and thanks him. Then Han suddenly uses ash and blood. In an instant, his arm grows back, leaving Chika Ari speechless. After that, Han goes to check on the others, starting with Catherine. He pulls back the curtain, and finds Catherine sitting there with no clothes on. The next thing he gets is a hard slap. Outside, Chunsuk is moving through the hall on crutches, when he spots Han standing there with a clear handprint on his face. Han admits he just came from Catherine's room, adding that she seems full of energy. Even so, Han asks about Kim Sem-hun since he hasn't seen him. Chunsuk says he did spot him that morning, and figures he's got a lot on his mind. He explains that Sun Hun-hyung lost his right arm in the last battle. Later, up on the hospital roof, Han finds Kim there. Kim greets him as the Sword Demon, and Han is thrown off by the name, while Sun Hun notices his arm is completely healed. The masked man asks if he recovered with a skill, and says Han's power is unbelievable. He admits Han keeps surprising him. Then he reveals his own arm, only partly healed, and says he wasn't so lucky. Han immediately apologizes and blames himself, saying this wouldn't have happened if he'd been stronger. but Songhun tells him there's nothing to apologize for. He has a skill that lets him manage just fine. Han then admits he's been climbing the tower like a madman, just to get stronger. He says that obsession took over everything else. He had turned into a monster with no feelings. Kim says there's nothing wrong with wanting more power, but strength should also be used to protect the weak. That's the belief he fights for. Han realizes this mission taught him something important, something he really needed to learn. That eases Kim's mind. He's glad someone as strong as Han isn't just a bloodthirsty monster, because back when they first met in the tower, Songhun wasn't sure what kind of person he was. Then Kim lifts his mask to smoke, and the moment Han sees his face, his eyes go wide with shock. Han recognizes him at once, and Kim just smiles. He apologizes for not introducing himself sooner. After that, all the hunters who return from the mission take a group photo, and Han gives an interview too. Later, he returns Catherine's lost choker. One by one, the hunters put on their tower gear and head out. Now alone, Han puts on his red tailcoat, and notices it feels different. Smiling, he figures the association must have upgraded it while repairing it. In fact, all his gear is fully restored, which is the least they could do after the hunters stopped a national disaster. He drops onto the bed and thinks about how the last 3 days, while waiting for the return stone, flew by. Han never expected to get this famous, then finds an image from the fight that's already spreading online. He guesses the Japanese association filmed everything from a helicopter. Reading the comments, he sees people calling him the Sword Demon, and finally understands why Songhun used that name earlier. Even so, he's shocked that the man behind the mask was the Lightning Lord. It turns out, the Lightning Lord stood far above the rest. Even among Korea's 30 S-rank hunters, he was on another level, clearing gates faster than any of them, and earning worship as a national hero. Then we get Songhun's flashback. The Lightning Lord, Kim Songhun, hands Han a card and tells him to think of it as a recruitment offer. If he's ever interested, he should reach out. Back in the present, Han's time on Earth comes to an end. He decides to put that offer aside for now. First, he wants to train and become worthy of the Sword Demon name. With that, he returns to the Tower of Trials, steps into the lobby on the 11th floor, and thinks over everything he learned from fighting Hyuk. The biggest problem, he realizes, is that he doesn't have enough stamina. Ashen blood can heal almost any wound, but when his stamina runs low, the regeneration stops working, so he decides it's time to find a new way to deal with that weakness. Songhun keeps browsing the skill store and finds nothing he likes. Then he gives up on overthinking and starts buying every useful skill he can find. One of them is Auto Stamina Regen, which restores 0.07 stamina every 180 seconds. He also buys Lunar and Solar Synthesis, a skill that boosts base stamina by 100% when exposed to light. Next, he uses Skill Synthesis to merge the most compatible abilities, Solar and Lunar Synthesis. That creates a C-rank skill called Photosynthesis. It raises base stamina by 200% and lets the user absorb magic power from light, combining the best parts of both skills. Han is pretty pleased with it. He then figures that combining photosynthesis with the vampire skill Call of Blood should give him something amazing, but instead, the new skill, Blood Covenant, turns out to be a downgrade and completely removes photosynthesis's effect. Songyun decides that skill was a total flop, so he buys another vampire skill and tries again by merging the failed Blood Covenant with Call of Blood. Once the fusion is complete, it creates a new B-rank skill, Blood Prophet. Now he can draw health, stamina, and magic energy from a living creature's blood, and he can control blood itself. Han has no idea how far that goes, so he cuts his hand to test it. As blood starts to flow out, he finds out the control is completely literal. The drops move exactly how he wants and can be shaped into anything he imagines. He can even force blood out without cutting himself, which is honestly pretty wild, so Seung-yun decides to save that trick for when he really needs a lot of blood. Either way, he's sure Blood Prophet will be useful. After that, Han makes full use of his remaining time. He upgrades Eyes of Truth through the Synthesis menu, creating an A-rank skill called Fireworm's Eye that gives his vision the power of the fireworm. It lets him see things normally hidden, read information from objects, and use Dragon Sight to tell when someone is lying. Han activates it, and starts checking every item he's wearing. That includes the vampire's Count Old Tailcoat, and the Boots of Swiftness. When he checks the Sanguine Demon Sword, he learns its true power only comes out when someone at the Firebrand level pushes its unique skill, Blood Aura, to the limit. That's when Han realizes Firebrand is the level Hyuk Namgung reached when he destroyed the whole Shinjuku district. So only someone that strong can unlock the sword's full power. Han used to think the weapon was just average, but now he's dying to see what it can really do. Soon after, he enters the trial of the 11th floor, a test of the mind. This time, he has to reach the 7th gate within the limit of 7 days. The reward is an antique mirror of testament, and failure means death. As soon as Han steps inside, he meets Priest Johan, who welcomes him to the Temple of Testaments. Johan tells player Han Sung-yin that he is about to face the trials given by the God of Testaments. These trials will continue until his final breath, and because a mere adventurer dared to challenge divine testaments, he must bear the consequences of that choice. Han accepts the trial and asks how to clear it. Johan looks at him like he's crazy. Does he really not know the rules of the trials ruled by the 7 gods of Ares? That makes Han realize this must be the same Ares dimension the Black Knight came from. Johan is shocked that someone this clueless even made it here, but he still explains the rules. He says the trial happens inside the Temple of Testaments, where there are trials of body, mind, and faith. Once Han clears the first trial of the body, he'll move on to the final and hardest part, the trial of the mind. As for the gates, each chamber has a high priest, and Han must either persuade them or kill them to move forward. In short, he has to do whatever it takes to pass. Johan gives a small smile, deciding he's said enough, and leaves the rest for Sung-yoon to figure out. Then, the first trial begins. Johan is the first opponent, and he rushes Han right away. His strength is no joke. Han stops the first blow, and when their hands meet, he feels just how dangerous this priest is. From that brief clash, Han judges that Johan is about as strong as a hard-mode challenger who reached pioneer rank. Sung-yoon quickly uses Blood Prophet and quietly pushes blood from his fingertip. He shapes it into a bullet and fires it straight at the priest's forehead, killing him instantly. Han drops the priest with ease and is stunned by how broken Blood Prophet is. After thanking him for the explanation, he absorbs Johan's spirit. The priest admin of the 7 gods is shocked by what Han just did, but he also finds him interesting, and even seems to admire how ruthless he is. Seeing the admin's names, Han figures this trial has drawn the attention of several gods. Meanwhile, White Crane and Iron-Blooded are upset that Han entered the trial without telling them first. He points out that he had no way to contact them anyway. After that, he searches the priest's clothes and finds an item. The Ares admins are impressed by how shamelessly greedy he is, and the Godslayer admin seems to approve. To check the item, Han activates Fireworm's Eye and learns that it's the priest's divine mirror. Then he uses Dragon Eye to see the hidden details. The mirror holds the holy power of the God of Testaments and can somehow help its owner decide their own fate. That last part confuses Han. He can't tell what it really means, so for now he guesses it might at least work as a one-time protective barrier. Soon, he heads for the next gate, hoping it's just body trial 2. The moment he opens the gate, he finds a young priestess who is surprised he got there so fast. She assumes Johan can no longer judge anyone, and introduces herself as Jane, priest of the Second Testament. Without warning, she hurls a chair at him. Han is not impressed by that kind of welcome. He assumes this is another trial of the body. Jane confirms it and charges at him, swinging her sword. Han dodges the strike cleanly. As he avoids her attacks, he notices her sword aura feels a lot like the one he used before. Han answers with his own blade, coating it in 2 layers of sword aura, and cuts Jane's arm. She crashes into the wall and stares in shock. To her, it makes no sense that a mere adventurer could control aura like this. Han says he's using aura the same way she is, so he asks what's so surprising. Jane explains that their holy power comes from the God of Testaments. It's his blessing that lets them use such force. So seeing Han do the same without any holy energy shocks her. While she heals her arm with holy energy, Sung-yoon realizes that wounds should have killed her. Even so, she charges again. Han can already tell this holy energy is going to be a huge pain to deal with. Their swords collide, and in the middle of the fight, Han starts asking questions. He says the first priest told him he could pass without killing, then asks if there's really a way to talk her into letting him through. Jane smirks and says if he wants that, his sweet talk better be good enough to impress a priest. Not caring about her attitude, Sung-hoon asks how many gates are in the trial of the body. That only irritates Jane more, and she glares at him, annoyed by how full of himself he seems. She bluntly tells him to save the boring questions until after the fight. Han goes still and activates instant acceleration. In a flash, he tears the sword from her hand and slams her into the wall. Pinning her hands down, he coldly tells her the fight is over. Now that she's beaten, Han says he wants to hear the rest about the trial. Jane nervously asks if he's planning to do something to her. The admins wait for Han's answer, some of them watching with narrowed eyes. Sung-hoon flatly says he has no intention of doing that. Jane laughs in relief, glad she got lucky. Iron-Blooded strongly agrees with her, while White Crane looks relieved too. Han says anyone who could do that probably wouldn't have made it this far. Jane can't believe he means that, and calls him way too naive for a hunter. Either way, he reminds her that she promised to tell him everything, so she better start talking and be good. Jane explains that 2 gates remain in the trial of the body. The trial of faith starts at the 5th gate and ends at the 6th, which means the trial of mind waits at the 7th gate. Before he reaches that last gate, Jane warns him to think about giving up. She says no one has ever broken through the temple's 7th gate. Everyone who enters either loses their mind or dies bleeding from every opening in their body. Sung-hoon checks her with Dragon Eye and confirms she's telling the truth. Once she's finished speaking, Jane gives her final words and thanks Han for a good fight. Han asks one last thing, whether there's any way to pass without killing her. Jane says that would be beyond him right now, which makes him wonder if she isn't scared to die. Jane smiles with zero fear and says death is also a testament, one that brings them closer to God. So Han kills her at once, deciding that dragging it out would only be cruel. After absorbing Jane's spirit, he tells himself he did what he had to do, though he still feels like trash. Han enters the next chamber and meets Rhinel, a sword meant to be wielded by the gods of Testament. Rhinel immediately tests Han as a warrior. He raises his blade and releases his aura. A burning aura rises from the sword, making Han's eyes widen. It isn't fully stable, but Sunghun realizes the man is using Firebrand. That makes Han nervous. He has to face a Firebrand user this early, only 3 gates in, so this fight could cost him his life. He meets the attack head-on, and when their swords crash together, Rhinel slips back. In that instant, Han notices something strange. The old man's physical stats are lower than his, and the force behind his attacks is weaker too. Even so, he keeps cutting through Han's sword aura. Han remembers seeing Namgung use Firebrand, and assumed it was just a stronger version of sword aura. Now he starts to think Namgung may have simply been insanely strong. Maybe Firebrand isn't a better sword aura at all. To test that idea, Han clashes blades with him again, and realizes that each time, only the sword aura is being broken. The swordsman steps forward, and tells Han that his aura will never break the sword itself. Then the old man says the only way to shatter his blade is to command what cannot be seen. Han starts to understand. This man can use Firebrand even though he's weaker overall. It's like losing to a kid who's bad at studying, but still somehow beats your score. A dark grin spreads across Han's face. He calls the old man's words nonsense, and focuses on one thing: breaking that sword. Xungyun throws all his strength into it, but the swordsman says only someone who can control the unseen can wield a blade that cuts through everything. Only then can true, overwhelming aura be born. Han keeps trading blows with his opponent, and suddenly his own sword gives off a stronger aura. In that very moment, Han breaks through Rhinel's aura and cuts across his face. Now he finally understands the difference between sword aura and Firebrand's sword flames. To use sword flame, he needs fierce mental focus, pure willpower. Priest Rhinel coughs up blood and smiles, happy that Xiangyun has surpassed his sword flame. The old man actually seems glad to see Han awaken the true Firebrand, and praises him for it. Han can't understand why. The priest seems to care more about someone else's growth than his own death. Shaking with joy, the priest is overwhelmed that Han learned it so fast. With that, Han proves himself as a warrior, and in the next instant he cuts off the priest's head with a single strike. Then he absorbs the dead priest's soul, and the proficiency of his innate trait necromancy reaches 100. Right then, necromancy rises to B rank. Han immediately wonders what new power he just gained. He unlocks the skill secondary effect. It lets the user take a power after absorbing the spirit of a stronger enemy. Han struck gold again. Every necromancy upgrade gives him something amazing, and this is only grade B. Just thinking about grade A or S gets him excited. Then Han opens his status window, and sees his stats are already getting close to the triple digits. That takes him back to his trainee days, when he thought numbers like that were only for geniuses. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon absorbs all of the priest's dead souls, including Jane, Johan, and Resilien. With his new skill, he pulls out Resilien's skill, Indomitable Will. It's a skill for people who keep challenging the impossible and never give up, and it boosts physical ability and focus when facing a stronger opponent. After that, Han heads to the next chamber. There, he finds an angel floating above, assuming Priest Resilien is finally dead. That catches our guy off guard for a moment, and the admins quickly warn him to be careful from here on. White points out that the priest used a real sword aura, not a fake one, while Iron-Blooded is impressed by the power of a priest serving the god of testaments. All of a sudden, Han swings his sword on instinct, and the priest is knocked to the ground, taking Han for someone who doesn't like to chat. With a cold look, the priest wastes no time and begins the fourth testament. He introduces himself as Chiron, an apprentice disciple of the god of testaments. Han gets a notice that this enemy is above his level, so he activates Indomitable Will. Right away, he can feel Chiron's aura, and it's much stronger than the priests he fought before. Chiron brings out a broken mirror piece that shines with a blinding light. As Han dodges the first lightning-like shot, the light reflects off Chiron's mirror and swings back towards Sung-yoon. Han stiffens for a second, then quickly activates Dragon Eye, using it to answer with his own sword aura. He quickly realizes those light beams are a huge problem. They keep bouncing off the mirrors, so he wants to get to the priest fast before the attacks pile up. Just as they move in to clash, Chiron beats his wings, sending out a brutal gust that throws Han off balance and sends him tumbling. He barely holds on, blocking the beams with his sword as they crash against the glass. Then Han is shocked to realize Chiron is also a sword user. When Chiron flies back again, Han starts to see the priest's winning plan. Those wings are the key. From far away, Chiron can fire those beams at him, and even if Han dodges the first shot, the mirror walls can bounce it around and strike from a blind spot. But if Han gets close, Chiron uses the wind from his wings to ruin his footing and cancel out his sword flame. That may be a pain to deal with, but Han still has to admit it. Beams and sword flame make a crazy strong combo. He soon realizes he can't just smash the mirrors either. If the broken pieces split the light into countless smaller beams, there'd be no way to dodge all of them at once. The admins start freaking out and questioning how hard this trial really is, while another admin, Sable Demon, is curious to watch how player Han dies. Reading that ticks Han off a little, while the admins rooting for him wait to see what he'll do next. At least he's glad they haven't completely lost their minds yet. Then Priest Chiron brings out another mirror and says he won't hold back this time, wondering if Sungyun can survive it. In the next instant, the disciple goes wild, and flashes of light start bouncing from 4 different spots. That leaves Han with no way to dodge every beam. Soon the attacks hit him, and an explosion follows. But Han's shield of retribution takes the full damage for him, and now he can send all that stored damage back, basically an instant reverse attack. So Han releases it, and the beam shoots out through the shield. The blast tears through Chiron, leaving him reeling in shock. The disciple is completely stunned by how fast the fight turned around. Coughing up blood, he becomes sure Han isn't some trained mage, and guesses he must have been blessed by God. Han answers that he knows nothing about any blessing from God. With a hole in his body, Chiron decides Han neither ran from the testament nor lost to it, which means he has proven himself worthy. After that, the priest falls. Han then absorbs the dead disciple's body, and also takes a power from Chiron's soul, since the priest was stronger than him. A moment later, Han's soul is filled with holy energy taken from the priest. He realizes this must be the power the priests here were using, just like hunters use magic energy. Han feels that strange power gathering in his chest, but moving it is difficult. It's completely different from magic energy. White wonders why Hen's core has been filled with holy energy, and Iron-Blooded is shaken to see that Hen's heart carries no sign of any god. After a while, Hen moves on to the next chamber and meets an old man who calls him someone driven by the madness of battle. Confused, Hen asks what he means by that. The old man says Hen's true path is to keep going from one victory to the next. A new chapter is opening for him, and through endless growth he'll rise to the very top of strength. It feels like the old man spoke straight into his thoughts, but Hen brushes it off, thinking that talk about becoming the strongest is way too much. Then the old man passes by him and says it isn't an exaggeration. It's a conclusion Hen will reach on his own in the end. At that moment, fear shoots through Hen. How is this guy reading his mind? He instantly turns and raises his sword. The old man tells him to settle down, and explains that this is not the testament of the body, but the testament of faith. Hen panics when the old man changes position in an instant, and he can't understand how anyone can move like that. Then it hits him, and real terror takes over. He thinks his mind has been invaded. Suddenly he's trapped in a void, grabbed by countless hands, while a woman bites into him. The old man watches the test with interest, and to everyone's surprise, tells Hen that he passed. Hen is left completely confused, and the old man says he is worthy to clear the 5th gate. When Hen asks how that's possible, he explains that the 5th gate starts by examining the player's mind. Only those with an unshakable will are allowed to look into it. He admits that he sensed that kind of will inside Hen, a violent drive that would cut down anyone standing between him and greater power. The old man can feel Hen's desire to grow stronger, even if it means killing without hesitation. That urge is buried deep in his subconscious. Lady Henner tells Hen to hurry and finish things if he is going to fall to that ambition, whether by the sword or by the twists of faith. But Hen makes it clear he has no wish to kill her, since he already passed the test. That surprises her, and she teases him, saying maybe she should unleash the full force of the testament of faith after all. Sungyun gets ready to cut her down for acting so smug, but she changes her tone and lets him pass. She grants Hen safe passage and gives him a pat. With that done, he moves on to the next testament. As he goes deeper, darkness starts swallowing everything around him. Soon after, the mirrors turn black, and Hen is left in complete darkness. Then a woman whispers right into his ear, startling him so badly that he slashes his sword at once. Hen hopes it isn't the same trick again, but the holy maiden coldly tells Sungyun that he's already lost inside the prison of his own mind. She explains that Lady Henner planted a small seed to lead him deeper into his mind. Hen realizes she's talking about the old woman from before, the one who patted him on the back and secretly planted that seed. It seems the holy maiden is inside Hen's mind, and he finds himself bound by strange threads. She assures him she's also watching his real body very closely. That worries Han most of all, and Island makes it clear that he is truly trapped. Then she gets annoyed by how arrogant he's acting. Without warning, the maiden presses a dagger to his throat and warns Sungyun that with one flick, she could cut straight through it. Han humbles himself fast and apologizes, saying he only wanted to know how he's supposed to prove his faith. Island laughs, amused by how quickly he found his manners. She then explains that this place is only a reflection of his inner self. Here, player Han has to look inward, all the way into the deepest parts of his mind. Only then can he reach the end of the 6th gate. Island goes on to say that a person's mind is shaped by their deepest beliefs, and very few people ever see it clearly. That's why this world is so hard to understand. just like the darkness he sees when he closes his eyes. In short, Han has to learn to see his true self within this darkness. Then the holy maiden Ailin begins his sixth testament. Suddenly, the water beneath Songyun starts rippling wildly, until it drags him under. Ailin calmly watches as Han drowns inside the illusion of his own mind, certain that the pain feels just as real as the real thing. The holy maiden hopes Han figures it out soon, because if he doesn't, he'll get the rare experience of drowning on dry land. While she's testing him, Han activates Clear-Headed, a skill that weakens mind control and helps him stay calm. He starts to feel better and realizes he needs to stay calm and keep breathing as long as he can. As Seongyun endures the water, he suddenly feels something brush against his fingertips. Ailin praises his resolve, since she never expected him to move while his consciousness was still trapped in the mind realm. The protagonist swings his sword and nicks the holy maiden's neck. Ailin is stunned that a hunter can fight back this deep inside his own mind. That's when she realizes she may have dragged a monster in with her. The mind realm starts falling apart. Under the water, Han moves again and realizes his physical senses are coming back. Ailin panics. In this place, he should have lost all sensation, so she can't understand how he got it back in just 2 hours. She can only wonder if he's even human. Han is shocked when she says 2 hours have passed. He feels like he's only been here for a minute. Ailin explains that time moves faster in the mind realm. Han immediately understands the danger. If he wastes too much of his remaining 7 days at the 6th gate, he could fail the whole trial and face the death penalty. Pressed for time, he decides to master this place as fast as possible. He figures Clear-Headed helped him recover his senses, which means his other skills might work here too. So Han activates the Fireworm's Eye, the skill that lets him see what should be impossible to see. What appears next is beyond belief. Before him is a huge sea of blood pouring down without end. Ailin freaks out and demands to know how he pierced the mind realm so fast. The answer is simple. Han's skill set is carrying him. Then she startles again and blurts out the same question. Because normal humans do not grow iron wings from their backs, Songyun uses wings of steel and flies across the bloody sea. Han says that once the Fireworm's Eye revealed his mental world, he could barely understand what he was looking at. All he knew was that it felt warped, dark, and deeply ominous. After that, Han tears across the mind realm in an instant and lands hard, sword in hand. He asks the holy maiden if he caused trouble. Shaken by what she's seeing, Ailin says none of this was her doing, while the admins are relieved that he's regained consciousness. Han then asks if that really was the testament of faith. Ailin tells him it is. The test is about facing and accepting your truest self. She explains that most people live without real trust in their own beliefs. They don't fully understand what they want or what they stand for. Their thoughts, beliefs, and choices shape the mind realm. And that is what Han faced in this trial. Then Ailin shares what she saw in his mind. He wants to rise above his miserable past and gain greater power, but not by giving up his humanity. As she parts with him, she adds that staying true to those desires may be the most honest path of all. With that, Seomyun enters the 7th gate. There, he encounters a light that fills him with fear. The light crackles, and it's an eye. Han freezes as the God of Testaments looks straight at him. He suddenly remembers what Jane said about the 7th soul never being crossed by a single soul. Now he finally understands, and a blinding light bursts out. The whole place shakes, knocking him down. That violent aura leaves him badly shaken. Songyun feels like he's standing before an absolute being he cannot resist, and his body starts giving up on survival itself. Just from being looked at, he can't recover, and he realizes, this is what God is. Even so, MC refuses to be crushed without a fight. He activates Ashen Blood, a rare skill that lowers every kind of pain inflicted on him by 17. Singyun tells himself there has to be a way through. This tower was built that way. He doesn't even know if he can cut down those eyes, but if there's even the tiniest chance, he wants to try. Han glares up at the god, even as he loses consciousness second by second. Then the god of verification speaks, impressed by his nerve. A system message says the god of verification is pleased to see a challenger with such strong mental power after so long. Watching Han's unshaken stare, the god tells him to verify himself. Then, the 7th gate officially begins, and the divine presence disappears. Han Songyun is left stunned, still unable to believe that beings like God truly exist, and then he finds himself standing before a mirror when the system orders him to connect with his future self and begin synchronization. The verification of the mind begins. The sync rate with the figure in the mirror slowly rises. The system states that this verification trial is especially suited for player Han Songyun. Its purpose is to prove that his beliefs will not change, even in the future. Han is moved to another place, where he finds Jinhu from Gate 1. Jinhu is crying as he searches for his mirror. Han realizes the place around him is Korea, and there he sees his future self. He stares, wondering what that future version is about to do. Then his future self starts slaughtering innocent people. Han tries to stop him, but the sync rate between him and the mirror self forcibly jumps by 10. It feels like his chest is being ripped apart, and he's hit by a storm of guilt, madness, and rage. Suddenly Jinhu appears behind him and asks if he stole his mirror, and then he uses something that seals every skill, interfering with challenger Han's mind. Han struggles to resist, knowing mental defense matters more than ever in the verification of the mind, and now he has no idea what to do with serene mind blocked. The forced sync rate climbs to 20. The shock is too much, and Han Sung-yoon gains the abnormal status QI deviation. With his mind trapped, he can only ask why his future self would do something so cruel, because no matter how obsessed he is with strength, he would never choose that. The system warns that if he doesn't fix QI deviation, mana circuit proficiency could fall by as much as 10. It starts dropping, 0.3, then 0.7, then 0.4, and he feels his mana circuit overheating badly. Next, he's shown the Murim world, where his future self is searching for the Murim Alliance leader. He threatens everyone in his way, promising to spare them if they reveal where the leader is. Then the Murim Alliance leader, Lee Jin-won, appears and mentions the rumors spreading through Murim about a madman called the Sword Ghost. And once he sees Han Sung-hun, he thinks the title fits perfectly. Before he can say more, future Sung-hun attacks. Their fight begins, and in the end, future Han Sung-hun kills all the Alliance members he had promised to spare. Lee Jin-won is left speechless. He asks the madman before him if he feels no shame, but future Sung-hun says no. He believes weak people are just resources. To him, they exist only to keep him from getting tired or hurt. They have no value beyond that. The sync rate with the mirror self is forced up to 30, and Han coughs up blood. As the scenes keep changing again and again, his future self kills thousands and grows endlessly stronger, turning into something like a monster lost in madness, living only to gain more power, a mad beast that never loses. The assimilation rate rises again, reaching 40, and then 50. If it keeps climbing, things will get dangerous, but Han is horrified to realize part of him enjoys it. Then Challenger Sung-hun storms in, demanding to know if Han Sung-hun really thought he could get away after doing something this vile. Chaika can't believe what she's seeing. Future Sung-hun is holding Chae In-suk's corpse after killing him without mercy. The president of the Leader Association asks why he would murder innocent people just to become stronger. Future Han treats the question like a joke. He says he kills others simply because it makes him stronger. Kim Sung-hun reminds him that he can control lightning, then attacks in fury, and tells him to prepare to die. Sung-hun admits that Kim Sung-hun is no easy opponent, and still smiles as he kills Sung-hun by cutting him in half. Chika is horrified by the sight, screaming at Han Sung-hun to come back to his senses. Meanwhile, the real Sung-hun desperately searches for a way out, knowing that if he slips up, this bastard's mind will swallow him whole. Even 50% synchronization already feels like his mind is being torn apart, so he decides he has to escape before it's too late. The sync rate rises to 60, and mana circuit proficiency drops by 0.1, then 0.5. Then it falls by another 0.2, while the assimilation rate jumps to 70. Han starts to give up because he can't hold on much longer. The mental shock is overwhelming, and he can no longer tell pain from pleasure as Sung-hun sinks deeper and deeper. Then he remembers Yohan's High Priest's mirror, a mirror filled with divinity, every single day by High Priest Yohan. Han activates the High Priest's mirror, and a divine barrier surrounds him, cleansing mental corruption up to a certain level. His abnormal status and energy deviation are removed. Han Sung-hun finally breaks free from the trance. He also gains Mind of Steel, and his stamina increases by 1. Han proves that his faith has not changed, and the verification of the mind comes to an end. The administrators, Iron-Blooded, White, the Crane Swordmaster, and the Fallen World Soldier, are relieved to see their challenger made it through. The god of verification is satisfied with Han Sung-hun's performance, and decides to meet him, forcefully summoning him to the divine region. He's confused, then gets a notice. The god of verification is using divine power to take temporary control of the Tower of Trials, so the administrators can't watch their challenger anymore. The tower allows a summon as long as the player isn't in danger. With that, Sung-hun is pulled into verification's divine realm. There, the god of verification rises before him and starts asking questions. He wants to know who Sung-hun is, and why he can feel divine power coming from him. Sung-hun keeps staring, so the god tells him to stop. He guesses the challenger only sees him as a mass of light anyway. Then he says it's odd to meet him in person, and wonders if he's some divinity copy made by the tower. Sung-hun has no idea what that means, and the god clarifies that he's talking about the administrators. Next, he asks if Sung-hun got divinity through a contract with the tower, but Sung-hun says no, he's not an administrator, just a challenger. The god of verification tells him the divine power he has is truly his own, and admits the tower has gotten a lot more interesting while he was away. He goes on about how the tower's system learned it couldn't make the real thing with divinity copies alone. To create something real, it had to use an apostle of a divinity copy. That's when the god realizes Han Sung-hun is far from ordinary. Sung-hun, though, is only more confused, because the god is talking like he did something huge. In his mind, all he did was kill Karen and happened to gain divine power, so he asks if that power is really such a big deal. The god of verification is stunned that Sung-hun doesn't understand what he did. even after pulling out divine power with his own hands. Seeing how clueless he is, Songhun explains that he only got the divine power by chance. The god mocks that idea. He says Songhun perfectly stripped away the traces of God from the power given to that follower, and makes it clear that extracting Karun's divine power was not luck. He can sense a clear chain of cause and effect, and that only makes him more sure, especially since the Tower of Trials seems to expect a lot from Songhun. That revelation leaves Songhun stunned. Then, the god regrets saying it, because he wasn't supposed to reveal that, and now the tower is paying attention. So the god of verification says goodbye and tells Hun Songhun he'll be watching him. But Songhun still has questions. He asks about his future self, and what the god meant by this divine power and cause and effect. All of a sudden, a sharp pain stabs through his head. The god realizes Songhun looked too deeply into his future self, and when you stare into that void, it stares back. It's always waiting for a chance to dig into his mind. The god of verification warns Songhun to be careful of that. Then he tells him he'll soon be sent back. Songhun still wants to keep talking. The god says he can't. Even for a god, the tower is hard to deal with. Still, he adds that if Songhun visits the Temple of Verification later, he may answer some of those questions. Before sending him off, he gives one last warning. Don't trust any god, because from now on, they'll see Songhun as an enemy. The 11th floor is cleared. The old mirror of verification is placed in Han's inventory, and he gets 70,000 points, 30,000 SP, plus an extra reward. After that, Han returns to the lobby. Back there, he keeps thinking about what the god said, that taking divine power from Kairan wasn't random, and that there was a clear cause and effect behind it. If that's true, then the Tower of Trials wanted Songhun to take that divine power and make it his own. He turns everything over in his head, but none of it makes sense. The more he thinks, the more frustrated he gets. At least one thing comforts him. Even if the gods now see him as an enemy, the tower keeps them from harming him. Then, the system announces an expansion. Earth is now officially registered as a climbing dimension in the Tower of Trials, and one benefit is extra protection from dimensional invasions. It also says challengers from other dimensions will now face penalties if they come to Earth. Another bonus is that challengers other than pioneers can now earn a halo. Songhun becomes visible to the administrators again, and both Iron-Blooded and White are relieved to see him. He smiles at first, but then he remembers what the god of verification said. Administrators are a kind of divinity too. That makes him question whether he can trust them at all. Songhun decides he can't trust anyone right now, and the whole situation feels awful. With that mindset, he heads into Iron-Blooded's world. Iron-Blooded tries to check on him, and Songhun answers with an attack. He demands to know if all the administrators are working with the tower to use him. That's when Iron-Blooded realizes he's still being affected by the aftermath of the mind verification. Han Songhun keeps attacking her without thinking. Meanwhile, she tries to calm him down and tells him to pull himself together, but he won't listen. He throws the tower and the administrator's connection back at her. Convinced they exploit challengers, Iron-Blooded argues that it doesn't even make sense and tells Han to get a grip. Songhun can't understand why she keeps saying that, because to him, he feels completely fine right now. Then he goes all out. Iron-Blooded tries to stop him, warning that her house is right there, but it's already too late. That finally pushes the administrator over the edge. Now she stops holding back and strikes back at Songhun herself. Sometime later, Han is hanging upside down, tied up with ropes. He apologizes and says he's sane again, so she can let him down now. Iron-Blooded says she will, but she's worried that if he visits again, her house might disappear next time. She believes the Songhun who insisted he was fine was showing leftover traces of the abyss, parts that weren't fully removed and may have stuck to his personality for good. Even if Songhun becomes twisted, that's still a version of him, so she thinks his suspicion toward the administrators wasn't completely fake either. Then she makes one thing clear. No one truly knows what the tower wants, and that includes the administrators. Songhun wonders if the tower really expects something from him, but Iron-Blooded says there's no way. After cutting his ropes, she tells him what she does know. As far as she's aware, the tower has never shown its will to any challenger, so the idea that it would expect something from one specific person makes no sense to her. Still, seeing how doubtful he is, she figures someone must have told him something. Songhun then shares what the god of verification said about the tower expecting something from him. Now Iron-Blooded understands why he was so suspicious in the first place. She repeats what she said before, that she's a subordinate of the tower. Then, noticing Songhun enjoying the tea, she casually reveals what it's made from. Black dragon urine. That makes him instantly gag and spit it out. Songhun suddenly remembers something else the god of verification told him, that the administrators gained divinity copies through contracts with the tower. Iron-Blooded understands what he's asking, but says she can't explain divinity copies right now. Still, she says he'll learn about it soon whether he wants to or not. Songhun has one last question, this time about the earnest wish she mentioned before. He brings up what White told him, that it's a right the tower gives administrators, and they can use challengers with disciple contracts to achieve what they want. The red-eyed administrator looks annoyed that another administrator told Sung-hun all of that. Sung-hun asks why she didn't tell him sooner. Iron-blooded admits she was afraid, because she thinks Sung-hun is still underestimating himself, and she has seen how obsessed he is with getting stronger. Because of that drive to grow, she thought he would rush straight toward the earnest wish trial and challenge it without a second thought. Sung-hun says she's right. As far as he's concerned, he doesn't have another choice, because he truly believes he has no talent. The administrator wonders what talent even means to him, then warns that he'll soon realize just how badly he's been underestimating himself. On top of that, the red-eyed administrator tells him about the 12th floor trial. After that talk, Sung-hun goes back to the lobby. The narration explains that talent is something you're born with, a gift from the heavens that can't be changed. In the world of hunters, it shows up in 3 forms: learning skills, increasing stats, and awakening traits. Those are the 3 gifts hunters can have, but Sung-hun was born with none of them. He couldn't learn skills, his abilities didn't grow, and he couldn't even awaken a new trait. He may think everything changed after entering the Tower of Trials, but the truth didn't. A talentless Sung-hun still couldn't grow because of his traits. That's why he's sure Iron-blooded is wrong about him having talent. If he really had something like that, he believes he would have become a famous hunter even without ever entering the tower. Then Sung-hun remembers what the administrator said about the 12th floor trial. It's a battle against himself. He'll have to fight a copy of himself and win. Even so, he brushes it off and sees it as a good chance to sharpen his combat skills. Then he pulls out a skill proficiency healing potion. It's a special potion made by the tower. Once he drinks it, one chosen skill can gain 10 proficiency at random. Sung-hun got one from the Japanese government after the Namgung battle, and Catherine gave him hers too. So now he has 3 potions total. Sung-hun drinks one and has to choose which skill to boost. He picks Magic Management, the skill he got after hunting the Dark Monarch on the 10th floor. Since it supports all his other skills, Sung-hun thinks it's the best place to invest. Sung-yoon takes out the old Mirror of Verification, the reward from the 11th floor. When he pours mana into it, its one-time effect, Remaining Thoughts, activates. Flame Dragon Eye turns on. Since this effect only works once, he can gain the skill left inside those remaining thoughts, but he has no control over which skill it gives him. The system announces that the God of Verification has specially changed part of the effect for one challenger. Then the old Mirror of Verification activates, and Sung-yoon randomly gains the skill sealed inside it. From the remaining thoughts, he inherits the skill Fighting Concentration A. The system then adds the remaining thoughts combat experience into that skill, raising its proficiency by 11. Sung-yoon is pleased with what he got. Then the system starts the 12th floor trial. He has 48 hours to kill his duplicate. If he dies or time runs out, he fails. The reward is an Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown A, and failure means death. Sung-yoon steps into the 12th floor trial. At once, the blessing of the God of Darkness detects an intruder in the ancient palace, and creates a guardian fighter. That intruder is Sung-yoon. Now he has to face a copy of himself, and the guardian has even duplicated his item, the Vampire Count's old tailcoat. His job is simple: kill the version made by the God of Darkness. He remembers what the Iron-blooded monarch said. This guardian fighter doesn't just copy his body, but his experience too. That means the duplicate already knows the moves and plans he'd use. The administrator's warning stays in his mind. The copy has his talent too, so if he looks down on himself, he's done. So he decides to test it for himself. Sung-yoon feels uneasy, wondering why gods keep dragging him into this. As he studies the copy, it looks almost exactly like him. From what the Iron-blooded monarch told him, and from the question vouchers he used, Sung-yoon believes the replica can copy only one item, and it chose the Vampire Count's old coat, a defensive item. So if this thing really copied him right, he can use this fight to judge himself honestly. Sung-yoon activates Instant Acceleration and Wind's Grace, boosting all his speed by 70. To test his own talent, he uses Fighting Concentration, doubling his focus. Then he adds Burning Sword Intent and jumps straight at the enemy. The replica draws the iron-blooded sword. Sung-yoon immediately thinks the move is too obvious. He predicts the next step, a counter shield. To him, that seems like the only choice the copy has. But then something unexpected happens. The replica changes the counter shield into a sword. It turns into dual swords. It's a two-sword style Sung-yoon has never used in a real fight because it burns too much mana and focus, so he always avoided it. That makes him wonder why the copy picked such a wasteful method. He can't figure it out. As the clash goes on, Sung-yoon starts to understand something. In pure technique, the copy is better than he is. He wonders if indomitable will is the reason. Right now, Sung-yoon still has the edge in items, but the replica also activates indomitable will, the power he absorbed from Lucilian. If the copy's base ability is already higher, and if it pushed Fighting Concentration to the limit and reached a transcendent level of focus, then this outcome makes sense. But the bigger issue is the swordsmanship the copy is using with those two blades. Sung-yoon knows for sure, that style is Namgung's. He only met Namgung once, but he clearly remembers that terrifying, almost divine level of technique. It was the moment that made him realize how arrogant he had been about skills. It wasn't about raw power or special abilities. It was pure technique, and that made Sungyun wonder if Namgung had been right. That technique could go beyond skills entirely. Namgung's swordsmanship didn't rely on skills at all, and Sungyun knew he could never learn it by himself. Now he understands. This is the true talent the iron-blooded monarch meant. The system warns him that he has met a powerful enemy, and that this fight will be hard to handle. At the same time, the replica activates indomitable will. Sungyun realizes the system has judged him to be at a disadvantage. For a second he wonders if this is where he dies. Hence Sungyun raises fighting concentration, pushing his focus up by 10 times. Even then, he struggles to keep up with the copy, so he forces his concentration to 15 times. He also activates Wings of Steel to fly at top speed. His concentration climbs again, reaching 17 times. Just as he's about to catch the copy, the replica blows off its own arm to break free. In the next instant, it is right on him. The copied Sungyun aims a killing blow at the real one, and Sungyun realizes he's about to die. His concentration spikes to 20 times. He enters a state of focus beyond his limits. Sungyun feels awful when it hits him. He was one step from death. His whole presence changes as he curses the duplicate, and the system notes that he's entered that state at the cost of severe mental backlash. Now Han Sungyun seems like a completely different person. He attacks the replica again, and this time his strike actually lands. Even so, the copy is absurdly strong. Watching the battle, the iron-blooded monarch grows angry. The same thing has happened again, and she can barely stand to watch. Even knowing the tower may react badly, she tries to contact Sungyun, but the system blocks her message for a moment to stop any advice from reaching him. With a mocking excuse, the administrator says she was only trying to offer her contractor a cup of tea. Meanwhile, Han Sungyun ends up striking himself. Then the truth comes out. His future self has taken over his body, while the real Sungyun fights to regain control. Sungyun yells at his future self to stop messing with his body. He thought that nuisance was gone after the last trial. Future Sungyun snaps back that he stepped in because Sungyun was about to die, yet somehow gets no thanks for it. Sungyun has no patience for that and demands to know why he still hasn't left his body. His future self calls him an idiot and tells him to look at the fight properly. After all this training, and even after climbing to the 12th floor, he still can't see himself clearly, so future Sungyun calls him pathetic. Frustrated, Sungyun tries to punch him, but his future self pins him down and leaves him yelling. Before going, future Sungyun decides to teach him one thing. He tells Sungyun to drop the habit of depending completely on skills, because that keeps him from using real technique. Then he coldly says Sungyun might as well stay down forever, because from here on, he'll be the one using this body. Back in the battle, future Sungyun keeps fighting. As soon as he starts getting the feel for it, the iron-blooded monarch sends him an item, the product of Black Dragon. Inside, Sungyun struggles to take his body back. He tries to make himself drink the product of Black Dragon. And the moment he does, the real Sungyun returns and takes control again, declaring that he's back. Sungyun realizes that while his other self was fighting, he clearly felt what it meant to let go of his habit of relying on skills. If the replica can fight that way, he believes he can too. With that, his concentration rises to 20 times. His thoughts speed up again, and the wild ego inside him starts to rise. In this sharpened state of mind, he can finally feel it. It is a sudden enlightenment that feels like it lasts forever. Sungyun realizes he has to throw away his dependence on every skill he's collected so far. He needs to empty himself and adapt, so he drops common sense, stubbornness, and every fixed image in his head, until nothing is left. The system announces that, through his own enlightenment, magic management increases in proficiency by 10. He also gains the achievement of enlightenment, and his stamina rises by 1. Sungyun earns the achievement of trance as well, increasing his mana by 4. Now the system judges that he is facing an enemy he can fully defeat, and indomitable will is deactivated. From this point on, Sungyun decides to turn the fight around. Han Sunghun keeps battling his duplicate, but it feels strange to have Namgung's overwhelming sword technique almost within reach. Using the speed from Wind's Grace and instant acceleration to the fullest, he keeps fighting, and little by little, things start to become clear. As he watches his duplicate, he focuses on technique instead of skills. Sunghun begins to understand the very principle behind technique itself, even at impossible speed. Now the duplicate is the one struggling in the fight, and as Sunghun's understanding nears completion, he starts noticing wasted movements in the copy's dual sword style. That means the dupe isn't truly drawing out Namgung's swordsmanship, it's mostly trying to imitate Namgung's form. Sungyun activates the iron-blooded sword and realizes that doubt weakens the sword flame trait that is supposed to cut through everything. So even Han Sunghun, while trying to use Namgung's swordsmanship, needs to focus more on strengthening the sword flame. Then Sungyun activates Truth Seeker of Blood. This time, he manages to wound the duplicate, but the copy blocks the strike by instantly spinning the shield into a circle. Sunghun is stunned when the duplicate's rough, aggressive sword style suddenly changes into a softer one, where every move seems to float. That floating style is another of Namgoong's techniques, and it irritates Sung-yoon to see how much the dupe can copy. Sung-hun realizes he can only win if he survives every risk, so he activates Counter Shield. As he attacks, just as Sung-yoon expected, the dupe's sword resets before his does, and in that moment, Sung-hun decides to use a trick. He believes the duplicate used that move through a transformed Counter Shield, which should mean his own Counter Shield will reset right away, or so he thinks. And Sung-hun is sure that if the dupe really is him, then now, when the energy from both counter swords starts to fade, his copy takes the bait and moves in. Sung-hun almost laughs at how absurdly strong he is, and in that opening he drives the iron-blooded sword into his double. The plan worked, and he's relieved. Ready to end it, Sung-hun charges his clone. But then something totally unexpected happens. The copy mutates into a monster, and Sung-hun is left stunned. The berserk clone turns into a giant beast and lunges at him, forcing Sung-hun to retreat fast. Then the monster bites off its own fingers and hurls them at Sung-hun, where they explode mid-air. That sudden attack rattles him, especially since the clone's whole fighting style has changed, and now every hit is way more brutal. A massive hand shoots out, and Sung-hun barely avoids it. A huge blast follows, but Shield of Retribution blocks the attack. He caught a break. The skill had just come off cooldown. Sung-hun even asks if the clone is really going to keep going. The Titan answers by charging him like a mad beast. Sung-hun figures the thing has completely lost its mind if it's blowing up its own body parts. Still, he has to admit that kind of attack would be deadly up close. But if the clone keeps fighting like this, ashen blood will eat through its stamina. So Sung-hun decides to wait it out until the monster runs out of things to throw. Before long, the monster wobbles back upright, its body shaking as smoke drifts around it. That gives Sung-hun the chance to cut off one of its arms. Since dragging this out helps no one, he moves in to finish it, but the monster scrambles away to survive. Even then, the clone still isn't done. It gathers power again and swings at Sung-hun. Shield of Retribution takes the blow, and Sung-hun realizes the clone may be insane, but its raw strength is still there. Even so, that attack helps him. The shield stores up enough energy for him to shape it into an orb. In one motion, he bats that magic sphere forward with his sword, smashing it straight into the clone's face as he says, "Release!" And right then, a flood of power erupts from the orb and tears the monster apart. With the clone dead, Sung-hun clears the 12th floor trial and earns a pile of rewards. Shield of Retribution also rises to B rank. At the same time, combat focus shuts off, and the strain from pushing it past its limit hits him all at once. He spits up blood, but ashen blood heals him right away. He had guessed that skill might cancel out combat focus's backlash. Sung-hun knows he never would have made it this far without ashen blood. Even so, he wishes the tower would ease up a little, though he knows it probably won't. Then he notices the dead soul of his clone still hanging there, which catches his interest. Before he can think on it more, the admin iron-blooded returns now that the blocked connection has been restored. She complains that she got restricted just for helping her contractor with a cup of tea, which was actually Black Dragon Essence, an item that boosts resistance and sharpens the mind. Iron-blooded tells him to show some gratitude, so Sung-hun thanks her for helping him earlier. That reminds him of when she sent him the Dragon Essence, and he learns admins can get punished for interfering too much with their contractors. Then a flood of messages from other admins pours in, all praising his insane talent. Even Sung-hun is surprised to find out so many admins were watching. Some are amazed by his skill and how hard the trial was, while others seem annoyed and wonder why someone like him was even on floor 12. What really creeps him out is that they just keep staring in silence. Normally the admins say their piece and leave, but this time they stick around for no clear reason. Fed up, Sung-hun asks what they actually want from him. He assumes they already know he's under contract, yet they're acting like they still want to claim him. Then it hits him. Maybe his tower system is about to expand in a way that would help them too. It's only a guess, but the way they're hovering around makes him think he's right. A sly grin spreads across Sung-yun's face, because if he plays this right, he might profit from a system upgrade that matters even to admins outside his contract. So he tells them to stop sending vague little messages and say what they want plainly. If they expect anything from him, they need to pay first with a power, and he promises he'll return the favor once the expansion happens. The admins hate that attitude. They reject the offer and tell him to be more humble. Sung-hun pushes harder, saying the deal is open to only 3 of them. First come, first served. He knows exactly what he's doing, because the second he says that, the admins go wild, all trying to add their power to his store. With that handled, he turns to something even more important. His clone had been exactly the same as him. Same skills, same stats, same abilities. Now he can't wait to see what happens if he absorbs that dead soul. So Sung-hun takes in the clone's soul, which matches his own almost perfectly. The system suddenly starts divinity extraction, and that shocks him. His holy energy rises to B rank, but he's left confused about what divine transformation and divine accumulation even mean. He remembers getting divine power from Priest Carrion, but he had been too afraid to mess with it, since he had no idea how to use it. Now though, he sees a chance to make it useful. After that, Sung-hun enters the 13th floor lobby. Thanks to the system expansion, he learns the community feature that used to be split by countries on Earth has now been fully merged, and in group trials, teammates will no longer be limited by nationality. He figures that means he'll start meeting foreigners in party trials now, which feels like a pretty underwhelming expansion. But there's something else he learns too. One day, other dimensions may be merged with theirs as well. Soon after, Sung-hun checks the scoreboard, and his eyes go wide. He sees proof of the strength he's been chasing. This was one of his biggest reasons for climbing the tower, maybe even the thing his whole life has been leading to. By taking first place on the board, he's moved one more step toward that goal. For now, at least, he's the strongest player in Earth's dimension. Still, the Tower of Trials has been around much longer in places like Ares, Karen, and Murim than it has on Earth. Compared to those worlds, Earth only recently got recognized as an ascended dimension, and overall it's far weaker. If Earth doesn't unite and build up its strength, another dimension will eventually come after it. Even so, none of that changes what Sung-hun wants most: enough power to crush anyone who stands in his way. Next, he opens his inventory and finds the Skill Emperor's Ashen Crown. It raises charisma by 30, and even more interesting, wearing it lets the user rule as the Liege Lord of Dead Spirits. Since it's a high-grade item, Sung-hun knows it's no joke. Then he checks the bonus clear reward. There, he gets the skill Last Stand, which cancels a fatal wound at the cost of 88% of his stamina. That leaves Sun-yoon completely stunned, because it's basically a one-time way to cheat death. A 1-week cooldown isn't great, but for a skill like that, it's still more than worth it. Sung-hun smirks, because besides the normal trial rewards, he still has the new powers he squeezed out of the admins. So he opens the power list and looks through the patron abilities, where he finds 3 skills. Since all 3 are solid C-rank abilities, he doesn't waste time and buys them right away. The moment he does, the admins start pestering him, begging him not to forget who backed him, and it annoys him to no end. Then his mind goes back to the clone soul he absorbed earlier, and he's still shaken by how divinity extraction activated out of nowhere. He clearly remembers that moment. A strong new force settled into his heart, and light rose from his chest. That's when Sung-hun realizes this is the true form of holy energy, but then he tries using it in the lobby, and finds almost no difference at all. As far as he can tell, all this holy power does is make him glow. No special effect, no amazing new trick, nothing. He thinks back to how the priest on the 11th floor used it to heal people and strengthen weapons, but Sung-hun can't do either of those things. That makes him furious, especially after getting his hopes up for nothing. He tries to calm down with deep breaths so that other side of him doesn't come out again. Then, almost on cue, the admin White appears and offers to train him in holy energy, inviting him to her admin space. Sung-hun politely refuses, and White is shocked by how directly he turns her down. He tells her he'll come if he ever needs help, but right now, he wants to see how far he can get on his own. White accepts his decision. Honestly, holy energy isn't Sung-hun's top concern right now. Instead, his thoughts drift to Swordmaster Hyak. That only hardens his resolve to focus on whatever makes him stronger right now, at least until he kills Nimgung. He has no doubt at all that Hyak will return. After that, Sung-hun checks the admin powers he bought, and activates Divine Sanguine Heart style. When a dark, monstrous aura suddenly wraps around him, he can barely process the feeling. It's like turning into a machine built only to kill, with power surging through him and his blood pounding hard. Sung-hun says this is exactly what he needed, but then everything takes a sharp turn. His clone suddenly appears inside his body and pinches. His clone pinches his cheek, calls him greedy, and asks if he planned to keep all the fun for himself. Han is completely thrown off. His clone, his worst alter ego, is sharing his body at the same time as him. That has never happened before. Then the bastard takes control, making Sung-yoon grab one sword while holding another in the other hand. Now it's a duel, him against himself. Han calls him an idiot, because if the real body dies, the clone dies too. The clone just laughs and calls Han the idiot instead. With a nasty grin he says it's simple. If he can't have it, no one can. That leaves Han in another terrible spot. He has to fight himself again. He barely catches the clone's strike, their swords crashing together. At that moment, the blood aura from Divine Sanguine Heart style gets drawn into his sword. The timing couldn't have been better. Han's blade takes in the power of the Sanguine Demon Blade, and blood starts pouring over it. His sword clashes head-on with the clone's. Then Han drives the blade into his own chest, using the blood aura to force that alter ego out of his body. The sword sinks into his chest and gets covered in blood as he screams out. The pain is brutal, but it pays off. The conditions to unlock the blade's true power are finally met. Its name changes to True Sanguine Demon Blade. The skill rises to A grade. The blade also gains a special effect called Blood Phage, creating strange blood clots tied to the weapon. To figure out what it does, Han uses Fireworm's Eye. That reveals the effect lets him absorb the blood of any enemy killed by the Sanguine Demon Blade. Even better, he can place up to 3 skills into the sword, and using them costs nothing. Han realizes this weapon may have the best growth potential of anything he's found so far. Then, the 13th trial begins. The goal is to work as a team and kill the vampiric count within 14 days, and the reward is a skill book. Han is not thrilled to be stuck in another group trial. Past team trials have never gone smoothly for him. Still, the skill book catches his attention, and an A-grade reward makes this a little easier to accept. Once he enters, the map opens and marks a city controlled by vampires, along with priests hiding inside it. Han guesses the real task is to save those priests. That annoys him. He can't see why they shouldn't just storm the city and wipe out every vampire. For him, leveling a city alone would be easy. Soon, the rest of the team arrives. A boy named Kaufki realizes the system expansion was meant for this mass trial. Then 2 more members appear, Fabled Ninja and Clock Tower Sorcerer. Those titles sound familiar to Sung Yoon. He remembers they're both top-ranked players on the scoreboard. The sorcerer looks around and says the whole place reeks of blood. And honestly, of course it does. The room is filled with the remains of a massacre, blood covering the dining table. The vampires clearly feasted here. Just then, a group of sinister vampires sneaks up on the Clock Tower Sorcerer. The old man freezes in panic as they brag about killing everyone there, and sneer that another meal has been served to them, meaning him. Then they attack. Before they can finish him, Tarkovsky and the ninja step in. They cut the vampires down in an instant. The ninja recognizes Tarkovsky, and notes that he's from Russia's #1 guild. The Russian doesn't deny it. He introduces himself as Andrei Tarkovsky, leader of Carpe Diem. The ninja follows up by introducing himself as Sachio Michimoto, an S-grade hunter from the Japanese Hunter Association. Andrei says Mishimoto is the bigger name anyway. Everyone knows Japan's only S-grade hunter. Sachio takes the compliment well, and says he hopes Andrei is ready for a fight. He warns that vampires can sense when their own are killed, so more of them will be on the way soon. David tells them not to worry. He already placed a barrier to keep any sign of the battle from leaving the room. Mishimoto asks who the old man is. He introduces himself as David Taylor, a humble mage who serves the clock tower. Sachio is impressed, since the clock tower is the greatest magic tower in the world, and Andrei figures David must be an archmage close to retirement. Still, David says being summoned here hardly feels lucky at his age, though to a mind that loves order, the tower is also a new adventure. That leaves only Han Sung-yoon. He says he's just a C-grade hunter from Korea. Based on what the admin told them, David explains that even the weakest vampires are far stronger in battle than a C-grade hunter. As for the vampiric count, it can match the strongest S-grades and can't be killed easily because it regenerates. So David says the smartest move is to rescue the priests hidden around the city, then use their help to bring down the count for good. Tarkovsky points out the problem. The city is crawling with vampires, so how are they supposed to get in? David admits rushing in would be too dangerous, and Sachio figures the enemy would catch them before they even reach the city. So they start laying out a team plan to beat the enemy as efficiently as possible. The others think that if everything goes well, they can finish the trial in about 10 days. Han hates that idea, because taking 10 days could cost them the bonus reward. So he cuts in and says they've got it all wrong. Their plan isn't efficient at all. David asks him what a better plan would be. Han smirks, already knowing exactly what he's going to say. Andrei wonders what could possibly be better than the strategy they just made. Mikimoto is curious too, especially since Han is the top-ranked player in the world. Then Han gives his answer with zero hesitation. Charge straight in. David is stunned and thinks his old ears must be failing him, because that plan could get them all killed. Without another word, Han swings his sword and cuts open the wall. Beyond it is a massive army of vampires waiting outside. Facing the horde, Han tells the others the plan is simple. Rush in, kill everything, and clear the trial. The vampires notice the humans at once. To them, it's feeding time. The scent of fresh blood is already in the air. Han's teammates panic and ask if he's trying to drag them all into hell with him. He ignores them and tells them to begin the operation. Kill everything. With that, the vampires charge like mad, weapons raised. Blood arrows fly toward the group, but then, one vampire shouts that the humans have a mage with them. Andrei realizes David has cast mass invisibility, though it won't be easy for him to keep it up. David grits his teeth, angry that in every mass trial there's always one person who ruins any chance at teamwork. Then the old man suggests they leave Han Sung-yoon behind and retreat for now, a move that sounds like plain betrayal. Meanwhile, Han is stunned by something else. Vampires can control blood naturally, just like his blood prophet skill. The vampires, on the other hand, are desperate to devour him. They keep firing blood arrows at Han. As that happens, David Taylor and Andrei pull back from the fight, while Sachio is left wondering why Han would do something this reckless. Suddenly, the Japanese hunter stops everyone and yells for them to turn around. Han has activated Blood Prophet. The vampires are shaken to see a human manipulating blood, something they thought only their kind could do. They panic even more when they realize Han's control is far stronger than theirs. Han makes it clear who's in charge and forms blood arrows of his own. Those arrows tear straight through the vampires. Like a true monster, he wipes them out by himself and absorbs their souls. The surviving vampires fall into chaos, convinced Singyun can't possibly be human. David Taylor watches the slaughter in disbelief. In a fight against numbers like this, careful planning should matter most. But Han's brutal method actually works, and that leaves David speechless. For the first time, he wonders if what he's missing is simple raw power. David Taylor was once a top battle mage with a lifetime of frontline experience. His reputation was matched only by his brains. That talent for advanced strategy earned him praise inside the Tower of Trials, where he cleared one trial after another and rose to the top ranks. As usual, he had built what looked like the perfect plan for the 13th trial, and yet Han crushed that careful strategy with one answer: just charge in. To David, it looked like the arrogance of youth at its worst. He believed no problem could be solved without a plan made ahead of time. But Han Singyun pushed a completely different idea: kill everything in sight and end the trial that way. Back in the fight, Han tears through the vampires like it's nothing. Andre and Mishimoto can only stare. They've never seen anything like this before. Andre finally admits they're past the point of planning and says the best thing now is to support Han from behind. Sashio agrees. David still tries to stay logical. Even so, he can't ignore how much Singyun has surpassed their expectations in pure power. But the enemy force is huge enough to take over a whole city, so no one can beat them all alone. The old man admits many hunters in the past were insanely strong, but there's a reason people usually fight in a team. No matter how powerful you are, battle is full of things you can't predict. So to fight everything by yourself, in his eyes, is just arrogance. Meanwhile, our guy keeps cutting through vampires without slowing down. Then, several of them grab hold of him at once. Han's arms suddenly puff up like balloons, and in the next instant, they blow apart, blasting the vampires away with raw force. He used the skill Body Explosion, and Han admits it's pretty useful, just expensive. Even so, he keeps burning through recovery items, because the attacks never stop. The vampires rage at Han, calling him filthy human trash for daring to interfere with the blessings of the god of battle. Then, one trembling vampire mutters something strange. The others start thinking Han is an angel sent by the human god to protect mankind. After all the killing they've done, maybe they angered that god. Still, they believe the god of battle is with them, so they want his blessing. Even Han is confused. He had no idea vampires were this easy to trick. Right then, a giant vampire smacks the coward beside him and tells everyone to really look at Han. He's breathing hard like he's about to collapse. That snaps them out of it. They realize Han isn't an angel, just a human. With their courage back, the vampires rush him again. But Han flips the whole thing around by holding several soul orbs between his fingers, leaving the vampires staring in confusion. He pops them into his mouth like candy and tells them it might be their friends and family he just swallowed. Power surges through him as he absorbs the vampires' souls and restores his stamina. Their magic power comes back to him too. Grinning like a devil, Han says he can keep this up all day and charges in for another round. Then he fully lets loose and tears through the vampires like a monster. From a distance, Sachio and the others watch in shock. The Japanese player finally understands why Han is ranked number 1 in the world. He's never seen anyone crush a full battle like this. Andre agrees. He can tell Han gets stronger with every enemy he drops, and he still isn't tiring out. So Andre and Michimoto Sachio decide their best move is to fight on Han Songyun's side. Back in the fight, Han keeps absorbing vampire souls one after another to refill his stamina. Even he is surprised by how much he's getting. It's even better than when he absorbed his clone's spirit. With a grin, he figures that if he can take down the vampire count, this trial might be worth it after all. At the same time, the admins praise him, saying he's even more wicked than a demon. Han likes that well enough. Staying on their good side can't hurt. Then his teammates catch up to him. Han thought they had gone to save the priests, but Sachio says they owe him an apology. From now on, they'll follow Han's lead. Even Andre apologizes for doubting him and admits he was wrong. Han is pleased they finally see the value of rushing in without a plan, which is of course not really the point of their apology. Later, Han opens his third eye to scan the vampire city and the terrible energy hanging over it. He smirks as soon as he feels it. It has to be the vampire count. The Russian player turns grim at that stronger spell. The tower never said the vampire count could use high-level magic. David guesses it's a natural gift of the vampire race, and their leader seems strong enough to match true high magic. Sachio panics and asks how they're supposed to fight that when they could die in minutes. Han quietly thinks about how he used to look up to top hunters like them. Now it feels like he's the one who has to protect them. To him, that's proof of how far he's come. To keep them alive, Han tells them to run as fast as they can. All he wants is for them to find priests and bring them here. Sachio asks Sun-Yun why he's saying that when they already talked this over. So Han tells the truth. If they stay, they'll only slow him down. And besides worrying they might die here, Sun-Yun has another reason for sending them away. He wants to kill the vampire count alone and absorb his spirit himself. Han figures the more they help, the less likely he is to get it. Surprisingly, Andre agrees to follow Han's order, even though he hates being dead weight for the first time in years. David agrees too, and says they'll gather as many priests as they can. As the others run off, Han gets ready by activating Combat Focus and Divine Sanguine Heart style. He pushes Blood Prophet even further too, disrupting every blood control ability in the area. At that exact moment, Han interferes with the vampire's power, and the vampire count notices right away. He demands to know what foolish human dares challenge him. Fury rises in the count, and his throne cracks under the pressure. He had planned to make this miserable human city the center of his rule, but now that human has earned a place in hell. With that, the vampire count loses control. A violent wave of power erupts from him. Hen is swallowed by a terrifying aura, and can hardly believe it. This is far beyond what he expected. He realizes he may have pushed too far. The vampire count commands countless vampires. Cell Vampire Count Cell Near has spent his whole life in battle. His only goal was to climb higher and higher. Fighting was the one thing that gave him joy, and like others ruled by that hunger, Cell eventually found himself standing on a mountain of corpses, built by his own bloodlust. Soon, his desire reached the heavens, and the god of battle chose Cell as a disciple candidate. As a god's disciple, he could finally fulfill his race's deepest wish, bringing down the alliance of the 4 human nations, until the very source of that alliance ran red with blood. Cell Vampire Count Cell Near slaughtered countless people, and destroyed 3 nations. Now, by crushing this last human stronghold, he planned to earn the god of battle's full approval, as a true disciple. Cell wanted to stand at the top of his race and rule as Vampire King. In the present, a servant rushes to Count Cell Vampire Count Cell Near. With news of the chaos, he reports that one human wiped out the forces under their rule. Down below, it's a complete slaughter. The Count is stunned. He thought he had already killed every so-called human hero, so what nation could still be sending someone to die for nothing? Shaking, the servant explains that no one sent this human, he just appeared out of nowhere. The Count angrily chews vampire soul orbs like grapes, furious that some intruder dares butcher his precious followers. He calls it absurd and lashes out at his useless underlings. Cell Vampire Count Cell Near refuses to believe a human could avoid every eye in the city and reach its center unnoticed. His servants beg him to calm down, but Cell is boiling with rage. If this last human stronghold had fallen, he would have become a true disciple of the god of battle. Now that chance is close to ruin, all because of one lowly human daring to meddle in his plans. His nearly finished plan to rule this mortal city is thrown off, and his overwhelming blood power bursts across the whole city, making it shake. Meanwhile, Hen realizes he's seriously messed up. The blast erupts, and Hen runs. Now his only choice is to abandon the city and save his teammates. He finally catches up to them, just as the violent power is about to swallow everyone. Sungyeon throws up a shield of retribution to protect the group, but the shield starts to crack under the massive pressure. Hen puts everything he has into holding it, and manages to endure for a few moments. Then the shield of retribution shatters. The impact sends Hen crashing down hard. He slams into the ground as his teammates rush over to him. Hen asks if they're okay. Seichio helps him up, and David says they survived because of him. Seichio agrees. If Hen hadn't weakened the blast from the front, none of them would have lived. They really thought it was over. Then, the Count appears in person. He's shocked that these humans survived his attack. Cell Vampire Count Cell Near decides their slaughter of his servants was no accident. Frowning, he reads the scene in front of him. He assumes Hen, the weak human barely breathing in the rubble, is being protected by the 3 others still on their feet, who must be stronger than him. Even so, Cell Vampire Count Cell Near uses blood manipulation to form a sword and calls humans worthless insects, vowing to tear them apart. The teammates tremble in fear. Then Sung-yoon steps forward, tells them to stay back, and says he'll handle this alone. Andre says that if Han is set on this, they should pull back for now, but the Count shuts that down right away. No one is leaving. In an instant, Cell Vampire Count Cell Near rushes at them like lightning, then suddenly notices Argai beside him, calm and unmoving. Only then does the Count realize this is the human who was buried in the rubble. Cell is stunned, staring at Han in disbelief, and Argai coolly asks if he's ever heard, "Be careful what you wish for." With a smug grin, Argai says he's going to make Naira regret every word he said. The Count snaps at that, calling him a cocky fool, and charges straight at Han. Argai lunges too, crossing his swords and tearing the vampire apart, just like Naira was warned. After cutting down the vampire boss, Argai quickly tells his teammates to go find the priests. Michimoto Sachio hesitates, wondering if that's even necessary now that Sung-yoon already killed the Count. Even with that, Argai stays cautious. He figures that if the trial were really over, the system would have said so already. Then Argai uses the Dragon Eye and sees the vampire Count rebuilding his body with regeneration. A disciple candidate and vampire lord was never going to die that easily. Andrei Tarkovsky freaks out, unable to believe that monster can heal after being split in half, while David panics because none of this makes sense. Michimoto Sachio, though, guesses the priests are probably dead with the city in ruins, so he suggests all 4 of them fight together. Han refuses. He says he'll keep the vampire count busy while the others search for anything useful, even the priest's relics. But really, he just wants them out of the way, because he plans to finish the boss himself. The team agrees and follows his lead. Before long, Selnir fully restores his body, and now he's even more furious than before. All he wants now is to kill that disrespectful human. Argai is impressed by the Count's healing. Han has regeneration and blood control too, but Selnir's version seems a little better. Still, Argai is sure his fighting skill is above Sel's. The vampire Count charges again, burning with rage, and attacks with multiple blood-made blocks closing in on Han. They burst apart like fireworks, and Sel assumes that little human will finally break under his stronger blood control. Instead, Han slips past every attack and appears behind him. He even thanks vampire Count Selnir, saying he learned something from this fight. That mocking tone sends the Count into a rage. Right then, Argai cuts vampire Count Selnir to pieces again, blood spraying everywhere. The vampire is shredded even worse than before, and Argai is shocked to see him still regenerating. That makes our hero realize something. Maybe this trial was built so the Count can't be killed at all without the priests. And with the whole city destroyed, the odds of any priest surviving seem almost zero. Meanwhile, the Count restores himself once more, perfectly whole, and Han starts rethinking how bad this situation really is. Sel vampire Count Selnir laughs at the human's useless attempt to put him down for good. Han's mistake only entertains him, but Argai just grins like a demon, wondering how many more times he needs to carve him up. That smile makes the Count uneasy. He starts trembling, asking himself if what he feels is actually fear. Then the truth hits him. His pride cracks at the thought that the Lord of Vampires is scared of a human. Grinding his teeth, Sel vampire Count Selnir tells Han not to mock him. He's meant to become the ruler of all vampires. Han answers by cutting him apart a 3rd time, as if maybe this one will finally work. As his body is sliced apart, Sel screams in pain, and shouts that pain alone will never make him submit. Argai doesn't stop. He keeps cutting. Even while being torn apart, the vampire lord laughs and says it's pointless. He mocks Han, saying he's no real hero and can never end his rule. Han ignores all of it, and keeps slashing. Sel keeps talking, insisting that a mortal body has limits, and Hen will soon collapse from exhaustion. But the vampire lord is stunned when he realizes Sung Yoon still hasn't run out of magic at all. Now he starts wondering if this human really is some legendary hero, while Argai tears him apart for the 8th time. At that moment, Hen earns the achievement Battlefield Maestro, and gains a new skill, Torturer's Wiles. After that, Han jokes to himself, wondering if this counts as slicing or just making ground meat. Meanwhile, the vampire lord is terrified and turns to run. He's convinced this human is a monster, so he tries to retreat. But everything changes when our hero catches him in a blink. Han reminds him that he promised to make him regret what he said. With his darker side taking over, he summons his sword and says the Count doesn't get to come and go whenever he wants. The Count calls him a pathetic worm, and warns that he'll pay for this. Han answers by ripping him apart for the 9th time, and now the vampire lord begs him to stop this pointless bloodshed, even offering unconditional surrender. Sel vampire Count Selnir, the disciple aspirant, gives in and says he'll accept any condition Han wants. The Count pleads for his life and offers any treasure he wants, but Han Sung Yoon keeps carving through him like a machine. The vampire lord begs Han to end it, saying he can't keep suffering like this forever. Sel finally sees it. This human isn't a hero at all, but a blood-crazed killer. Han tells him to just die already, because he's tired of the non-stop talking and regenerating. Then Han gets an idea. A devilish smile spreads across his face. Han calls out to the vampire lord, and as Sel bows his head, Argai offers him one way to escape this endless torture. Sel vampire Count Selnir asks what he has to do. In response, Argai activates the Shield of Retribution. A huge cross slams into the ground, showing that the shield can take another form. Hen names it the training dummy of Retribution, and orders Sel vampire Count Selnir to keep hitting it until he says stop. He tells him to hurry if he wants this suffering to end. The vampire lord walks up to the cross, unable to understand how everything led him to such a pathetic end. He's terrified of what comes next. Out of nowhere, this brutal human appeared and wiped out the greatest vampire army he had. So the vampire lord starts striking the cross. As he does, he wonders if this is some test from God. Nothing makes sense anymore, and Sel convinces himself that it really is a test. To him, a human controlling blood is impossible, so he decides this must be God's will, a savage messenger sent to shake the weak resolve of the vampires and somehow save their kind. Sel tells himself this is a trial from God and keeps attacking. The Shield of Retribution stores every bit of damage, ready to release it later. Han decides that should be enough, then coldly tells the vampire that he's no longer useful. That's when vampire Count Selnir realizes this human was never a savior. He's a devil. Argai finally puts together a way to kill the vampire lord for good. Erase his whole body until no flesh is left. he traps Cell inside the Shield of Retribution and throws the Sanguine Demon Sword at it, releasing all the stored damage. A massive explosion goes off. The Vampire Lord stares in horror as death finally comes for him. The blast shakes the entire area and tears the vampire into the smallest pieces possible. With that, Han clears Trial 13 and wins the Book of Skills. He also receives a huge amount of points. Afterward, our guy smiles. He just killed an immortal on his own. Using the blood phage effect, he absorbs all the blood cell vampire count cell near left behind through the Sanguine Demon Blade, and the marked skill Blood Strengthening is carved into a blood phage slot. Then our guy activates the true Sanguine Demon Blade's marked skill, Blood Strengthening. The blood moves perfectly at his command. Now our hero can control blood even better than the Count could. It's almost like he became the vampire king Cell wanted to be, and Han fills the air with countless floating blood swords. Honestly, he doesn't feel bad about that at all. Our boy gives a quick smile. The only problem is that he looks like a total supervillain. Soon after, Han absorbs the vampiric Count's soul, and divinity is detected inside it. His power, holy energy, activates, and the divinity is pulled out. Our boy remembers seeing divinity extraction before, when he absorbed his clone's dead soul. Now he can speed up the growth of holy energy, though he didn't understand that at the time. Later, he realizes the condition for extracting divinity depends on whether the soul he absorbs has holy energy or not. Since the weaker vampires had no divinity to take, Han figures he can only extract it from enemies whose holy energy is on a similar level to his. Our guy realizes there's still a lot he doesn't know. Then the judgment process starts for extracting power from a dead soul, stronger than the user. Han thinks that sounds unfair, because there's no way the vampiric Count was stronger than him. Still, he guesses the system probably ranks souls tied to beings like gods or angels above normal ones. Either way, the vampire's dead soul gives up a new skill, and Han gains Faith Harvest. While our guy is trying to figure out what that power does, his teammates arrive with survivors and interrupt him. Sachio explains that the priests used protective blessings to shield the townspeople, so more of them survived than anyone expected. When the survivors hear the vampiric Count was taken down by one man, they burst into cheers. They start calling Han the hero from legend, and thank their lord for sending them salvation. Then the panel picks up a strong wave of faith aimed at Han through Faith Harvest. Han watches the moment quietly as the survivors place all that trust in him. He figures even mistaken belief still counts as faith. That only makes him grin. He's not about to waste a chance like this. So he activates charisma, making his presence feel even bigger, and his pull on people stronger. Han tells himself he isn't really deceiving them, and that helps him unlock another achievement. At least I didn't lie. Then Faith Harvest starts pulling in the faith around him. At the same time, holy energy activates and turns that belief, mixed with what really happened, into a myth. In that instant, the myth Vampire Slayer is born. That myth gives his holy power, anti-revive, and anti-demonic effects. Anti-revive makes sense, since he ended the vampiric Count's endless resurrections, and anti-demonic comes from all the vampires he wiped out. Han finds the whole thing both interesting and a little unsettling. In simple terms, his holy energy seems to combine with new faith and turn it into myths, basically using one power to create more power. Since he can feel untouched holy energy draining away, Han realizes that using a myth burns through the holy energy stored in his heart. After that, he gathers almost all the faith the people were sending his way, and with that, the trial finally comes to a safe end. Then Sachio and Andrei Tarkovsky head into the lobby. David walks up to Hen and admits he mistook Hen's confidence for the arrogance of youth. But now he sees that his own pride made him look down on him. David apologizes, and Songjun accepts it without any trouble. Then, the god of battle appears, having sensed the death of a servant disciple. The god notices Han and the holy energy inside him, and immediately turns hostile. Han reacts at once and drops to one knee, leaving David confused by the sudden move. But that doesn't spare them from the god's anger. The ground starts shaking and breaking apart, and the Tower of Trials reveals they've entered the divine realm. It feels like hell has opened up as the land splits wide, and people tumble into burning lava, screaming in terror. Furious, Hen can't believe what's happening. He thought the trial was over, and now a new disaster hits right away. Panic spreads through the crowd, and everyone runs from the collapsing ground with lava closing in. David looks especially tense. His portal to the lobby is on the far side, but streams of lava now block the way completely. That's when Hen steps in and asks the old man if he wants to shake hands again, jokingly calling him Professor Dumbledore. Without warning, Hen grabs his hand and hurls him across to the other side. The old man screams the whole way, while Hen says, "Yeah, it really is the fastest solution." After throwing him safely into the portal, the ground keeps breaking apart, and the lava swells even more. Hen tells everyone to stay back, then slams the ground and activates the Shield of Retribution. He reshapes the shield into bridges reaching the other side. Meanwhile, as David flies toward the portal, he thinks about Hen. He still can't say for sure whether Hen really is the legendary hero people claim he is. But if a true hero did exist in this ruined world, he thinks that person might look a lot like Hen. With that, the clock tower sorcerer says goodbye to him as the hero of Earth. At the same time, Han orders everyone to run across the bridge made from his shield, because it won't hold for long. Still, his good deed isn't totally selfless. Han hoped to squeeze out a bit more faith from them. No luck. The whole savior act kind of goes to waste, and as he rushes back to his portal, the god of battle is offended that a mere human dares to carry divinity. A crushing pressure slams down on the humans, and their heads burst, spraying blood everywhere. Han's eyes go wide at the horrifying slaughter. The god of battle warns Han, calling him the tower's pet hound, and saying he's gone too far. Rage flashes in Han's eyes, and he shoots back that the god crossed the line first. He makes it clear that while he's under the tower's protection, provoking him like this won't end well. Then Han says if that's all, he's leaving. As he steps into the portal, the god smiles with clear bloodlust. The god of battle looks forward to Han's death someday. Han takes that as one more reason to grow stronger. He has no plan to let a god bully him either. Just like that, he enters the 14th floor lobby. Even there, he can't stop thinking about the people the god wiped out. Han wonders if the tower created that whole vampire city just for the trial. The truth is, he still doesn't know whether any of it was real. He feels awful about it, but also realizes there's no point getting too attached to things that happen inside the trials. Now Songyun knows the being called the god of battle holds a grudge against him. The Tower of Trials warns him not to place faith in any other god after this clash, since he's already drawn the hatred of other deities. Han thinks this was probably going to happen no matter what, so he stops wasting time on things he can't control. After that, Han gets his new cloak. Then he buys the Power Sword Demon's Path, a rare ability given to people who fall completely in love with chasing power above everything else. Later, Han arrives at the deep woods and meets the admin White Crane, who says she really missed having him around. She heard from Han's patron that he ended up making an enemy of the child from Samsung village. Han admits he isn't even sure how it happened. It just did. From that, White Crane guesses Namgung-hyuk is why Han spent his special points to buy her power. Han nods and says she's right. She smiles and tells him he made the right call. In her eyes, he's what normal people would call a genius. Given that he copied the movements of an unknown sword style purely by instinct, White Crane says his talent already goes far beyond simple imitation. For example, he understood the real purpose behind the sword style he copied, and even changed it into a dual-wield form. Whatever a genius means, Han at least knows he's a pretty great copycat. White Crane adds that Seongyun managed to learn part of the Namgung-hyuk clan's techniques, and even that small amount shows the makings of a Grand Master. That means he has the talent to found his own martial arts sect. Han isn't sure that's really such a huge deal, but White Crane says his new power was an excellent choice. From now on, what he learns and understands on his own can rise into real skills recognized by the tower. She agrees to teach him everything he needs, but there is one condition. For Seongyun to learn from her, the admin and the contractor have to form a master-disciple pact. Han happily says he'll become her student. That catches the admin a little off guard, and Han tells her to think of him as her #1 student. If that's truly what he wants, she won't stop him. Han knows White Crane was once a player who climbed past the 40th floor, and he'd be an idiot to turn down training from someone like her. White Crane warns him not to regret this later, and Han starts wondering if her training is so harsh she'll whip him. Then she explains that in the Murim dimension, a disciple can only have one master for life. That's all she meant. He should choose carefully. But Han stays firm and says he won't regret it. It's not like he knows anyone else in Murim who could teach him anyway. Since he sounds certain, White Crane forms the pact and introduces herself as the 17th leader of the White Crane Swordmaster clan. She then gives her name as Sol Hua, the former undefeated champion of the Murim dimension, and the martial artist who will now teach him. Han is surprised to hear she used to be a champion. He bows to his master, then sums up what he learned from her short lesson on martial arts. First, it is mostly split into two kinds: internal arts and external arts. Internal arts refine and store magic energy taken in from the outside world inside the user's body, while external arts cover physical techniques like light footwork and different sword styles. Martial arts are made up of many techniques, and some need a certain kind of chi to work. That makes Han wonder whether his divine sanguine heart style counts as an internal art. So, he asks White Crane if it would be a problem that he's already trying to master another internal art. The moment she hears that, the admin nearly loses her mind and demands that Seongyun explain everything without leaving out a single detail. Han says what she described sounds a lot like what he's already learning. Solhwa snaps at him and asks if that iron-blooded lady taught him aura synthesis. Han starts wondering if internal arts are called aura synthesis in other worlds. Meanwhile, White Crane thinks not even iron-blooded would openly break the rules of a pact like that. Even so, Solhwa doesn't fully believe him and decides to check for herself. Without warning, she presses a hand hard against Seongyun's chest. That makes him wonder what his master is doing. Come on, Lady Crane. Your real motive is pretty obvious. She takes a second to calm down and check him carefully. A moment later, she concludes that aside from his magic energy, there are no signs he ever trained in internal arts. He then explains the Divine Sanguine Heart style. An admin named Fallen Air gave it to him on the 12th floor, and he also tricked some admins into handing over powers. Since this ability boosts his fighting sense, he's been using it ever since. Solha snaps back, clearly annoyed by the mix-up. She tells the protagonist that this is a power from the tower, not an internal art. It used to be one, something his sponsor had mastered, but it was turned into a power. After that, he awkwardly asks his master to move somewhere else. That's when she realizes she went too far and jumps back, blushing hard. She quickly explains that she got so focused on checking her suspicion that she forgot her manners. He says he wasn't complaining, but Solha still looks upset about the whole thing. Anger spills out as she says that some filthy blood demon cult trash had no right to stain him with such a low art. Seeing that reaction, Han remembers this admin isn't nearly as soft and harmless as she seems. Then White Crane gives him a firm warning. He must not learn internal arts. She says Songyun already has a way to gather magic energy without them, and the powers he gains will let him use different internal arts without them clashing. He had no idea that was even possible. Still, the admin tells him not to worry. The art she wants to teach doesn't depend on internal arts. Then, she demonstrates her sword style and tells him to watch closely and copy it. Han activates his combat skill, and Solwa begins her sword form. A pink aura rises from her blade. In that moment, he realizes she had only shown him her gentle side until now. That convinces him she truly is the master of the Muriam dimension. From the 7 white blade styles, Solwa starts with the first one. White blade, gleaming sea. She swings with smooth control, like starlight itself is flowing through the sword. Han watches in amazement, locking every movement into his mind. Solwa apologizes for going this fast, saying it's the slowest speed possible for White Blade, Gleaming Sea. But Han answers with confidence that he can handle it. To him, White Crane's movement looked like it bent space itself to trap and cut the target. Keeping that in mind, he raises his sword and copies exactly what she just did. Then, he asks if he did it right. White Crane just stares, completely stunned. It turns out that in every age and every world, a few gifted people are born different. These savants learn fast, understand deeply, and take in new information far better than most. Even so, talent alone isn't enough. They still need training to reach their full potential. Back in the present, Han asks White Crane if he made a mistake. Instead, Solwa starts panicking. She can hardly believe he copied White Blade, Gleaming Sea in a single try like it was nothing. Even so, she calls out to Han and tells him he has no idea how huge this is. She compares her 7 white blade style to Namgunghuk's divine heavenly blade forms, and says hers is even more complex. White Crane reminds him that he already copied 2 moves from Namgunghuk's family art, the Heavenly Gliding Blade and Heavenly Soaring Blade, both part of the divine heavenly blade forms. Solwa explains that her transcendent art is built on difficult principles that control space itself, yet Songyun copied White Blade, Gleaming Sea on his first attempt, with shocking ease. After seeing it once, he recreated the technique almost perfectly. Hearing that leaves Han stunned, because if these are only basic ideas, they definitely didn't feel simple to him. Lady Crane declares that MC is a savant of intuition. His natural instinct lets him grasp the heart of a technique at a glance. She admits that's almost unheard of. Han can barely follow what she's saying before Solwa drops another bombshell. At this rate, most martial arts techniques should take him only a single day to learn. Every martial art has its own rules and ideas that a student normally has to study first. But Han doesn't seem to need that theory. He can just watch a move and copy it. Even so, Lady Crane still trains him in how to use magic energy. Afterward, Han says he learned as many techniques as he could, including body movement, light step, and empty hand combat. But the most useful of all was the 7 white blade itself. One of them is White Blade, Gleaming Sea, a move that bends space so the target can't dodge the cut. Another is White Blade, Piercing Sky, a thrust made to break through an enemy's guard. And White Blade, Spacefold, is a defensive move that twists the space around the sword. With that, the training session ends, and Han thanks his master. Lady Crane is clearly happy to hear him call her that. Then he gets ready to leave. She thinks he's going too soon and tells Han he can stay as long as he wants. But he heads out, saying he has a feeling he'll be back. Once he's gone, Solha can't stop smiling. He called her master. She's also sure that with proper training, his natural talent will make him grow insanely fast. A little later, Han enters the lobby of the 14th floor, and feels a bit guilty because, at his current level, he couldn't master all 7 techniques of White Crane's style. Meanwhile, he's been improving Demon Slayer style whenever he can. But compared to his master's 7 white blade style, or Namgung's divine heavenly blade forms, it's not strong enough to carry those techniques yet. So, he decides to create a new skill using Sword Demon's Path, the power that lets him develop original sword skills. By using Iron-Blooded Monarch Sword and Combat Focus, Han improves both the divine heavenly blade forms and the 7 white blade styles through dual wielding, but neither one is close to becoming a full skill yet. Later, Han remembers Sulha giving him a clue. A skill can only be created when it has a clear and solid structure. So he thinks about reshaping White Crane's blade styles into a base form, then layering the heavenly blade forms onto it whenever needed. At the same time, he keeps in mind the rule behind dual swords. A strong attack can be the best defense. With countless sword paths running through his head, he keeps refining the idea. After thinking it through, he creates a new skill, Hybrid Origin Blade. Though it has no special extra effect, it gives bonus buffs to techniques from both sword styles while he's wielding swords, and Han is surprised when he sees it. He likes the added buffs, but still feels the result could have been better. That's when Han opens his inventory and notices the skill book he got from the 13th trial. The book lets the user gain 1 B rank skill. Since he has nothing to lose, Han decides to use it and flips through the pages. Soon, it produces a new skill, Blood Spirit Demon Blade, which fills the user with demonic energy. When activated, it also triggers the unique effect Double Strike, doubling the power of the technique. Wanting something even stronger, Song-Yun uses skill synthesis to combine Hybrid Origin Blade and Blood Spirit Demon Blade. That fusion creates a new skill, Demonic Origins Blade. With that done, Han enters the 14th floor, where the trial is to hunt every monster in the lake within 7 days. He comes up against an enemy above his level, so Han activates Indomitable Skill. But as soon as he steps into the floor, everything changes. Namgung-hyuk is already there waiting for him. Since he expected Han to come, he'd already wiped out all the weak monsters on the 14th floor for him, yet Han never appeared. Namgung-hyuk had started to think he came to the wrong place, but his opponent finally shows up right on time. Both of them grin like total maniacs. It's obvious they've been waiting for this fight. Han goes all out, activating every skill he has, and both of them launch themselves forward. With swords charged, the fight between Sung-Yun and Namgung-hyuk begins. Han opens with Sword Flame, and Namgung-hyuk is stunned, wondering how he can even use that. He asks if he's shocked already, because he's got a lot more to show him, and then follows up with a kick after slicing Namgung-hyuk's cheek. Song-Yun's improved skills and techniques clearly shake Namgung-hyuk, but he hides it well. Han even asks what he thinks of his brand new S-rank swordsmanship skill, a demon sword art made by combining several supreme divine arts. The narration explains that its chain double hit effect releases 2 extra attacks along with the original strike, each one carrying the same power as the sword attack itself. Han is proud of that skill because it already feels insanely strong. Then he warns Namgung-hyuk about the cut on his face, saying that scar is going to bother him until the day he dies. Namgung-hyuk heals the wound while rushing straight at Song-Yun to attack. He still can't process it. The swordsmanship the protagonist is using now, along with the Qinggong movement, are Murim techniques. Namgung-hyuk wonders why he hid his martial arts before, but Han tells him he wasn't hiding anything. He was just scared he might die. Then he reveals he learned all of this just yesterday. That only pisses off the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon more, because to him, claiming to learn martial arts in 1 day sounds like complete nonsense. Song-Yun proudly says someone called him a genius, and with that, he starts using the Namgung clan's own swordsmanship. That leaves the sword master completely shaken. The Blue Heaven Dragon finally snaps and demands to know how MC dares use that style without knowing his place. Han, meanwhile, thinks Namgung-hyuk really should have made it harder to copy. As Namgung-hyuk charges again, Song-Yun actually admires his swordsmanship and Qinggong technique. Even Namgung-hyuk's weird movements become a lesson for our guy. He plans to remember all of it and use it later. Then, Namgung-hyuk brings out a powerful technique. He creates a battle zone with a 30-meter range that blocks anyone but Han Song-Yun and Namgung-hyuk from entering it. Hyuk thinks he finally has our guy cornered, but then our necromancer fires back with witchcraft and catches him off guard. Namgung-hyuk struggles to respond, and when he tries to escape, the domain stops him. He forces it open, but before he can get out, Song-Yun reaches him and smashes him so hard that the Murim fighter is sent flying. Seeing the so-called genius in rough shape, our guy assumes the fight is over. But then, Namgung-hyuk suddenly bursts into laughter. That makes Song-Yun wonder if he's lost his mind. Hyuk admits that Song-Yun learned martial arts and got this strong in almost no time, even if he still doesn't understand how. Instead of being upset, he says it's actually fun, and adds that even tower witchcraft counts. Then he pulls out a stone. Song-Yun swings at once, not about to let him use it for free. But Namgung-hyuk activates the floor invasion penalty relief stone before the blade reaches him. A huge light erupts, and a moment later, Namgung-hyuk steps out of it and asks Song-Yun if he knows why they call him the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. Song-Yun lets out a nervous laugh. He knows this is bad. Hyuk moves in with fury and says strengthened sword chi isn't something a punk like Song-Yun should even get to see. He should feel honored. That takes Song-Yun back to when the White Crane Swordmaster explained chi to him, basically using magic power through a sword. It's a method that adds traits that bend the normal rules of swordsmanship. Sword Flame is one stage of that, and strengthened sword chi comes after it, a higher level that also lets you control the magic power around you much more freely. Back in the present, Sung-Yun is stunned. He never expected to see strengthened sword chi this soon. And right away, he can tell it's insanely strong. Its range stretches fast, making it hard to get close at all. On top of that, its movements are powerful, flexible, random, and dangerous. It's like the sword itself has become a living dragon. Argai realizes he underestimated Namgung, and recalls what he learned about sword enlightenment from the White Crane Swordmaster. Back then, Sungyun felt Murim masters could skip some growth stages during enlightenment. Now, seeing him tense for the first time, the Murim fighter mocks him, while Argai regrets not ending this at full power from the start, because now it's only going to get uglier. Han Sungyun activates the authority, Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, and tells Namgung to get ready. He's done holding back. As Namgung Yuk closes in, Sungyun uses White Sword Fold Emptiness, leaving the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon shocked and wondering what other martial arts Sungyun copied. Even so, he believes strengthened sword chi can crush any resistance. Sungyun then activates Fighting Concentration, boosting his focus 20 times over. Argai slips behind Hyuk, but his own gut gets badly torn up. Before he can even rise again, the Murim fighter attacks without mercy. Luckily, Han barely avoids it. Argai is shocked that Namgung's strengthened sword chi can even adjust to White Sword Fold Emptiness. He tries to activate Ashen Blood, but before he can use it, Namgung is struck by White Sword Fold Emptiness. Even so, the Blue Heaven Dragon drives a full-force kick into him and sends him flying back. The impact makes him cough up blood, while Hyuk comes in again, not planning to spare him. Han endures the attack, and that shocks the Murim fighter. He really didn't think Sungyun could trade blows with him like this, so the Swordmaster decides to end it, and brings his sword down, while Argai still refuses to give up. Sungyun uses Counter Shield, releasing all the damage he stored at once. After everything it took to get here, he's not falling that easily. The attack does nothing to the Swordmaster, which catches Sungyun off guard. Before he can react, Hyuk's sword cuts his head clean off. Last Stand activates, canceling Sungyun's fatal wound, and boosting all his senses for a short time, though it won't be usable again for a week. It was one of the bonus rewards he got on the 12th floor. Because of it, his head reconnects to his body. Once he steadies himself, he uses another 12th floor reward, and activates the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown's exclusive effect, Ghost Magic. The crown slowly corrupts Han's mind, so the authority of a serene mind kicks in hard to resist it. Now he decides to throw in everything, and uses necromancy against the Murim fighter. Hyuk is furious to see that witchcraft, but he quickly tears through it, and grabs Han Sungyun by the throat. He strangles Han with one hand and raises his sword with the other, to cut off his head again. But before he can, his body starts shaking, and he can't move. A second later, Hyuk collapses to the ground, and Argai reminds him of the scar on his face. That sends us into Hyuk's past, where a young Hyuk stands before his parents, full of guilt. His father yells at his mother, asking why their son can't even do basic moves, and questioning whether the boy is really his blood. Meanwhile, the child feels more at ease talking to his sword, and one day, he meets his grandfather for the first time. The old man notices that Hyuk is forming his own path before learning fixed forms, and calls him a genius. From then on, Namgung is raised by his grandfather, the current Sword Supreme, and because of that, the boy's growth becomes dangerously fast, something never seen before. After growing stronger, Namgung proudly returns to his father, and says he killed blood cult members who were traveling in disguise. He expected praise for it, but his father tells him to train his heart instead of slaughtering people, then insults him. That leaves a deep wound in Namgung Hyuk. Back in the present, the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown finally breaks after using up all its durability. Namgung lies there groaning and tells Argai to finish him, but Sungyun sits across from him and says it's strange that they were never meant to meet. Even so, people from two different worlds still ended up fighting like this. Sungyun admits the battle was brutal, but also says it's funny that he actually enjoyed it. Argai thinks that if they had met as friends, they could have shared their growth and achievements instead of trying to kill each other. That leaves Namgung first stunned, then unable to believe it. He can't understand how Sungyun still thinks that way while climbing the tower, so he decides to tell him something interesting. He explains that he didn't stop climbing the tower and invade this dimension just because he wanted to kill Argai for fun. After gaining divinity, he made an enemy of a certain god and started fearing for his own life. According to him, the chosen will always have to deal with divinity, and once they do, gods begin coming after them in different ways. The Swordmaster warns Han that he'll face divinity soon enough, and if he keeps climbing with that naive mindset, then even with divinity, Argai still won't be able to stop the gods from destroying his Earth. Han Sungyun refuses to accept that. Anyone who tries to destroy the foundation of his life will be killed by him, and with that, Argai launches one final attack at Namgung, and kills him. Truth Seeker of Blood activates, and the system congratulates Sungyun for clearing the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. He receives the pass reward Boots of the Wind Spirit, 10,000 pass reward points, 4,000 SP, another 4,000 bonus SP, and Burrowing Heaven's Sword is sent to his inventory. The system tells Han to head to the waiting room, It also says the basis of a myth has been set, and the authority divine power activates strongly. Since myth is calculated from real results and the faith of believers, the myth battle-tested warrior is now complete and starts gathering divine power. From here on, the effects of Indomitable and Reverse will be tied to Han's divine management. Argai absorbs the spirit of Challenger Namgung Hyuk, raising his proficiency by 47, and his unique trait Necromancy goes up by 1 rank. The True Blue Heavenly Sword's exclusive effect, Blood Consumption, activates and absorbs Namgung's blood, raising the item to A rank. The system also says, Hyuk's blood engraves the skill Strengthening Apprehension into the blood consumption slot. Argai figures he got a pretty good skill, one he can even add to Sword Flame. Then he realizes his clothes can't be restored, so Sungyun decides to go shopping on Earth. While he's thinking about that, the system interrupts him. Admin Iron-Blooded Monarch says she has decent armor she wants to sponsor for her contractor, while the White Crane Swordmaster says martial arts robes suit his fighting style better. After seeing that, Sungyun goes to Iron-Blooded and is impressed by how she set up her house. When he goes inside, the admin praises him for doing well, and to celebrate clearing such a hard floor, she gives him a gift that looks like a pendant. Argai thought it was supposed to be armor, but Iron-Blooded cuts him off and explains that once he puts a little magic power into the necklace, the armor will equip itself. She tells Sungyun to use it outside the tower too, just in case. After thanking her, he leaves to meet the White Crane Swordmaster. Argai greets his master, White Crane, who looks annoyed that he didn't come see her first. He quickly apologizes, and then the administrator asks Han if she can do one thing. She hesitates, then admits she wants to fix our boy's hair. After hearing that, Argai gets uncomfortable. To him, only a real hairdresser should touch someone's hair, and she doesn't even have any tools. White Crane Swordmaster says White Sword's 7 techniques are more than enough, then warns Han not to move if he wants to stay in one piece. Before Sungyun could even object, she had already cut his hair, and to his surprise, it actually looks pretty good. Argai praises his master, and she gets flustered, though she tries not to show it. Then she hurriedly pushes Sungyun toward the door and hands him an item that lets him put on the martial artist robes more easily. White Crane Swordmaster awkwardly wishes him luck, and Sungyun can tell something about this feels off. Sungyun enters the waiting room for the 15th floor, and the system finishes processing as the command quest opens. From here on, Argai can take quests from the administrators. These missions replace personal trials and are based on each administrator's life record. If Sungyun clears one, he gets rewards from that administrator, but only one quest can be taken per floor. Now Argai understands why the administrators were acting so friendly. They wanted to hire him for their quests. Still, Sungyun already has enough to deal with, so he decides to think about that later. Instead, he checks his new myth, Battle-Tested Warrior. It links Indomitable to divine management, letting his body fight at full strength no matter how bad its condition is. Reverse is also tied to divine management, and it gives Argai bigger buffs the worse things get for him in a fight. Meanwhile, people on Earth are watching the second interdimensional invasion. News footage from London the day before is being broadcast. The supervisor explains that the crisis began when a challenger from another dimension summoned an unknown black orb over London. He says the alien creatures, made of magical energy, slaughtered people at first, and then suddenly vanished. The invader also retreated into the black orb and hasn't shown any movement since, but the black orb keeps getting bigger, raising fears that another massacre is coming. The supervisor says that if they want any chance of stopping this senseless killing, they need the full support of the Korean Hunter Association right away. One hunter points out that nobody showed this kind of urgency during the Shinjuku crisis in Japan, and asks why the association is suddenly so willing to help now. The supervisor starts to answer, but Han Sungyun cuts in and says it's about money. Shinjuku brought way more attention, and Argai says business has been great for the association ever since. Everyone turns to look at Sungyun, while the challengers whisper about him. After the meeting, Argai runs into Haeyeon. He apologizes for going back to the tower without saying anything, and tells her he's glad to see her. Haeyeon accepts the apology, but says she'd like him to be a little more thoughtful toward his partner. Then she asks about his combat gear, and Sungyun tells her he's wearing it underneath. Their talk gets cut off when a man calls for all challengers joining the London relief mission to head toward the charter flight, pointing the way. Sungyun turns, ready to board, when Haeyeon grabs him and says she has a better plan. She explains that climbing the tower gave her a new upgrade, and some of her support spells now deal with spatial manipulation. Haeyeon tells Sungyun that with the right coordinates, she can now teleport anywhere she wants, and she already got permission from the association. Sungyun receives a notice that he's been chosen as a target for the support spell teleportation, and that he'll be moved to the coordinates selected by the caster. Then they activate the spell. Meanwhile, in London, the magic summons from the day before appear again, and the challengers there brace for the second wave. Their top priority is protecting the spire. A senior challenger tells a rookie to keep his eyes on the portal while he handles the fighting. They can't let any contaminants get through, or they're all finished. The rookie panics when a monster lunges at him, but before it can hit, Han Xingyun and Heian kill it as they arrive through the portal that very second. The rookie apologizes for failing to guard the magic summoning circle better, and Heian reassures him before asking when this started again. Then the senior challenger steps up, clearly relieved to see them. He calls them knights in shining armor and quickly apologizes for skipping introductions since there's no time. He tells them to leave this area to his team and head to the rendezvous point with the other escorts. Then he orders the rookie to guide their guests downstairs. When Siyun reaches the hall, he realizes this is more of a large support operation than a direct battle. Still, Argai feels uneasy. The people from Britain's Spire of Mages don't seem nearly as desperate as they should, even while others outside are risking their lives. The higher-ups are down here arguing about pointless nonsense. The old man in the main seat begins to speak, but freezes the moment he notices Siyun. He never expected to meet him again like this, and says the reunion is an honor. Argai recognizes him as the man he saved on the 13th floor trial. After the old man explains the situation, Argai narrows it down more clearly. According to the old man, the black sphere outside is an ultra-high-level barrier. Even hundreds of mages firing magic at it can't break it. The only reason the first wave was stopped is because he managed to break through when the sphere was much smaller. But since then, they haven't been able to scratch it at all. The challengers in the room start murmuring in confusion. They can't understand why Elder Taylor gave his seat to Sung Yun, and they're stunned. Elder Taylor says that seat means nothing compared to the country's safety. If needed, he'd even kneel before Argai, because the others never saw what he did in the Tower of Trials. To Elder Taylor, he is no ordinary person, so he asks for his opinion and a way out of this mess. Shangyun says there's only one answer: destroy the black orb. The room erupts in disbelief, with everyone whispering, until Argai adds that he has one condition. He wants every reward promised to everyone in that room, all of it. If they agree, he says he'll destroy the orb. The challengers immediately protest because their rewards are at stake, and Elder Taylor hesitates, saying terms like that should go through the proper process. Songyun says he can wait, but at this rate, by the time they finish talking, those proper channels might be gone, along with London. Argai plans to help no matter what happens, but he figures there's nothing wrong with getting something out of it too. Elder Taylor accepts the protagonist's terms and promises him the rewards in exchange for destroying the orb. Some challengers try to stop their superior, saying he should think harder, but the deal is already done, and Songyun agrees. Argai activates the pendant, and his clothes switch into Murim-style robes. Just as he's about to leave, Heion calls out to him. He only smiles, thinking this won't take long. Songyun activates Way of the Wind, the special effect of the Boots of the Wind Fairy, and shoots forward at incredible speed. The challengers are left stunned. As Argai gets close to the orb, he sees it's far bigger than he expected, and decides not to waste any time. On the 1,100th uses Sky Cleave, a skill that can destroy magic energy itself, though it burns more magic power depending on how tough the target is. With Sky Cleave, Argai removes the limit on what kind of target can be destroyed, and just like that, he drives his sword into the barrier with brutal force. The realm begins to crack apart. Argai is thrilled to learn that magic energy itself can be destroyed. Then, with one last strike, Han shatters the realm wide open like a god, and steps into the spectral realm, the Void. Once inside, he's confused about what a spectral realm even is, and realizes the inside of the sphere is treated as a completely separate dimension. A moment later, Han activates Third Eye, then suddenly finds himself surrounded by terrifying creatures. In a spectral realm, anyone besides its master is hit by horrific illusions that no skill can dispel. Han is supposed to lose his sense of direction, be unable to use sensory skills, and take an 18-point drop in every stat. Then, the creatures attack, and they actually manage to hurt him. Songyun panics, wondering what kind of illusion can cause real damage. To clear his mind, he activates Clear-Headed, which lifts the spectral void's effect. His magic resistance also removes the loss of direction and some of the skill limits. With that, he regains control and pushes back against the illusions. As the creatures keep rushing him, the wounds on Songyun start healing. That's when he realizes the outfit White Crane gave him repairs itself with magic energy. At that moment, someone appears behind him and witnesses Han's incredible strength. While our guy pauses for a second, the man says he's amazed that someone from such a minor dimension could break into a spectral realm alone. Before the creep can finish, our boy cuts his head off in an instant. Even with his head severed from his body, the man calmly says this was all within his expectations. Suddenly, a blinding light bursts out, and Han activates the myth comeback hero, giving his holy energy the effect of Indomitable. The beheaded mage spreads illusions all around and stares in shock. He can't believe Seongyun is just a disciple, then scoffs at the idea of any god choosing a tiny world like Earth. Right then, Han uses blood manipulation. The mage answers with Hex of Invisibility, making the illusions blur so he can hide. But his blood power erupts and tears through the fake images. The sorcerer warns that even if Han serves a god, he'll regret breaking into a sorcerer's domain. Han quickly figures out the voice is just another fake. The real body is hiding somewhere else. Then, one of the illusions attacks with hex of impish swamps. Flying creatures rush at him, and the sorcerer says he's not getting out alive. Songyun turns it around by using Shield of Retribution like a bat. With one swing after another, he smacks the creatures away like flies. As he deals with them, Han notices the sorcerer is only trying to buy time. He gets the feeling he can track him down. Even if this realm is bigger inside than it looked outside, it still has limits. Han knows there should be a better way. Still, to finish it fast, he decides to wipe out everything at once. Han releases all the damage stored in Shield of Retribution, then activates Enhanced Vigilance from the True Sanguine Demon Blood, and uses Dual Mirror Strike. The moment his sword comes down, violent power bursts out and an explosion tears through the spectral realm. The whole realm shakes, and his attack destroys everything in its path. That finally forces the real sorcerer out. He's covered in blood and shaking from the pain. The man stares at Han and asks why a monster like him is even in a weak place like this. Han is glad they're finally getting to the point. He bluntly orders the sorcerer to get rid of the black orb, the spectral realm. The man panics, saying he poured endless effort into making it. Han doesn't care for excuses and activates Blood Prophet with pain amplification. The effect doubles the pain, and the sorcerer is trapped in agony with no way out. Han thinks that should be enough, but the sorcerer still clings to his pride. He says Han wouldn't act so boldly if he knew who he was, the future Grand Sorcerer of the Empire, a genius beyond compare. Sungyun isn't buying any of it, so he twists one of the man's arms and makes the pain even worse. Coldly, Han makes it clear he won't ask twice. That breaks him, and the sorcerer starts begging and crying. Han asks for his name, what dimension he came from, and why he came to Earth. The mage tries to dodge the questions, but Han shuts that down fast. At last, the man says he's Sindel from Ari's dimension, and he came to Earth to gather faith from the people here. Han asks what that even means. Sindel mocks him, acting shocked that he came this far without knowing something so basic. Songyun loses patience and kicks him hard enough to break his ribs. Begging him to stop, Sindel explains that old hidden records tell of mages who surpassed human limits by using faith, that faith gathered in their hearts as holy energy and formed circles. A rare few reached the sixth circle and earned the title of Grand Sorcerer. Han asks how someone gets faith from people. Sindel says one way is through fear, crush people completely or slaughter them, and faith builds fast. He also admits that's why he picked Earth. If holy energy is already touched by another god, a mage can't use it to grow stronger, so to him, a godless world was the perfect target. Han sums it up plainly. The sorcerer slaughtered people just to get stronger. Calling him trash, he moves on to the next question. He asks what Sindel knows about the god of testaments and the god of battle. The mage claims he doesn't even know if those gods are real, but even half dead, he's still lying, and Songyun catches it with his dragon eye. That tells Han for sure that Sindel knows something about the gods. Killing intent rises as Han grabs him. He already knows this kind of secret won't come out easily, so he raises the pain even more and uses torturer's wiles. Sindel's body twists as his bones crack one after another and blood pours out. Han goes frighteningly far and waits to see how much more the man can endure. In the end, Sindel is drained to the bone and begs Han to put an end to it. At last, Han forces the information out of him. Afterward, Songyun explains that Sindel gave him a lot of knowledge about divinity, magic, the god of testaments, and even parts of Ahri's dimension. By then, Han looks worn out. 7 hours have passed since he entered the realm, and the torture has clearly weighed on his mind. Even so, he's finally starting to understand what divinity really is. First, having divinity doesn't automatically make someone a god. Second, divinity can only be gathered after opening a magic organ in the body, called a dantian in Murim, and circles in Aries. Holy energy born from divinity is the purest kind of magic energy and responds to its user better than anything else. In other words, holy energy is magic in its truest form. The more of it someone gathers, the faster their power can grow, because it reacts so sharply to their will and lets them reach higher levels. Still, Han is disappointed. He still doesn't know how to use it well, and he realizes he's far from mastering things like sword aura. He also learns there are 2 ways to store holy energy in the heart. One is refining magic energy by hand, but that takes a huge amount of time and effort. The other way is faith. Whether it comes from admiration or fear, strong belief from others flows into the heart. That's what Sindel learned from the old records. Han then remembers something from earlier. While he was torturing Sindel, the man had mentioned an oracle given by a priest who serves the god of battle. That gives Songyun one small clue about the god of battle. He had no idea that God was involved this deeply. The protagonist recalls the warning from the god of testaments, not to place his faith in other gods, or he could earn their hatred. That leaves him confused. Until now, the gods have only reached him through random messages, so why would some of them already see him as an enemy? But one thing is clear now, the god of battle's hostility is dragging Earth into the middle of it, and that makes Han furious. If this keeps getting worse, the god of battle may become his true enemy. After that, Song-Yoon absorbs Sindul's dead soul and blood to inscribe the marked skill Imbue Soul Ego. He feels that if he's really going to stand against the gods, then he needs to gather as much holy energy as possible. Back in the mansion, Song-Yoon figures he has rested for a few days, which means the tower should summon him again soon. He remembers what the girl said about the pocket plane pouch lying beside him, that it's a very rare item, and he should treat it carefully. So he opens the large pouch to check his new loot. Inside, he finds a skill proficiency potion, a random skill book, a stat boost potion, and more. To him, the deal with the British side was worth it. If anything, they may have gained even more from it than he did. Han is sure they'll learn a lot by studying that item for research, and he thinks he should have at least asked for a share. Later, he checks his hunter ID and sees that he's now an A-rank hunter. He remembers when reaching A-rank felt like a dream. Even so, Han doesn't look pleased. He wonders if he still wasn't good enough for S-rank, and grumbles about the stingy association. After the mission, he was even asked to join a press conference. The event was held with the British Hunter Association. They even offered him British citizenship on the spot. It was like he turned into a celebrity overnight. The same thing happened back in Korea, where people tried to win him over with tax cuts and other perks. But fame and money on Earth don't mean much to him anymore. Han thinks none of that matters if the whole planet gets wiped out by invaders from another world, so he keeps his focus on what matters most, getting stronger. More than that, he wants the power to protect this world even from gods. After that, Han goes back to what Sindel said about holy energy being the purest, most refined form of magic energy. He tries to copy that process himself, refining his magic energy as far as he can on his own, but it's much harder than he expected. No matter what he does, he can't purify it enough to turn it into holy energy. Without the hero's blessing, he wouldn't even know where to start. At least that power already gave him a small amount of holy energy. From what he tested in the void though, he still can't use holy energy to form sword aura or cast spells, no matter how hard he tries. To truly use holy energy, it seems he needs faith and resolve. When he created the myth's comeback hero and vampire slayer, maybe that faith around him was what moved his holy energy. If that's true, then right now Han can't fully use holy energy on his own. Then his time on Earth runs out, and Song-Yoon returns to the Tower of Trials. Deep down, he knows the answers he's looking for are waiting higher up. With that, MC steps into the 15th trial. This place is ruled by people who call themselves followers of the God of Darkness, and their goal is simple: wipe out anyone who rejects their dark god. The hunters are shaken right away. The monsters here give off a level of fear they've never felt before. A group of mercenaries grumble among themselves, wondering why their leader accepted a job like this in the first place. Then a huge man yanks open the camp curtain. He starts shouting for someone to get up already and move. The brute makes it clear he won't tolerate laziness in his camp, and the person getting yelled at is Han Song-Yoon. So much for getting any rest. Song-Yoon barely has time to think, wondering if this giant is an orc or something. The soldier snaps at him, asks if he missed the order to move, and mocks his clothes before warning him that the crusade is starting. Hearing that, he figures this trial is built around some kind of holy war. Then the system announces the trial has begun. His mission is to lead this crusade to victory within 17 days. Looking around, the protagonist guesses there are at least several thousand fighters here. At the same time, the troops gather around Chief Rhinel Esir, shouting promises of rewards once they win this holy war. The soldier beside him explains that Chief Rhinel Esir leads their mercenary group. She's one of the few aura users among them. He adds that the heretics are almost here, and the army is ready to fight, all to bring judgment on the fools who worship the false god of battle. Song-Yoon quickly puts the pieces together. He's been hired as a mercenary by followers of the god of darkness, and they're at war with worshippers of the god of battle. That makes him smile, because his special mission begins now: Path to Command. To clear it, he has to earn the mercenaries' trust by proving himself as a leader. Rhinel Esir had spent her whole life studying the sword, and that skill helped her build a well-known mercenary band. With no noble family to support her, war was the only place she could prove herself, so she kept fighting battle after battle. More times than she could count, she barely escaped death. In the end, she reached the level of an aura user, a power usually reserved for true knights. But because she never got proper training in how to use that aura, she could only improve through constant combat, chasing brief flashes of insight in endless war. Now, Rhinel Esir charges in and cuts through enemy soldiers with her sword. But as she fights, she realizes the enemy line just keeps coming. There are far more than a few thousand of them, while her own side only has around 700. That count even includes the corpses raised by the dark priests. The chief realizes these numbers are nothing like what the priests promised. At this rate, defeat is close. As Rhinel Esir keeps cutting down enemies, a giant monster suddenly appears behind her. The soldiers fall back, and a siege golem enters the battlefield. A soldier quickly reports to the lieutenant that Rhinel Esir is surrounded and completely alone. By then, she can barely lift her sword anymore. In that instant, death feels certain. She thinks this is how it ends. Her whole life spent chasing sword mastery she never truly reached. Tears fill her eyes as she regrets joining this mad religious war at all. Then a miracle happens. Sung-yoon arrives at the perfect moment and wipes out the enemies around her in an instant. The chief can only stare in shock. He tells her he'll hold them off and urges her to fall back while she still can. Rhinel Esir is speechless. In the middle of all that chaos, his voice sounds strangely calm. For a moment, she wonders if she's seeing things before dying. Meanwhile, Sung-yoon lets loose and crushes the enemy with overwhelming force. Her eyes go wide when she sees him using an aura flame. The soldiers of the god of battle finally notice him. MC keeps cutting them down without pause, using the sword styles he just learned. Watching him fight, Rhinel Esir sees perfect balance, power, speed, and precision all flowing together. It feels less like battle and more like a performance. Flushed with shock, she can't look away. She's never seen anything like it. Meanwhile, Sung-yoon is enjoying the chaos. This kind of fight is exactly what he wanted. Here, he can keep restoring stamina and magic power by absorbing blood and dead spirits. The only downside is that necromancy proficiency barely rises with each kill. Still, he keeps cutting through the army and picking up random new skills along the way. Grinning, he slams the ground with raw power. The blast tears through the enemy line and sends soldiers flying. That finally breaks them. They realize fighting this monster head-on is suicide, so retreat becomes their only choice. To stop Hen Sung-yoon, the enemy sends out the siege golems. Sung-yoon answers with the 7 white blade style. White blade piercing sky. One leap is enough to destroy a siege golem. His allies are left speechless. Rhinel Esir notices that this is the same move he used when he saved her. She clearly remembers how it looked, almost as if space itself twisted around his blade, and she knows that goes far beyond normal swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Sung-yoon cuts through the golems one after another. The army of the god of battle panics as their siege golems, the peak of their magic, are destroyed so easily. They can't believe it, especially since they had no report of anyone this dangerous. Then one of their followers steps forward and tells them not to lose faith. No matter how strong the enemy is, he's still alone. The troops cheer when they recognize Battle Priest Mobir. Mobir tells them they still haven't used the Church of Battle's secret art. He orders a mass debuff ritual, claiming that once it lands, even a dragon couldn't escape its effects for a while. As he begins the spell, he urges them to kill just one more heretic and claim victory. But the debuff barely affects Sung-yoon, and he keeps tearing through the enemy like nothing changed. Even Mobir is stunned, wondering how this monster can brush off a mass debuff so easily. He starts to suspect Han might be a disciple of the enemy god. Then, in the middle of it all, the protagonist appears before the battle priest and stabs him before the man can even react. The moment his blade pierces the priest, Hen uses blood manipulation to attack the others while hiding what he's doing. Blood arrows strike the nearby priests, leaving them confused about what just hit them. From Sung-yoon's point of view, using blood powers openly would only draw attention and create more trouble. So this time, he hides it better, using tiny drops of blood like a hidden trap that shreds the enemy apart. Panic spreads through the priests as soon as they realize Mobir is dead and no longer there to save them. They immediately order a retreat. The system tells Han he has completed the special objective, Path to Command. Since everyone on the battlefield now knows exactly who he is, he also unlocks the title One-Man Army. After wiping out the enemy almost by himself, he's earned the respect of his allies. The same lieutenant from earlier, the one who yelled at him for slacking off, now personally shows him to a private tent. The big man even apologizes for how rude he was before. Sung-yoon lets it go, saying he expected that much from someone who looked like an orc. The guy just looks confused, but Hen is too tired to care and sends him off. He heads into his tent feeling pretty satisfied. Apparently, crushing 1,000 enemies is all it takes to get some respect around here. Then Hen thinks about the message he got during the battle. After taking so many lives and collecting that many souls, he was told he's starting to awaken an aptitude tied to the god of death. He remembers seeing a similar message when his necromancy trait reached A rank. As he tries to figure out what it really means, he suddenly senses someone and draws his sword. The tent is ripped apart, and Rhinel Esir comes crashing in. She lands flat on the ground. Still, she's not surprised that Han noticed her so quickly. Sung-yoon, on the other hand, is flustered. He tells her she could have died, and it's lucky he didn't strike to kill. The chief thanks him for saving her earlier, but Han is more annoyed that she barged into his tent, joking that maybe sneaking into people's tents is normal here. Rhinel Esir gets embarrassed, realizing he took it the wrong way. Even so, she says Han is clearly no ordinary mercenary. Sung-yoon isn't sure how to answer. She saw everything on the battlefield, so she won't accept some weak excuse. Even he admits he may have gone a little too far. Rhinel Esir says the way he fought was almost divine, something no normal mercenary could ever hope to match. With a sharp look, she demands to know who he really is. That makes MC take a gamble. He tells her he's a disciple of the god of darkness, a servant of the very god they worship. Deep down, he's just hoping she actually believes it. Rhinel Esir starts shaking and asks Han if he's saying he's an angel. Han panics, sure she saw right through his lie. Instead, she drops into a bow before the god's fearsome disciple and begs forgiveness for speaking out of turn. That completely throws Han off, and he quickly tells her to stop acting so formal. He asks her to keep his identity hidden for now, saying they can't risk enemy spies finding out. Calling him Lord, Renella Seer asks if she really deserves to know something that important. Han keeps the lie going and says he has to place his trust in a real ally like her. Then Renella Seer turns bright red when she realizes she's still in his arms. Right then, Han gets a second special mission, Path to Admiration. He has to win over the camp's top mercenary, who'll be marked by an arrow only he can see. That arrow appears above Renella Seer, marking her as the strongest mercenary in Han's camp. Since Han already cleared Path to Command, now he needs someone who can help him lead this messy army. To seal the deal, Han takes Renella Seer's hands. He's already thinking this trial might be way easier than expected. The guy really knows how to win people over. After that, Sungyun smirks when he sees all his stats have reached triple digits, and he's picked up a bunch of new skills too. With some time to spare, he starts checking them one by one, but Han quickly realizes none of them seem especially useful right now. That's when he turns to skill synthesis, his unique power that can create new skills, and then Hero's Blessing cuts in, giving his luck a big temporary boost. A moment later, light bursts through the tent, and 3 new skills are created. Han is glad that power kicked in on its own, just like when he made Demonic Origins of Blood. Then he remembers one more thing, and selects the marked skill in the Bloodphage slot. It's Imbue Soul Ego, the skill he got from the Vampiric Count. It lets him place a fitting soul inside an item. Han learns it's a one-use skill that vanishes after activation, but that works for him, especially if he gets another Bloodphage slot in the next trial. So he uses Imbue Soul Ego on the True Sanguine Demon Blade, and the system asks him to choose which item will receive the soul. With 2 swords in front of him, Han figures he's about to give one of his weapons a mind of its own, to help him in battle, so he picks something he's relied on for a long time. He chooses the True Sanguine Demon Blade, the weapon meant to grow stronger alongside him. Suddenly, flames burst from the sword, and it becomes infused with the soul ego of Chao Yu Dam, the 7th Blade Demon. A moment later, the sword starts laughing, and talks about all the hate and scorn it suffered. With Chao's soul now inside it, the blade boasts that it has risen again. It laughs, demands worship, and declares that the blood demon Chao Yu Dam has returned. Han immediately feels like this may have gone wrong, because he definitely wasn't expecting a crazy killer to start living inside his sword. Later, some hunters are practicing their corpse-combining technique when Han shows up, and all attention shifts to him. People start whispering, calling Han a butcher, even though he looks young. The soldiers still can't put into words what they saw on the battlefield, and they're convinced he's a real monster who killed over 1,000 men without hesitation. They keep their distance like he's cursed. Han finds that pretty funny coming from a bunch of dark faith cultists. Later, Han takes a quiet walk under the moon, while the lunatic inside his sword starts talking again. The sword complains that Han is ignoring its wisdom, and brags that countless followers once begged for even a moment of Chao's attention. Han treats it like background noise, and ignores every word. It's only been a short time since Chao was freed from torment, and now he's stuck with what he calls an insolent fool for a master. To him, that's its own kind of suffering. Han looks offended and says he's not a fool, he just doesn't like pointless chatter. Sean is pleased Han finally answered, and asks if he's really never learned Shi telepathy. Han says he hasn't, then asks if Chan used to be a player. The sword mocks him for showing his ignorance again, and boasts that there was once no one alive who hadn't heard of the blood demon Chan Yu Dam. Sungyun asks how far Chan made it in the Tower of Trials, and Chan says his climb ended on floor 41. That makes Han grin. If Chan is telling the truth, then despite his awful personality, he could be a goldmine of useful information. Then Han remembers something important. Players who die on floor 40 can return as admins, so he asks Chan why he didn't come back that way. The sword shakes with anger and demands to know if Han is really telling him to submit to the tower. Chan says he'd rather face true death than live as a servant with no pride. Han is honestly surprised by how bold this talking sword is. Still, he glares at it and says that even if Chan Yu Dam was once a legend, now he's just a soul ego stuck inside Han's blade. That shuts the dramatic guy down fast. Then the sword flares with heat and says it already knows that. Chan tells Han not to mistake him for some deluded spirit with a swollen ego. Now that he's awakened, he vows to lend his master, Han Sung-yoon, all the strength he can. Deep down, Shaoan understands Han is trying to make the pecking order clear, and he admits his master has more backbone than he first thought. The soul ego explains that before losing his body, he was a master martial artist who knew countless techniques, and he'll share that power however his master wants. To prove it, the sword shows off its power, spinning fire around and nearly wrecking everything nearby. Han is impressed by the display, and admits he ended up with a pretty useful support item. The sword takes offense, asking if Han really sees him as nothing more than a tool. Then Shao notes they're from different dimensions. Sungyun says he's from Earth, and doubts Chao knows it. The sword calls Earth a minor dimension, and guesses it only rose recently, which tells Chown that a very long time has passed since his death. He also explains that the sword can't hold the full size of his mind. He may not stay clear-headed for long, and warns Han that others will soon join him. With that, the sword ends the talk and tells Han to call on him when needed. Soon after, Chief Rhinel Asir comes rushing over to Sung Yoon. Han is shocked to see her show up in the middle of the night. Rhinel Asir urgently tells him they've been ambushed, and an elite unit of battle priests from the Church of Battle is about to crush them. Han just grins. Things are finally getting interesting again, and the Tower of Trials never stays boring for long. He walks past the chief and tells her to explain this elite strike force in more detail. Han is ready for the Holy War to start up again. On the battlefield, soldiers are dying while trying to shield the priests. The attackers are clearly aiming for the priests, so they can break the necromancy spells. Since the raid came at midnight, everything is in chaos. Han notices the enemy force is smaller than before, which tells him these fighters are far better than the last bunch. More importantly, he senses strong holy power from them. Real power, though still nowhere near his level. This group is much deadlier, cutting soldiers down and even taking heads. Watching the massacre, Rhinel Asir stares in horror. She never knew the enemy had power like this. Suddenly, Han grabs her and asks for a favor. With a smooth grin, he tells Rhinel Asir to keep believing in him, no matter how strong the enemy looks or how hopeless things seem. Then he tells her he believes in her too. Rhinel Asir is left flustered, while Han orders her to reorganize the troops and keep the priests alive, because this holy war won't end well for them if the priests die. That gives her a push, and she decides to protect them with everything she has. Her admiration for Han rises sharply, and with that, he clears the special objective path of admiration. Running beside him, Chief Rhinel Asir says that if they survive to meet again, she owes him at least one drink. Han likes that idea, and decides he'll make sure they have plenty of war stories to share over it. Han leaps forward and activates Dark Wolf Stride, doubling his mobility in darkness. He cuts through the enemy like a gust of wind, almost impossible to track, and teaches them a brutal lesson. Attacking at night was the worst mistake they could have made. The soldiers are panicking, and the enemy keeps pushing toward the healers in the rear. They tear through the soldiers, and the lieutenant fighting them shouts for everyone to return to formation. He warns that if they scatter, the enemy will kill them off one by one. Then he gets stabbed. Right then, Chief Rhinel Asir cuts the attacker in half. Fearless as ever, she tells the lieutenant not to whine over a little stab to the stomach. The big guy is still standing. Rhinel Asir then urgently orders the troops back into formation. She jumps into command, telling the tank units to hold defensive positions, the archers to focus their fire, and the melee fighters to protect the healers with their lives. Han's army gets a huge morale boost, and with Rhinel Asir directing them, their lines stop falling apart. The enemy sneers and calls them filthy insects, making it clear they believe victory belongs to the Church of Battle. They push ahead, aiming for the woman at the center of the formation. Arrows keep flying, but the front line is close to breaking. Even so, the soldiers beg the chief to let them join the fight. Rhinel Asir refuses and orders everyone to hold formation. The priests come first. She tells them not to move at all, trusting the battle will soon swing their way. At the same time, our guy uses Dark Wolf Stride. In a flash, he catches the enemy off guard. Then he tears through them like a beast. Rhinel Asir is thrilled now that Han the Slasher has stepped in. But the strange part is that he doesn't finish them off. Instead, he traps them with red magic ropes. From inside the sword, Chae-yun calls it a ridiculous move. He asks Han why he'd waste that much power just to tie up a bunch of worn-out captives. Even so, the sword has no issue with how brutally our guy cut the enemy down. Chae-yun says, Sung-yoon would have fit right into the dark path if he'd been born in Murim. Then Han suddenly notices a thin thread of magic reaching him, realizes it's chi telepathy, and guesses it's basically voice messages sent through energy. The soul ego, Chae-yun Yudum, can hardly believe Han figured out chi telepathy that fast. Han thinks anyone who uses magic energy should find it simple, but the soul ego tells him that kind of thinking insults half the martial artists in Murim. Even the sword has to admit Sung-yoon is fearless, but with talent like that, his confidence makes sense. Only a real genius could have called forth his soul. Han has no answer for that. Then Chae-yun's soul fades, and the demon of slumber takes over. Right then, someone comes up to Han, calling him Sir Swordsman. The man asks him to come along. The archbishop wants to see him. When Han arrives, the bishop greets him as the slaughterer of many, and thanks him for coming. Han tells him to drop the grand title, and just call him Nameless. The archbishop finds that interesting, and says he understands why the god of darkness would want someone like Han among his followers. Then the bishop gets right to the real topic, Han's reward. He asks what kind of payment Han wants. Han takes the chance and activates Absolute Charm. Then he asks the archbishop how much he's truly willing to give. As Absolute Charm kicks in, the archbishop is hit with fear, throwing off his judgment and making Han feel even more overwhelming. Terror washes over the bishop, and trembling, he offers the greatest reward his position allows. Shaking in fear, The old man gives Han the most sacred relic in the Church of Darkness. Tears even run down his face. The other priests panic and protest, saying a non-believer shouldn't receive a holy relic. But the Archbishop silences them and declares that their crusade will win through the Nameless One. Han Sung-yoon leaves Bishop Keneal completely terrified. Keneal feels like something is hiding behind Han's eyes. It's a savage presence beyond reason, like being crushed under a dragon's stare. Even so, Keneal believes Han's power could turn this war around. After that, the bishop hands over the relic. It's a holy item filled with God's power, the highest treasure in the Church of Darkness. Han uses the dragon's eye to inspect it. He finds out it's a seal that gives a special effect when stamped onto a hand. The other relic is the ember-eating night shroud, and its special power uses up all holy energy to bring the wearer back to life. Han is stunned. Both relics are SS grade. Then the disappointment hits when he realizes he can't take either one out of the level 15 trial. Even so, he knows better than to trust luck inside the Tower of Trials. If he's getting 2 items of a grade he's never seen before, then Sung-yoon is sure the tower is about to hit him with something brutal. That thought alone puts him on edge. Still, he takes the relics while Archbishop Keneal tells him to prove he's worthy of them. As Han leaves, Keneal warns that anyone who runs from the coming battle will face the full wrath of the God of Darkness. Han smirks and says a nobody like him wouldn't dare run before earning his place. He walks out, leaving the Archbishop a mess. The old man breaks down crying over the sacred relics he just gave away. Meanwhile, Han looks pretty pleased with what he got from the bishop. Soon after, Raynell Essir calls out and asks if his meeting with Lord Keneal went well. Han thanks her and says it definitely did. Then he catches her off guard by asking if she'd been waiting for him the whole time. Flustered, she awkwardly says this might be the right time to buy him that drink she promised. Blushing, Raynell Essir admits she also has a favor to ask. That leaves Han confused. Later, the two are drinking beer, and Raynell Essir already seems drunk. Han wonders if this is really the strongest alcohol they have, because he doesn't feel tipsy at all. At this point, anything strong enough to get him drunk would probably be poison to a normal person. The chief asks why he's still completely sober. Han says he likes to stay sharp in good company, then asks about the favor she mentioned. A shadow passes through her eyes. She remembers her father begging knights not to take their food. One of them knocks him aside and calls him a worthless peasant. Young Raynell Essir hits the knight for treating her father that way. For that, she gets kicked too. The knight tells her that if she thinks life is unfair, she should become a knight herself. Peasants like her have only themselves to blame. Snapping out of the memory, Raynell Essir gathers her courage and blurts out that she needs a proper teacher. She begs Han to teach her how to use a sword the right way. Han finally learns what her favor was. It's personal, with no special objective or reward attached. He thinks there's nothing left for him to gain by helping her, since he already cleared the special objective tied to her command. On top of that, he feels it's better not to get close to someone living in a world made by the Tower of Trials. To him, it sounds like a waste of time. So Sung-yoon stands up and flatly refuses. As he's about to leave, the chief stops him and pleads. Her voice shakes as she says she has to reach her full potential, no matter the cost. Then she drops her head to the ground. Bowing low, she begs him to teach her. She says she'll do anything in return. Han smirks, thinking that time enjoyed is never time wasted. Later, Raynell Essir stands there full of determination. Han tells her to loosen up a little. He likes her drive, but says too much tension will make her movements stiff, and that applies to everything. He turns her lightly and decides that what she really needs isn't more battle experience, but a stronger magic energy system, called aura synthesis in this world. Han places a hand on her back and sends magic into her. Raynell Essir feels a sudden rush of energy, and he starts teaching her how to control it. It's like he's guiding her step by step. Even with the small differences, it feels oddly familiar to her. With each adjustment, her energy paths become more efficient. After looking at Raynell Essir's traits and how her magic works, Han creates the best circulation method for her. Now, all she has to do is train this aura synthesis every day. After training, Han returns to his tent and finally gets a moment alone. He decides to sort through his rewards and pulls out his pouch. After killing Sindel in London, the British Hunter Association gave him a huge pile of rewards. There were so many he could barely count them. The problem is that it's mostly quantity over quality, and Han wonders what to do with all this junk. Still, one of the new skills he made from the last trial might help, so this feels like the perfect time to test it. He activates Iron Eater. At first the skill startles him. It boosts the user's body by consuming iron. Sung-yoon tests it by eating the Staff of Iron Clouds, and once it's digested, his stats rise right away. To make sure it's real, he eats another iron item, the Heavenly Iron Gem. Then he coughs up a black liquid. It seems to be the impure energy built up inside him, and strangely, Han feels lighter afterward. That's when he realizes a skill's name doesn't tell the whole story. Iron Eater is actually incredibly useful. Grinning, he keeps chewing through metal and can't believe he's actually enjoying it. He ends up eating 8 metal items, hits the limit again, and feels a little disappointed. Once the skill wears off, he digs through his coat and takes out the sacred relic, Seal of the Alms. the one he's been most curious about. He learns that if he stamps himself with it, the effect might stay even after he leaves the 15th floor. Han doesn't love the idea of a permanent mark, but the benefits seem worth it, so Sung-hun presses the seal onto his hand. The item is absorbed into the mark and disappears from his inventory for good. A massive wave of energy pours into him. At the same time, a mark appears on his hand. Then Han is flooded with countless admin messages. The admins lose it and protest to the Tower of Trials. The seal of the alms is way too generous. Han is stunned by how hard the admins react to the mark on his hand, while they rage over how unfair this is. They demand the tower take the seal back right away, leaving Han completely confused by their panic. It almost feels like the tower handed him something no one was ever supposed to get. Then every message starts glitching. The Tower of Trials cuts off the admins and warns them that if they reveal forbidden information again, they'll be banned from watching Han Sung-hun's future trials. Han clenches his fist, now sure this sacred relic hides something big. He decides he's going to uncover its secret. So he raises the marked hand and triggers the item's special effect, Seal of Dark Alms. A message tells him to offer one of his talents, skills, or treasures to a god. Han frowns at the strange demand. Why would he offer anything to a god he might have to fight someday? Even so, he figures he may as well test this new power himself. He pulls an item from his plain pocket. Luckily, he still has plenty of junk he planned to feed to Iron Eater, so he starts with the worst one. Then the system tells him to choose which god will receive the offering. Right after that, it glitches, and Han realizes something is off. The system says there's no verified trace of any other god in his holy energy. Instead, Han is treated as an independent divine being, so the offering is being made to himself. The little sorcerer's staff is accepted by Han himself, and what happens next shocks him. The item turns into holy energy and settles into his heart. Light bursts from his chest, and Han is completely thrown off. He can barely process the fact that he just made an offering to himself. But one thing is clear, he can now build up holy energy on his own. He doesn't use holy energy much yet, but he's sure it'll matter more once he gains new myths. For now, he focuses on collecting as much of it as he can. As for the other sacred relic, Ember of Night Shroud, he keeps it close at hand. Han feels the tower gave him these relics for a reason, and someday he'll probably need them. After that, every day brought another battle, and Han quickly stacked up an impressive string of wins. His mercenary and priest allies were more fired up than ever, even if they still depended heavily on him. In the end, Han had worried for nothing. At this pace, the whole trial should end soon. Then, the horizon suddenly turns red, and everyone looks up. In that instant, the red power crashes down toward its target. Han is the target of Power Smite, and the attack tears through the sky straight at him. The moment he feels that presence, Han knows something is very wrong. To avoid being torn apart, he throws up Shield of Retribution at full strength. The blast slams into the ground and wipes out everything in its path, but Han survives untouched. Then feathers begin drifting through the air. A winged divine being descends from above. The god of darkness has stepped in to punish them directly. The creature wears a cruel grin full of malice. Han realizes his bad feeling was right. The god of battle spent a massive amount of holy energy to cast Descent and send down his disciple candidate, Zirhan Nevia. At that moment, Trial 15 becomes far more dangerous for Han. Han recognizes the god of battle and mutters that it would be nice to get a choice once in a while. The god of battle calls Han the tower's arrogant dog and says he'll crush him personally. He declares that Han will learn humility in death and regret reaching for godhood with his final breath. Han has clearly enraged that god, and now all he wants is Han dead. Even Han knows he can't hold back. He activates every skill he can and prepares for a full power fight. Just as he thinks he needs to move first, the divine being vanishes in a blink and grabs Han by the face, slamming him into the ground. Power Smite drops from the heavens and hits Seong-yun. Before anyone can react, he dies on the spot. That is where his life ends. Notice, you are dead. Han wakes up in a dark, empty space. He slowly sinks downward. When he opens his eyes, he remembers dying to the descending god of battle. There's a huge hole in his chest. So much had happened while he climbed the tower. Seong-yun had made it this far, and now all those bonds and promises seemed ready to end here. But life always held both wins and losses. He looks ahead in regret. So this was the end. With a bitter smile, he tells himself to accept death. Maybe because he'd always chosen his own path. Even this endless darkness feels strangely calm. Suddenly, someone wraps their arms around him from behind. Han snaps around and shoves the person away. A cloaked woman smiles and tells him not to worry. She isn't his enemy. Seong-yun frowns and asks who she is. She places a hand on her chest and says it's a shame he doesn't recognize the one he entered the holy war for. He narrows his eyes and asks if she's the god of darkness. Touching his chin, she says he figured it out faster than expected. Han knocks her hand away and coldly tells her not to touch him. The goddess only smiles and says he'll understand soon enough that she isn't his enemy. As her form starts fading into the darkness, she says the tower has already made a mess of things, so now they have to move forward. She tells him to entertain her properly, because she's decided to lend him her power. Then she adds that the moment he opens his eyes, everything around him will change. Shengyun looks ahead. Red blades float around him, then sink into the ground. With renewed resolve, he reaches out and grips a sword hilt. Notice, the god of darkness smiles upon you. She permits the use of the blessing of apostleship granted to you. Junhyun Nabi stands over the challenger's body. As the blade fades, he says this is the fate of a lesser being who dared challenge a god. The mercenaries clutch their heads, realizing that if the hunter is dead, they're finished too. The apostle turns toward the remaining humans. He says Han had used a magic shield earlier, which weakened him a lot, but now no one is left to protect them. He rises into the air and declares that this time he'll wipe them all out. Rionel rushes forward and calls out to him. Then the black cloth tied to the sword hilt comes loose. She stares at it in shock. A curtain of darkness covers Han's body. Junhyun Nabi shoots upward. Looking at his right hand, he realizes the disciple candidate's body can't handle the descent any longer. The god narrows his eyes and complains that this body is far too weak. Notice, the descent of the god of battle has been cancelled. The winged man coughs, tears running down his face. Still smiling weakly, he thinks this is the power of the god of battle. If the descent had lasted even one more second, his heart would have burst. Shaking, he mutters that thanks to this, he received divine grace, and his holy power is stronger than ever. Then he laughs and claims he is now the strongest being under the sky. Notice, the god of battle orders the future apostle Junhyun Nabi to stop babbling and prepare the power of heavenly punishment at once. He trembles and hurriedly says there's no need to worry. Now that the man called the murderer is gone, the religion of darkness no longer matters. Then he flinches at a sudden sound. A bright beam is descending from the sky. The apostle stares at it below and blurts out, "What the hell is that?" Notice, the exclusive effect of the Night Veil relic, Night Veil Absorbing Flames SS, has activated. After a short time, full revival will occur under Night Veil Absorbing Flames. By entering the apostolization state within the Night Veil, you are revived. As the smoke clears, the silhouette of a young man appears. Apostolization is complete. The traits of the god of death grow much stronger, loudly announcing your presence. From this point on, you can release the death nature of your divinity that was sealed in your heart. Every trace of the god marked on Challenger Sunjun's hand has been completely erased. Han now wears dark armor, and his eyes glow. The Challenger is recognized as a quasi-divine being for the duration of apostle status. Temporary use of power through divine keywords is now possible. The divine keywords are death, darkness, and immortality. Jirhen Nebbia looks down in shock and shouts that this can't be the coming of the god of darkness. They don't even have apostles on their side. Sunjun answers with a silent glare. The winged man frowns and threatens to rip him apart. A massive spear forms above the hero. It shoots straight toward him. Han raises one hand and says with narrowed eyes, "Absorb." The spear burns black and gets pulled into his hand as dark energy. He stands still while power swirls around him. His enemy stares in shock, unable to understand what just happened. Part of Han's helmet fades, revealing his face. Frowning, he says he remembers now, the apostle is his enemy. Jirhen Nebbia turns and tries to run. Sunjun summons a sword and judges the distance to the target at 70 meters. Notice, you are using the divinity of death. The traits of the god of death react, and the death nature within your divine power grows stronger. Dark energy starts pouring from the blade. The keyword, the apostle, was split in two. He didn't even get a scream out. Songyun thrust his sword forward, and dark energy shot toward the enemy. To him, it felt way better than Namgung's awkward sword style. A stronger tranquil mind effect kicked in. He let out a breath, feeling the fight settle down a little. Heading for the angel's body, he knew the real problem was the god behind him. Still, Jirhen Nebbia himself was weak enough that he could have killed him even without becoming an apostle. He turned away, thinking a body cut in half wouldn't be getting back up. The battlefield was covered in bodies, and both sides had backed off so they wouldn't get caught between monsters. He needed to find his people fast and regroup. If the rest fully pulled back, the next fight would be a nightmare. Then he froze. Behind him, the two halves started joining back together. The apostle was regenerating, cursing the whole time. His eyes spun wildly. A message explained that since this was God's future apostle, he had been rebuilt instead of killed. The man glared at Songyun with red eyes and swore to give him a real death next time. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and watched him carefully. He had 12 minutes and 47 seconds left in apostle form. Jiren lifted a hand, and golden blades formed around him. Songyun clenched his jaw. One spear had killed him before. Now there were several. Indomitable will activated, along with the battle-hardened warrior myth. All his stats rose by 18 points. Then the special buff Go to the End triggered, boosting everything by another 18. He drew two swords, and power flared around him. The angel flicked a finger, sending the weapons crashing down. Songyun dodged, and the spears slammed into the ground, but then he caught another blade racing straight at him. He barely jumped back in time, and the strike smashed into the field instead. He landed hard nearby. Then something grabbed both his arms. The apostle was right behind him. God's will pressed down, ordering that body to crush Songyun to dust. He gritted his teeth as sweat ran down his face. The angel's wings twisted into huge claws and closed in on him. MC called for Nam Chun-woo. In an instant, the apostle's hands were severed. The enemy frowned. Song-yun raised his sword. The demon inside laughed, happy to finally join the fight, and the blade shook in his hand. The angel jerked his wings back. Then the apostle regenerated again. The spirit in the sword was stunned. They were fighting a god. He asked what kind of insane deity would come down this early in the tower. The demon couldn't understand why the test's difficulty had suddenly gone crazy. Sung-yun said there was no time to explain, and told the soul to use every support skill it had. The sword buzzed in protest, saying buffs alone wouldn't solve this. Then it blurted out. Had his owner really gone through apostolization? He snapped that now was not the time to talk. 2 strikes tore off one of his arms and 1 leg. He looked up at the enemy, and saw a glowing sphere above the apostle's head. A huge beam fired from it. Ash blood activated. Sung-yun dodged while his missing limbs regenerated at the same time, and Damchun said he would pour in all the power he could. The True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword's ego skill Mana Burst activated, raising the mana inside his body. Next came Lightning Thought Process, speeding up his mind. Then Small Heart activated, creating a fake magic organ to help move mana. But the sword's durability started dropping by 0.4 every second, and its ego could vanish if this kept up. Sung-yun stared at the blade in surprise. He smiled. The demon talked big, but the buffs were actually amazing. He leaped away, knowing a close fight was still too much for him. Energy beams tore through the sky. The apostle watched the challenger rise. Sung-yun took to the air on dark wings, and the sword noted that his owner had finally decided to think and buy time. Without slowing down, the protagonist asked for every option that might help. The sword told him it needed a moment, so he kept still and listened while the demon sorted through ideas. Then the apostle burst out of the clouds. He charged straight in. Seeing that MC was trying something tricky, Jurin swore that this time he'd rip him into pieces too small to regenerate. He muttered that he was going to lose his mind. The sword answered that after using its genius brain it had reached one clear result. The current him could never beat this thing. The protagonist rushed forward anyway, saying he already knew that. The blade stressed one word, current. It told him to use a god's power and call on divinity. He frowned, and the demon explained that apostle form let him use that power, even if only with limits. It promised to signal the right moment. Jurin attacked again. Dam Chun-woo said their only chance was to catch him off guard with the sword art that controlled space. The apostle looked away for just a second, surprised. Sung-yun was already above him, bringing both swords down. The winged enemy dodged. MC clicked his tongue and spun around. He kept slashing through empty air. The apostle laughed and mocked him, asking if he really thought such basic swordplay could land a hit, then slipped past another strike. Sung-yun stared ahead and used white sword that cuts the sea. Jurin flinched when bright light flashed near him. A sharp strike skimmed right past his body. He shouted in shock, then cried out when it still cut him. The claws from his wings grabbed the magic and ripped it apart, and Jurin chuckled, calling it interesting. He stared, stunned, until the sword warned him that another attack was coming. The angel rushed in with spears ready. Fast strikes whipped past Sung-yun. The apostle kept pressing, forcing him farther and farther back. The protagonist noticed the enemy rising higher. Then the blades flew by and wrapped around his swords. He was shocked. Space itself was locking his weapons in place. Looking up, he realized the enemy had copied the 7 techniques of the white sword, after seeing them only once. Sung-yun gritted his teeth and refused to walk into that attack so easily. He figured he could escape by balancing his stance with the white sword and creating emptiness, but the demon instantly objected. Instead of dodging, it told him to take the hit. MC frowned, not getting it at all. The sword flashed and told him to trust it and stay still. As the attack rushed closer, he shrank back and cursed. Jaehan used his wings to guide a beam of light straight at him. Sung-yun stared at the attack in confusion, and Chun-woo repeated, "Don't dodge." Sweat ran down his face as he watched the beam, still thinking his sword spirit had gone crazy. The tip of his sword touched the beam, and Chun-woo told him one more time to trust him. He ordered his master to hold his ground, and he spread his magic blades into a fighting stance. Dark magical bursts wrapped around his body. Jaehan charged in with light blazing, just as Sung-yun sealed himself inside a dark sphere. The light attack barely touched the sphere, and Jaehan couldn't believe the protagonist had blocked it. The winged apostle's light kept grinding against his defense, trying to break through. As the attack came close enough to graze his eye, Chun-woo finally yelled back, "Use your divinity." The beam brushed MC's face while he swung both blades. Jaehan suddenly saw those black demonic eyes. With a furious glare, Sung-yun looked straight at him as the attack passed by his head. A notice appeared. Divine immortality was in use, ignoring block, regeneration, and instant death. His magic blade carved through the air, and Chun-woo said this wasn't the time to hold back blood. Red magic crystals burst into the air. They attacked Jaehan from every side, meant to wear down his defense. Jaehan hovered in place with his arms spread as a red core shot toward him. It bound him at once, and he struggled to break free. Songyun raised his sharp sword to the sky, and Chunwoo warned that the bind wouldn't last long. He had to finish this fast. Sweat pouring off him, he rushed in. He could feel divine power draining insanely fast, and knew he only had enough left to use divinity a couple more times. He charged while Jahan was still trapped inside the red core. At once, he swung his glowing blade and used divinity, filling the sword with the power of certain death. A blue arc of sword light shot toward the enemy trapped in red. The attack pierced straight into the sphere holding Jahan. With the sword still aimed high, Chunwoo shouted that now was the moment. Then Jahan twitched one hand. In the next instant, he shattered the red core's restraints. Songyun watched his opponent break free. Jahan spread his arms, a red halo hanging above him, and said that even this was only a tiny part of his divine power. Then he asked if the protagonist really thought a body filled by a god would be the same as a human one. MC frowned and swung his blade, trying to chain together time rupture and double sequence attack. A powerful string of light strikes flew at Jahan, and for the first time he threw up his hands in fear. He raised his forearms in front of himself and begged for mercy. A blast of light slammed into him. He said he'd never seen power like this on the 13th floor. Then the wave hurled him away. Jahan's body was ripped apart by the attack. A stream of notices popped up, saying Sunjun had cleared the 15th floor of the trial tower. One reward was a protective bracelet from an unknown god. He also got 100,000 points and 5,000 SP for clearing the unknown god's divine trial, plus extra rewards for finishing it completely. Everything was sent straight to his inventory. He smirked, happy it was finally over. He was still floating high above the clouds. A moment later, he dropped back to the ground. Looking ahead with a hard stare, he got the reincarnation achievement, raising all stats by 4, along with the enemy achievement. His demonic form remained active for a moment, but the heavenly blood demonic sword, soul skills all shut off, and his sword lost nearly 10 durability. Songjun turned to the side, staring hard as he tilted his head. Still confused, he asked if his sword spirit was okay. He froze when a girl appeared behind him and answered that there was no way she was fine after suddenly fighting a god using descent. She added that he was lucky it was only an incomplete descent, otherwise, both of them would be dead. That was when he realized his sword spirit had been a girl the whole time. Chunwoo gave him a sharp look and warned him not to judge someone who climbed to the top of a bloody demonic cult by gender. He accepted that, then asked if she had always been able to appear like this. Songjun glanced at his sword as she explained that she couldn't. She didn't even know how this happened. Confused, he listened as she guessed his divine power was probably the reason. Chunyu stepped down, saying she couldn't hold that form for long, so they needed to get to the point. She moved forward and held out her hands, red streams of blood flowing from them. He watched closely, trying to figure out what she meant. She explained that she wanted to use blood consumption. Standing over Jahan's corpse, she let the red aura spread around her. He stared in surprise. This was the special effect of the heavenly blood demonic sword's blood consumption. A notification said that absorbing the blood of Jahan, a promising disciple, would raise the item's rank. It also said the engraved divinity enhancing ability would be added to a special slot. The girl explained that this was blood consumption, in her true form. Songjun looked puzzled as she said the skill would be much stronger now. She also brought up him fighting a god, but left that talk for later. Then Chunwoo opened her mouth wide and yawned, worn out from using the skill. As smoke rose from his blade, she repeated that they could talk later. For a moment, the demonic warrior stood there alone. Then his eyes dropped to Jahan's bloody body. The fingers twitched. His expression turned savage at once. He raised his blades and got ready to fight, thinking Jahan was still alive. It made no sense. A clear message had already said the mission was complete. Suddenly, Jahan's winged arms started shaking and jerking upward beneath the magic sphere. A demonic eye appeared above his severed head. That eye began lifting the mangled body back up. Watching this, he realized the floor's condition was only to lead the holy war to victory within the time limit. So even if Jahan wasn't truly dead, the tower must have counted it as a pass, because he could no longer do anything. He remembered the notice about the huge cost of divine power, when the god of control tried to meet him directly. If even the god of war had gone this far, then this was way beyond normal. The giant demonic eye hovered over Jahan's corpse, still trying to kill him. He stared back as the eye warned him not to think this was over. This was the first thing Sun Ji-hoon understood after becoming an apostle. Someone who gains divine power, without serving a god, gets the chance to become one. Its presence loomed as if hanging above the world itself. Now it all made sense. War had hated him so much because he feared the birth of a new god. Tightening his grip on the sword, everything finally clicked for him. Sun Ji-hoon swung at once, ready to finish off the eye. The god of war had used descent to kill him. Without a second thought, he fired a light attack and sliced into the eye, even as it tried to make him regret it. He stayed firm in his stance and cut it down. He always killed those who chose him as their enemy. A notice appeared. The heaven-piercing sword had destroyed a hard-to-break item, raising its rank to A+. His blade split the huge eye in two, and the demon swore that next time, it would tear him apart. Sun Ji-hoon planted his sword in the ground and stared at it. Then, with a cold, hungry look, he ordered it to absorb. Massive streams of black aura burst out in every direction as the divinity of darkness activated and targeted the eye. Those dark currents wrapped around it and began pulling it in. A black magic core drew everything together, and Sun Ji-hoon absorbed the soul of the promising disciple Jahan. His mastery rose by nearly 8. As the core sank into his chest, he understood what it meant. The soul belonged to the body used as a host for a god's descent. Then he turned suddenly, as another notice appeared. He had absorbed a soul stronger than himself, and will extraction had begun. More messages followed, confirming success and the presence of will inside Jahan's soul. The will was pulled from the soul, and Sun Ji-hoon watched closely. He lifted slightly off the ground as the core in his chest glowed. The will of instant step was engraved into his soul. Staring at that glowing core in shock, he realized he could now move instantly anywhere within sight. He quickly understood just how wide that ability was. He could go anywhere he could see. Leaning forward, he moved to test it right away. Then a notice appeared. The remaining time in apostle state was 0. He frowned, surprised that the time had already run out. Panic hit him when the black aura armor drained away his magic power, and the apostle transformation ended. He pitched forward, dust puffed up when he hit the ground. Another message said the divine words death, darkness, and immortality had disappeared. Then a crowd of boys ran across the field. The protagonist was running behind the others. A brown-haired boy looked back with a grin and called for Sun Ji-hoon to hurry up. The younger Sun Ji-hoon looked a little surprised. Then someone kicked a soccer ball into the net. The whole team cheered for the goal. Suddenly, he turned and saw shattered ground and a cloud of dust. A giant monster's hand came down and crushed some of the boys. He stared in shock. His arms jerked out as he realized he was next. It was the same huge monster, Jihan, that attacked their city. Sweat poured down his face as he watched in horror. That massive hand slammed into the ground again. He watched his friends get crushed beneath it. At that point, he screamed in fury. They were only memories. Now he was lying in bed. He let out a shaky breath, still scared. He jolted upright and realized it had just been a terrible dream. Thanks to the will of cold reason, the fear quickly faded. He stepped out of the tent and was met by bright light. He paused, confused by what he was seeing. A large crowd from the tribe was waiting outside. Everyone started cheering, calling him the savior of the cult of darkness. A big man in a green cape ran up and awkwardly apologized for how rude he'd been, saying Regina had explained everything. Then the crowd turned when someone shouted about the apostle. Kanal rushed forward and declared that Sunjun was the true savior of the cult of darkness. The old man dropped to his knees at once, asking why he hadn't helped when they were suffering so badly. The protagonist closed his eyes, looking disappointed and empty. He gently held the trembling old man and explained that he couldn't act sooner because he needed to draw out their apostle. Then, Sunjun kept hold of him and said with a faint smile that their cult had won the holy war. Kanal looked up in shock, and the fighter told him to wipe away his tears. A halo lit up behind the smiling protagonist as Absolute Shard activated. He said it had all gone according to the God of Darkness's plan, and he had only followed those orders faithfully. Everyone stared at the bright light in awe. Under its effect, the crowd slipped into worship, their judgment dulled as Sung Yun's presence felt overwhelming. A sly smile crossed the protagonist's face. The God of Darkness seemed pleased, and the God of Verification praised how well he could fool people. Then the will to absorb faith kicked in, flooding the area with light. Kanal and the others watched the beams of light in shock as faith poured in from nearby places, enough to shape a new myth. The protagonist bared his teeth in a grin as he realized a fitting myth was being formed. Light streamed out of him. As the first savior, he gained divine power, and new effects appeared. Using this myth would activate salvation, boosting all his skills when he protected the weak. It would also trigger Seeker of Truth, letting his divine power grow through worship from followers of a religion. Smiling, he raised a hand and wished them luck. Then he rose into the sky above them. Regina and the crowd watched with excitement. Hovering high above, he realized he needed to go back. Soon, he spotted the place he was looking for. It was the portal in the rocky field. He quickly dropped down in front of it. Looking around, he was thrown off by how long it had been since he'd moved up a floor. The portal was made of black magic. Blue light flashed around him, and messages appeared. He had returned to the waiting room on the 16th floor, and the block on administrator messages was gone. Another notice said the administrator of the Ironblood Monarch was glad his contractor was safe, and also the master of the White Crane tearfully told him he had done well. After stepping through the portal, more messages popped up. Different administrators were inviting him to their domains. He sat on the bed and said he'd visit next time, apologizing for not being able to spend more time now. With his arms hanging at his sides, he thought about how divine power used to just gather in his heart and could be spent on myths and will. But now things were different. The black aura in his chest started to thin out. He held out 2 fingers, and dark flames rose from them. Thanks to apostolization, he had become a pseudo-god and could use divinity directly, though for some reason it was turning dark. That black aura began wrapping around the protagonist's hand. He lifted it over his head, gathering magic, and then slammed it into the ground. He stared in surprise when the wall, which normally healed from any damage at once, didn't recover this time. Looking at the broken stone, he saw that it was regenerating, but very slowly. A small grin appeared on his face. That was interesting. Then he checked his inventory. The rewards from the 15th floor were there. A protective bracelet of a nameless god, and a divine orb. The bracelet had once been used by that now forgotten god to guard against damage that couldn't normally be blocked, activating the effect preventive block. The orb stored divinity, and if he picked targets and used divine power through it, it would activate the exclusive effect Absolute Seal. He looked at the S+ items with real excitement. They had to be powerful. Black aura flowed out of the core, and messages appeared saying that after absorbing Apostle Jahan's soul, his stats had gone up. More notices confirmed that many of his abilities really had started to increase. Still, he frowned a little. For all the work it took, the gain didn't feel that big, so he decided to offer it up to raise his divinity instead. Then his eyes widened as divinity was pulled from the apostle's soul. The conditions of will had been met. Light poured from his chest as his divinity rose sharply. Then he looked ahead and pulled up the quest list. Message after message appeared. 87 administrators had offered him quests, and each one came with a different request. Xingyun broke into a sweaty grin. There were way too many quests, but that wasn't really a bad thing. He studied the pop-up windows, trying to decide which one to take. He scanned them carefully. Then his eyes stopped on a quest called Savior of the End, offered by the administrator of the Soldiers of the Fallen World. The reward was the power to place indestructibility on 2 items, and the clear condition was simple: make a choice he wouldn't regret. He checked the status window, and thought of the magic sword. He had already been wondering how to fix the Heavenly Blood demonic sword, since the soul inside it had become a huge burden, so he touched the quest conditions and chose it. A message confirmed he had selected Savior of the End. The trial for the 16th floor was replaced with that quest, and only a few administrators would be allowed to watch. More notices followed. The 16th floor trial had begun. He had 48 days left. The goal was to make a choice he would not regret, and failure meant either death or running out of time. The reward was indestructibility on 2 items, and the failure penalty was death. The protagonist woke up on a wooden cot, feeling at once that something was wrong with his body. He was wrapped in bandages and drenched in sweat, grinning through terrible pain. A notification said the Savior of the End quest had started. His equipment was restricted, and some items had been moved into storage. Player Songyun's strength exceeds the trial limit. All stats have been reduced to 50 until the trial ends, but any growth gained during the trial will be applied afterward. The bandaged protagonist tried to get up. A second later, he grabbed his face, fighting the urge to throw up. He rushed out of the tent and into the forest, then started to collapse. He glared at the elf girl, who noticed he had finally woken up. Still bandaged, he looked back, trying to figure out what was going on. Songyun's eyes widened as pain shot through him. The girl smirked and told him not to push himself. If needed, she could call the others. Peeking at him through her bangs, she said help would be there soon, and told him to wait, calling him kneel. He looked into a puddle and saw his younger self staring back. Then he noticed it wasn't his own face at all. The reflection belonged to someone else. The administrator, the hero of the ruined world, was looking back at him. Songyun clutched his head and realized what this trial had done. Through the Savior of the End quest, he had become a character named Nile. He dropped to the ground and tried to stand again, but his condition was awful. He quickly understood he wouldn't have his sword or amulet here. His main item, the heavenly demonic sword, was sealed, and all his armor was unusable too. Standing near the forest clearing, he felt the pain clearly. For now, his best move was to play Nile's role properly, since he couldn't instantly heal with ashen blood here. He was wearing golden armor and an eye patch. Luckily, a few backup items he had bought earlier were still available. They were the detection eye patch, which could spot targets, and the handmade explorer glove, which helped him deal with unknown situations. He focused ahead, thinking the eye patch's enemy detection skill would be especially useful. The other fighters grinned at him and said it was a miracle he had opened his eyes again. What else could they expect from an apostle chosen by the goddess? He waved back with a smile, knowing he had to act as naturally as he could. Suddenly, he grabbed the eye patch. A notice said it had detected several enemies coming closer, and he was shocked that the function had activated so fast. He immediately began searching for them. Then he turned in surprise toward the others, who were trying to figure out what was wrong with him. A message appeared. The detection eye patch's exclusive effect, automatic detection, had activated. Every enemy in his field of view was marked with a red outline. The group around him just looked worried, thinking he should be lying down instead of standing. Xingyun looked at his comrade with sweat on his brow and realized the truth. They were actually his enemies. Staring at the man, he finally understood why this quest was built around psychological pressure. Later, they all sat across from each other in the tent, and at first, nothing seemed unusual. He watched the old man and realized, thankfully, that most of his skills still worked. The old man and the archer kept watching him, trying to tell whether he had lost his memory. His companions were deeply worried, and when they questioned Niall, he answered that he remembered nothing, not who he was, and not why he was here. The girl lowered her eyes sadly, realizing things were worse than she had thought, and that everything had gone badly. Looking at him through her bangs, the elf said she didn't have much time, so she would keep it short. He was a warrior, and the only apostle of the Dragon God Church, carrying the mission to save this world. She recalled how they had rushed off in a horse-drawn carriage, beginning their journey to defeat the Demon King. During that journey, this same hero fought a giant monster and was badly wounded in the battle against the great evil. The girl lowered her eyes and said that was why he lost his memory. She explained that the Demon King serves the Demon God, and they want to bring that god's form into this world. If they succeed, everything ends. Through the mask, the protagonist listened in silence. In this world, only one warrior blessed by God could kill the Demon King. That was why they dragged him back into the journey, even after he was badly hurt. As the chosen warrior, he would have to fight his way through countless enemies to reach the Demon King. Thinking about all those demonic beasts, he knew one thing for sure: he had to get his strength back fast. As the carriage rolled down the forest road at sunset, the girl finished explaining the most important parts and said they could talk about the rest on the way to the demonic kingdom. The carriage kept moving through the forest. Inside, the group watched him closely, still trying to figure out if he had really lost his memory. The big blonde man pointed at himself and asked if he at least remembered his name. Sun Jun leaned forward with his hands on his knees while the man across from him let out a sigh. After the battle, Sun Jun truly had no idea who he was. The blonde guy smirked, introduced himself as Alan Nix, and told him to quit talking so formally. The protagonist kept staring at him from under his brow. Then he looked at the old man, who calmly suggested it was just memory loss. Smiling, the old mage introduced himself as Zerva Denir and said titles did not matter much to someone his age. Alan grinned and scratched his head, joking that even with the world close to ruin, time was still rushing forward. While they rode on, Alan turned to the old man and suggested they go hunt something. Once they stopped, the brunette watched his companions leave. They told him to rest while they found something to eat. What they brought back for him was a dead rat. Later, they sat around the fire roasting pork and eating. Meanwhile, his share was still that dead rat. The others knew he was too broken to act like a savior, and people might call them monsters for what they were doing, but they believed they had no choice. A huge boar roasted over the fire, and to them, this ugly plan was the only way to save the world. The elf took a bite and said they were keeping him barely alive on purpose, so they could deliver him to the Demon King. The archer agreed, saying that was enough. This was the role they had chosen. Around the campfire, they had already stopped seeing Niall as a warrior. To them, he was only a tool to save the world. At that moment, the protagonist was sitting up in a tree, looking down at them with disgust. He thought he could kill every one of them, but after a moment, he shook his head. He did not want that kind of end for them. He reminded himself that this quest had conditions. If he moved too fast, something could go wrong and make everything worse. Watching his companions eat, he judged their level and knew he could wipe them out in seconds. Still, he had time, so for now he chose to keep observing them. After that, his companions kept going out to hunt whenever they could, while he stayed in the cart, stuck in a weak body they barely even fed. Then he jumped up into the air and realized that gave him some time alone. Moving through the forest, he figured he was far enough away that his companions would not notice him. As he followed a path, he noticed a shadow and turned back. There stood a huge horned creature that looked like a giant cat, and he realized he had wandered too deep into the woods. A moment later, he killed it and was ready to try eating one of its fingers. He chewed the monster meat with surprising interest and thought it tasted like chicken. That made him remember the dead rat. His body could handle moving without food or sleep, but eating rat meat for days was a different problem. He also remembered Alan banging a ladle on a pot at night. Food was not the only annoyance. Those childish games were getting old, even if he could endure them. Then he dropped back down into the clearing and started walking. With a hard look in his eyes, he decided it was time to slowly take control for himself. He began checking the flow of aura inside his body. After activating Ash Blood, his damaged body was healing faster. Then he walked again through the clearing between the trees. Back by the cart, his companions were waiting, and he casually said he had only gone for a short walk since the hunt had ended early today. The archer rose from the stump and turned toward him. The girl glared at him, and the others did too. Just then, his detection picked up several enemies coming closer. She warned that he still was not well and should not wander off alone. He scratched his head and realized she was upset because he had stepped out of her control, so he simply said he had been stuck resting for days and got bored. Zerva suddenly stretched out his hand. The old man trembled, trying to understand how the protagonist had recovered so much so suddenly. Sunjun answered that after resting for several days, he had suddenly felt completely fine again, leaving Zerva staring in surprise. The brunette looked at the old man with open arrogance and reminded him that he himself had said he was no healing specialist, so how could he judge the changes in his body at a glance? At that, the old man quickly lowered his gaze, as if he had been caught. Zerva turned away, and Alan stepped in, saying that was enough useless talk. The demonic realm was close now, and they needed to move. So they all got back into the cart and rode on. Zerva looked at him with concern and asked if any of his memories had returned. The brunette answered that his memories still had not come back, but deep down he knew there had never been any memories to recover in the first place. Suddenly, the cart began to shake, and everyone tensed up. The archer tried to control the horse as it suddenly panicked. They all climbed out into the clearing and looked toward the strange light. Ahead of them were huge rocks, and a warning appeared. They had entered an area filled with demonic energy, near the demonic realm. The longer they stayed, the more their minds would wear down. This was the border of that land. The girl turned to the brunette and said they could not keep traveling by carriage anymore, and from here on, they would not be able to look after him. She suddenly raised her voice when she heard him refuse. Sunjun showed a sharp grin and said he actually liked this option better. This was a demonic zone full of jagged stone, and the energy here could drive people insane. It was also crawling with demonic monsters, so many that even one of them could wipe out hundreds of people. Countless warriors had died here. They had faced every hardship possible, yet this was still a place where almost no one could survive. Several girls stood in the clearing before the entrance to the demonic kingdom. The rest of the group stood behind Daisy. The protagonist looked up, surprised, and asked if this really was a demonic dimension. Alan glanced back at him and realized his memory was completely gone. Then our hero turned to the old man, who showed him a sword wrapped in bandages. Holding the wrapped weapon carefully, the old man said it was something he treasured more than his own life. Under the bandages was a holy sword. The protagonist stared at the sword. Nearby, demonic beasts tore through trees with their claws. A whole mass of monsters pushed through the thorny growth. That sight pulled giant monsters from the portal back into his memories. It was the same Neil, baring his teeth with a savage grin, thinking he could handle it now that so much time had passed. Because he was the administrator of the soldiers of the fallen world, he clenched his teeth, unable to stomach those bitter memories any longer. He remembered standing with that holy sword before a swarm of demonic monsters, weaker than ever, and needing his comrades' help. Then came the memory of slamming his fist on a table, unable to understand how those same comrades could betray him. A fierce yellow eye glared out from beneath his bangs. At that moment, a figure rushed behind the protagonist as he took a fighting stance. Sunji unsmiled darkly from under his brow. He charged at once with his blade as Nial's figure shot through the air. Gripping his weapon tight, he triggered the special effect of the handmade traveler's gloves, letting him adapt and keep his mind from being twisted by demonic energy. Because of the heavy demonic energy around him, his mana rose by 2. He rushed in to attack. Even when a monster tried to seize him, he still moved with the same reckless impatience, memory loss or not. Alan watched in anger and realized this guy would have a hard time fighting all those monsters by himself. The others quickly grabbed their weapons and moved in, pretending they were there to help while really trying to wear the monsters down. Sungyun charged in with the holy sword, while the others hoped he'd be pushed into despair. The protagonist rushed forward and sliced the huge monster apart with one clean strike. Everyone froze in confusion. Their faces were full of shock. Then they saw even more monsters rushing straight at him. Sungyun raised his glowing sword, and a bright core flared up as he used holy light. With one swing, he called death down on the monster. He didn't stop there. He charged the rest of them too. A massive blast of fire erupted. The explosion tore through the monsters, making them melt and collapse at once. Looking at his blade, he realized just how insanely strong it was. He bared his teeth in a grin, thinking this sword might give him powers he never expected. Daisy angrily remembered their talk by the fire, and figured Niall had probably lost part of his battle experience, leaving them no better option. Even so, everyone watched in stunned anger. They had offered up his memories and strength to the dragon god. Servo muttered that it would have been stranger if he hadn't lost his memory, but even now he fought like someone who'd spent decades on a battlefield. Alan frowned in horror, shocked that Niall had only gotten stronger. Earlier, they had all been sitting by the campfire near the tents. They ate dinner in silence, glancing at the protagonist. Sungyun looked at his companions with open contempt. After getting stronger and wiping out so many monsters, he expected some reaction, but none of them looked happy. The old man gripped his spoon tightly, caught between disgust, excitement, and guilt. The brunette glared at the group, filled with nothing but bad feelings. Later, the empty dishes were left on a box, and everyone headed back to their tents. That night, Sungyun lay inside his tent under a blanket. His eyes stayed shut. Then they suddenly snapped open. At the same time, the real protagonist was already flying over the camp in the night sky. He raised a hand and looked around, wondering how far he should go. His gaze settled on the giant mountains in the demon realm. A notification appeared. Will had activated. Instant step. He shot toward the mountains at once, now able to move anywhere within his sight. He hovered in the air with his hands stretched out. In no time, he was above the mountain peaks. He looked at his hands in delight, realizing he had crossed about 50 kilometers in a second. Excited, he clenched his fist and noted how useful this ability was. Sung-Yun kept floating in the night sky. Using the Fire Dragon Eye skill, he stared into the distance. His Holy Dragon Sword was packed with powerful skills. Since it was blessed by the Dragon God for the hero, it could only show its full power when used for good. When Divine Power was used, Holy Light activated, and from that he could create Starlight. With desperate prayers he could also trigger Hope, which needed an offering to grant power for a short time. There was also a special punishment effect that worked against demons and monsters. The sword would vanish after the 16th floor trial ended, so it couldn't be saved for anything else. As he prepared to land, Sung-Yun realized he could only use this sword on the 16th floor, so he needed to learn its feel and absorb its power now. He stretched out his hands and streams of blood began to flow. Then he sent red aura into the ground by activating True Blood Seeker. Those red streams spread all the way to the battlefield where the monsters were. The orcs looked around in confusion. A moment later, the red aura pierced through the monsters' bodies. They let out savage screams as the streams tore into them. Sung-Yun dropped down among them while they stood dazed under his aura, like lab rats under control. He drove his sword into the ground. Then he pulled it back out, tearing upward in a blue flash. A message appeared. Sword Sense had activated, and it could absorb exclusive sword skills. He studied the blade and saw it had 3 special effects, but Sword Sense could only take 2. The choice was obvious. He swung the sword and released aura around himself, since he could absorb the exclusive effects of any blade. 2 bright lights burst in the darkness as the first choice was made. He took Holy Light. Sword Sense uses, half remaining. Then a red stream flashed, showing the second choice was done too. Punishment had also been absorbed. Another message warned that Sword Sense was now used up and would be destroyed. He let go of the sword and held out his hand, then glanced at the blade and thought maybe he had spent this sense too early. Still, losing skills like these, especially Holy Light, would have been a waste. He kept staring at the sword from under his brows. A bright flash filled the darkness. With this power, he could make attacks far stronger than a fully charged countercount, and use them instantly. While the monsters stayed under his control, he reached out and used Holy Light. After absorbing it, he no longer needed the sword to cast it. He swept his arm out, sending bright light in every direction. A shining beam burst through his fingers. Then another huge explosion went off. He dropped to the ground, looking worn out, with destruction all around him. He had activated Blood of Ashen, but couldn't figure out why he couldn't control it. The monsters only grinned more viciously as they stared at him. He glared back, full of malice. Then he pulled out the sacred blade again and fired bursts of light. Huge explosions of light followed one after another, leaving the monsters confused. He tested it again and realized everything worked fine with the divine sword. His eyes widened as he tried to understand what was happening. He held his hands out, and red light poured from them as he guessed he wasn't using magic at all, but divine power. When he pushed both hands forward, a black aura rose from the red core under Holy Light. That red core and the dark streams stretched through his fingers. A sharp grin spread across his face. Now he finally understood. He sent those threads of aura straight at the orc monsters. They started screaming in outrage as explosions hit them. Taking a fighting stance, he unleashed another blast, now able to control the monsters freely. Then he lifted both hands overhead, raising a huge core as he prepared to use Holy Light at full power. At that same moment, Alan had stepped away to use the bathroom. He turned back, confused by the flashes of light. Then he saw a red stream shooting from the mountains into the sky. His face tightened in horror, and his mouth fell open. A dark silhouette of the protagonist stood in the mountains with smoke rising around him. He tossed the sword behind his head and smiled at the status window, realizing this ability was completely insane. Notifications popped up in the darkness. Achievement earned, Heir of the Dragon, and Dragonization. Because of the trial's penalty, receiving will was now limited. The brunette looked aside in confusion, stuck on the Dragonization skill he didn't understand. More system messages appeared. The Dragon God had noticed him, checked his achievements, and grown curious. When offered a chance to become the Dragon God's disciple, the protagonist turned it down with clear annoyance, but the Dragon God asked again. He kept refusing, even as the notifications kept piling up. Sang-Yun shut his mouth tightly, sweating and getting fed up with how stubborn that god was. By morning, a dim sun had risen over the camp. The group ate breakfast while watching the protagonist. As MC lifted a spoon to his mouth, he figured the Dragon God must be protecting this world. He remembered Jae-Hun's dark-winged silhouette and realized he had almost killed him, so he wanted no trouble with that being. He thought back to walking through the thorn-filled Dark Kingdom and realized they did have a hero meant to save the world. They just hadn't given him enough power. Holding his spoon in front of his mouth, he decided not to absorb Hope's effect, so he wouldn't draw attention and risk dealing with the god again. That only made him more bitter. Once again, a god had tried to force him into becoming a disciple, and this one was even more persistent. While standing near the trees, he kept getting annoying messages from the Dragon God, who still wanted to claim him and couldn't understand why he kept saying no. One message even claimed that someday he would understand the god's greatness and join him. The other gods watched and laughed at those stubborn attempts. In that strange space, the dragon god told him to think it over one more time, then vanished. Then the administrator girl, the iron-blooded monarch, praised his strong resolve and felt relieved. At the same time, the administrator White Crane Master smiled at his willpower and felt proud of her contractor. Later, Sangyun sat at the table in front of the portal puddle. Alan looked at the uneasy protagonist as he said a strong demon seemed to be training nearby. He looked back at the companion who had seen that beam of light in the mountains last night, then tried to brush it off by saying he must have imagined it. The old man raised a hand and said he had read in the magic tower that places packed with demonic energy can cause strange phenomena, so they should treat it as something natural. Daisy sat down and told Alan a high-level demon would never train somewhere like this. A moment later, the main character tore through every orc and monster in his way. As he swung his glowing sword, he realized these non-stop fights were getting boring. Still, they gave him a chance to test one of his powers. Myth, Savior of the End. System messages flashed up. The salvation effect had activated, raising all his stats a little, but the trial penalty lowered them again. He started testing how much this myth could really do. More alerts appeared. Truth Seeker had activated too, but since no follower was found, his divine power did not increase. He could guess a few things, but he still had no idea what counted as a follower. He wiped out the monsters and started piecing it together. Salvation seemed to trigger when he protected the weak, while Truth Seeker did not work unless someone showed gratitude. The others could only watch him handle another monster in the demon realm. Everything was so easy for him that no one else even joined the fight. He figured it was because he erased every enemy the moment they appeared. His companions stared at the piles of monster corpses, looking discouraged. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he turned to them, confused about why they had stopped. Once the guards were gone, the next step was obvious. They had to enter the demon castle. Then he noticed their gloomy, unhappy faces and understood something. The more power he showed, the less they seemed to like it. After that, he opened the gate to the demon kingdom. Everyone followed him into the castle corridor. Alan turned to the brunette and asked if he had really lost his memory. Songyun looked back with a faint grin and asked what Alan thought, catching him off guard. As they kept walking behind him, the old man told everyone to focus on the battle ahead. Zerba pulled out a jug with a nasty smile and told their fighter to drink it. The brunette gave him a doubtful look, and the old man explained it was a high-grade enhancement potion. He took the bottle, but when they said the final fight with the Demon King was close, he still could not understand why they were pushing him so hard to drink it. Daisy watched him nervously as he asked if the drink was poisoned. With a hand on her chest, Daisy sounded offended and asked if Niall really suspected them. He just smiled with his eyes closed and said it was sad they had not helped at all, but he was touched that they were giving him something so valuable. Then he decided to drink it right away. He collapsed at once and coughed up blood. The drink was laced with poison from the exhausting swamp in the demonic dimension, and within 5 minutes it would spread through his body and stop him from using magic. His companions instantly drew their weapons, ready to finish him off. In their minds, they had no other choice. Even sweating, the main character gave a slight grin. Everyone's eyes went wide in shock. Looking up from under his brow, he said no one would ever expect the hero's own companions to be traitors. The group stood behind him with weapons in hand. Chains wrapped around the blade as Zerba sealed the sword. The mage faced him with a hard, threatening look. He declared that the holy sword was sealed, so it could not be used anymore. Still sitting on the floor, the main character asked when they first decided to betray him, and why. The system confirmed it. He had been poisoned with the demonic venom of the swamp anglerfish, and in 5 minutes it would spread through his body and leave him unable to use mana. Daisy, shocked by his words, insisted this was not betrayal. They had simply been told they had to do it to save the world. Worn out, he repeated their excuse back to them. They had no other choice. His eyes widened, and he called the whole thing ridiculous. A winged demon appeared before him, gears turning behind it. The demon said asking them anything was pointless. Smiling coldly, it explained they were only carrying out the contract they had made with him. The protagonist pushed himself up and asked if that meant he was the Demon King. The demon dropped to the ground and said yes. They had met once before, back when the hero defeated the great evil. Songyun pointed out that the warrior had blacked out after that fight. So had the demon used that chance to get close to his companions? The demon looked confused by the question, saying it sounded like he was talking about a completely different person. Even so, he admitted the protagonist's guess was right. The protagonist pictured the demon controlling the group. Now he understood. In the final battle against the great evil, after the warrior had used up all his strength, this monster turned the rest of the party into traitors. Staring at the Demon King, the hunter asked why he had not just killed the warrior on the spot. The Demon King smiled and said that would have been boring. The protagonist lowered his eyes in disgust. Then the system said Fire Dragon's eye detected no lies in the enemy's words. The demon frowned at the hunter, but Songyun said that still was not the whole story. The demon grinned and praised him for being sharp. Stunned, the protagonist listened as the demon revealed the truth. This whole setup was meant to honor the demon god. Stepping closer, the demon explained that just as the warrior went through terrible trials to be acknowledged by the dragon god, he too was facing a test to become an official apostle. With a savage smile, he said he had endured hunger, cold, and loneliness to get this far, just like the others. Now only one step remained: offer the warrior on the demon god's altar, let him die, and complete the path to his goal. The protagonist lowered his head and did not move. The demon said he wanted to know how that felt. Was he desperate? Furious? Maybe he should have protected his companions better. The protagonist clenched his teeth in anger. Daisy's smiling face flashed through his mind. Then he remembered Alan playing in the water. Next came the image of a smiling Zerba. He saw all of them standing with their backs turned. He had always trusted them, and even now, he still could not understand why they chose this. His teeth ground together as he decided the real reason for all this was the Demon King standing in front of him. The demon's red eyes flashed as he smiled hungrily. Far away, the hero of the ruined world watched the scene unfold. No matter how many times he looked, his blood kept boiling. The protagonist's image reflected before him, as the system announced that the administrator of the hero of the ruined world was observing his choice. The watcher wondered what that choice would be. The hunter stood still, staring ahead. The Demon King raised a hand, releasing dark energy. That energy seized the protagonist. The demon lifted him up and trapped him between metal claws. The Demon King declared that this was the final stage of the trial. Smiling viciously, he said that once the warrior was placed on the demon god's altar, he would finally become an official apostle. Then the Demon King kicked the lever. The metal claw started dropping. The protagonist watched the sharp stakes closing in. He puffed out his cheeks. The metal claws slammed shut, and blood burst out. The demon spread his arms wide while blood ran down the altar. The others stared in confusion as the floor began to glow. With a wicked smile, the Demon King told the demon god he had offered the warrior's blood just as requested, and asked to be made an official apostle. Then his expression changed to confusion. The system announced that the demon god was looking at him with pity for offering filthy, contaminated blood. The protagonist appeared behind the demon and said he had already thrown up the poisoned blood. So what exactly had the Demon King just offered? The demon god was probably not too happy about it. An orb of energy formed above the protagonist's head. The system announced that holy light had activated. Sungyun said he really had wanted to make the best choice, but after thinking it through, he looked ahead with a dark glare. It seemed this world had already lost its chance at salvation. The others stared at him in confusion. Daisy asked what holy light was, since the sword had been sealed, and Serva demanded to know how he was using the holy sword's power by himself. The demon glared at the bright light, irritated and confused, wondering if this was really the same warrior he knew. Then, he warned him not to resist. If he died, the demon god would destroy this world. Pointing toward the others, the demon said they had made a contract with him. If the warrior, the dragon god's apostle, was killed, the world would be destroyed. The hunter opened his mouth slightly and said every word out of the demon's mouth was annoying. Then he said he would briefly explain 3 things the demon had gotten wrong. Behind him, the administrator sat and watched. The system announced that the administrator of the hero of the destroyed world was watching his choice. The protagonist raised both hands over his head and formed a sphere of energy. The group looked up in confusion as Xingyun gave his first point. He was not someone named Neil. The demon looked up, annoyed, and MC gave the second. He was not some so-called warrior. As the demon reached toward him, the hunter delivered the third point. He did not care at all whether this world was destroyed or not. The Demon King shouted for him to stop, warning that if he went any further, the world would be doomed. He looked at the Demon King with disgust, and added that if he really planned to kill the warrior, he should have done it long ago. Then the protagonist flicked his hand. A red beam shot up into the sky. The castle started breaking apart, and chunks of stone blasted outward. A moment later, the rubble crashed down. The demon stood in the ruined building, staring ahead in shock, teeth clenched. Now face to face with the Demon King, the protagonist listened as the demon snapped that he never said his contract included his companions, and if he died, this world would be saved. The protagonist spread his arms and shot back that the same thing would happen if the Demon King died instead. Furious, the demon argued that he had planned for that. If he died, the demon god would descend, and this world still had plenty of the demon god's apostles. The protagonist just kept staring with an icy look. The system announced that Fire Dragon's eye confirmed the demon wasn't lying. The hunter realized this trial really did come from a hopeless, suffocating world. The Demon King kept raging, saying this world would be destroyed, that the demon god had more than enough reason to descend, and that nothing here was beyond being wiped out. The hunter simply asked, "So what?" When the demon demanded an answer, he made it clear he didn't care if this world was destroyed. The Demon King glared at him and said he wasn't a real warrior. Sunjun replied that he'd already said that more than once. Pointing straight at him, the Demon King demanded to know how someone who wasn't the dragon god's apostle could use that power, and who he really was. The protagonist answered, "What do you mean, who am I?" He remembered his blood leaking out and gathering into a sphere. Then he recalled the golden magic circle that had appeared before him. After that came the image of a man in black armor. Grabbing his face, the protagonist triggered a purple glow beneath his feet. The system announced that punishment had activated. All stats increased by 7. Mana would no longer drain. He would be filled with dragon power, and his magic power would rise by 100. Clenching his fist, the protagonist declared that he was a contender. Bloody pillars rose in front of him. The Demon King threw his hands up to stop him, hurriedly saying there had to be some misunderstanding. The blood-red pillars sliced into the Demon King's hand. The demon stared at it in horror. He shot into the air with his wings, thinking that if this kept up, he would really die, so retreating came first. Sun Jun chased after him and called out, asking where he thought he was going. The protagonist frowned, then glanced behind him. Zerva's vines had wrapped around his leg. The mage told Sun Jun to die with honor. Panic filled Zerva's eyes as he insisted that if the protagonist lived, the whole world would be destroyed. At the same time, a storm of arrows shot in from the side as Daisy loosed her bow and begged him to think like a warrior and look at the situation more calmly. The arrows rushed straight at the hunter, but he stayed hanging in the air without moving. Then he turned and knocked them all away with his energy. Alan came at him from behind with a spear. He glared at the hunter and called him a selfish bastard, saying that if he survived, it was the same as handing everyone else a death sentence. Alan roared and swung his weapon. The protagonist dodged the spear, and the system announced that combat concentration had activated. Alan froze in confusion as the protagonist's image faded right in front of him. The blonde looked up in fear as Sun Jun said that people too scared to give up their own lives were trying to offer up someone else's. Looking down on him, the hunter said they weren't worth fighting. Then he shifted his focus back to the fleeing Demon King. The Proaudes bent his knees slightly and used flash steps. The Demon King looked back with a cruel grin, thinking he had made it out alive. But the next second, the Proaudes grabbed him by the head. The demon bared his fangs and stared at him. Then the protagonist cut off the Demon King's head. Sun Jun stared ahead, dead serious. In the reflection, the protagonist could be seen severing the Demon King's head. The brunette looked at that reflection in shock, wondering if this was really the choice he had made. He remembered running across ruined land and thought about how, even after taking a fatal wound, he still managed to escape in the end. Next came the burning pillars that swallowed the city. In the end, the world was destroyed, and at the same time he heard the tower calling him upward, as if he were running away. Pressing his lips together, the boy thought those days, when he climbed the tower only because he had nowhere to go back to, were still better than those shameful ones. The protagonist wore a pleased grin as the boy decided he had made a choice he would never regret. The system announced that applicant Sun Jun's choice had passed verification. It confirmed that he would never regret it, congratulated him for clearing the 16th floor of the test tower, and declared that the administrator of the Hero of the Destroyed World would grant 2 items the property of absolute indestructibility. Then it ordered him to move to the waiting room. Daisy stared in horror and let her bow slip from her hands. She couldn't understand what was happening at all. The group watched fiery tornadoes swallow the city, and Daisy cried out that everything was wrong. Their home and their whole world were falling apart. A system window appeared while the administrator of the Hero of the Destroyed World calmly watched his former comrades. The protagonist walked toward the portal that had appeared. Before entering, he looked back at them with a cold glare. Sun Jun said they didn't deserve an easy death and hoped they would die slowly, feeling the same pain as this world, if they had the courage for it. Then the protagonist began to fade into the portal. Sun Jun looked at the new system messages in surprise. The system announced that, because the quest had been completed, his move to the waiting room would be delayed for a while, and the test rewards would instead be decided by the administrator of the Hero of the Destroyed World. Then another notice said that entry into the hero's building was now in progress. A dragon statue stood inside the room. The protagonist looked around and thought it seemed like a temple made to worship the dragon god. Sun Jun parted his lips and muttered that he was supposed to go here, not there. Nearby, a man in armor sat waiting. Turning to him, the protagonist asked if he was the hero of the ruined world. The brunette met his gaze seriously. As the protagonist walked over, the administrator said that was right, and that they had spoken a few times before. Sun Jun replied that it wasn't really a conversation, just one-sided messages. The hero of the ruined world closed his eyes and admitted that was fair, adding that he was boring. Sun Jun frowned. The administrator then said that since he had made it here, he could ask anything he wanted. The hero of the ruined world widened his eyes when the hunter asked why he had sent that quest request at all, saying he could have used the challenger he supported to get his wish directly. The hero of the ruined world stared in surprise, then broke into a wide smile and slapped his leg. Standing up, the administrator said he finally understood why several gods had taken interest in him. He stepped closer and asked if the protagonist really thought every challenger was a monster like him, obsessed with climbing all the way to the top. The hunter looked away as the administrator explained that most challengers didn't have his insane talent, and their drive to climb the tower wasn't that strong either. The hero of the ruined world spoke of challengers falling from the tower. Even strong will didn't change much, he said, and no matter how high most of them climbed, the administrators still couldn't see real potential in them to reach the end. Sung Yunim looked at the hero of the ruined world seriously, and asked if, instead of wishing the tower would fix the past, they were supposed to live on by treating paths they had never considered as quests. The hero of the ruined world turned his back to the protagonist, and said that was right. He wanted to deny it, but Sun Jun had given the correct answer. Then, the hero of the ruined world clapped his hands, and a golden light spread under the protagonist's feet. The administrator said he would repay him now. The system announced that the special power of the dragon spirit had chosen the user as the candidate, and he now had to pick which item would receive absolute indestructibility. Only light remained on the blade. The system announced that the choice was complete, and that absolute indestructibility had been engraved onto the heavenly sword destroyer. Light then covered the red blade. The system announced that absolute indestructibility had also been engraved onto the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword. Another message said that the soul ego consciousness inside the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword was slowly being restored, and once that soul ego consciousness fully returned, the time limit on its activity would disappear. Holding both blades, the protagonist listened as the hero of the destroyed world said other administrators would never hand out rewards this crazy. Still, since gratitude felt good, he should just take it as a gift from the administrator's own kindness. The hero of the destroyed world looked worn out. Sunji answered that everyone got what they wanted anyway, so there was no point in those thankful words. The hero of the destroyed world sighed that he really didn't have even a little bit of charm. The protagonist stopped near the portal, and the administrator said he'd give him one more real bonus. The hunter looked back. The administrator told him never to doubt the tower. The hunter stared at the administrator. The hero of the ruined world said everyone else had failed to reach their goal, but he was different. Surprised, the protagonist listened as the administrator added that the tower had its eye on him, because he was one of its promising candidates. The hunter stepped into the portal and vanished. A moment later, he came out on the other side and glanced around. The system announced that he had entered the waiting room on the 17th floor, and all his stat gains were being applied correctly. Keeping a serious face, he checked a new system message. Dragon God Successor, rank S. He had earned it by learning the Dragon God style skill, and the reward was the power called Dragon Incarnation. Sun Jun narrowed his eyes. He had earned Dragon God's Successor on the 16th floor, but that made no sense to him. The tower and the gods were supposed to be enemies. He sat beside the bed and wondered why the tower would create an achievement like that in the first place. Thinking it over, he realized the tower was not blindly against every god. There were even gods the tower seemed to work with closely, close enough to make achievements using their names. With the administrator's words still in his mind, the hunter recalled being called an important candidate. Sun Jun pressed his lips together. Maybe being a candidate watched by the tower meant he was meant to rise to godhood. He frowned, still turning the idea over. Then he remembered the magic circle that had appeared before him. This was not just a wild guess. He had already gained divine power. He also remembered that huge energy gathering in the sky. Then came Johan's attack. He had already crossed paths with gods, and maybe that was the path his growth was taking. Piece by piece, the whole thing started coming together in his head. The rewards from the trials, his growth, it all fit into one picture. He came to a rough conclusion. The tower's tests might be a way to choose people who can become gods. If someone clears that process, they are named a candidate, and given a chance to awaken as one. Resting a hand on his leg, he admitted it was still only a theory. Still, once he got stronger, he could figure out the tower's real purpose later. He got to his feet and decided to check the new power first. The hunter activated Dragon Incarnation. At once, he looked ahead in shock. His hands started to change. An orb of energy formed in front of him. Then his body shifted into a dragon-like form. Grinning, he muttered that he was not fully sure, but Dragon Incarnation really was just dragonization. He kept staring at his transformed self with a pleased smile. The system confirmed that the special power Dragon Incarnation had been activated. He narrowed his eyes a little and wondered what kind of lizardman this was supposed to be. Sun Jun smirked. The sudden change was strange, but not power surged out of him as he spread his arms. The system announced that for 10 minutes, his total mana would double, and some traits of the dragon race would be recreated. It also said that all abilities tied to controlling magic power would be boosted for 10 minutes. Turning away, he realized it was not just his body that had changed. His senses had become far sharper than he expected. Sun Jun noticed he could sense everything around him without even using the fire dragon's eye. More than that, it felt like he now had several ways to control magic power. Fire burst from his mouth. Then he fired a pillar of flame off to the side. The hunter stared ahead, stunned. Flames spread through the room, and Sun Jun could only think that if he claimed he could breathe fire, it would not be a joke anymore. After testing a few more functions, the dragonization suddenly ended. He returned to human form. The system announced that Dragon Incarnation had been deactivated and could not be used again for 8 hours. With a serious look, he figured out the drawback. 10 minutes of use came with an 8-hour cooldown, so in a real fight he would likely get only one use. Chun-woo appeared behind him, complaining that she felt horribly dizzy. The hunter turned and asked if she felt better now. The sword spirit said she had no idea what he had done, but the sword holding her spirit had become much stronger. Looking at herself in surprise, she said that was not all. Her condition had improved a lot, and now there was barely anything she could not deal with. Smiling, he explained that he had given the sword the property of absolute indestructibility. Chun-woo started to ask how, then stopped and said it did not matter. Showing her teeth, Chun-woo said there was no point asking what someone like him had done. He fought gods, after all. At the very least, she now knew he was even crazier than she first thought. The hunter watched the long-haired girl as she explained what little she had learned about him. From what she had heard, he was a challenger climbing between the 10th and 20th floors, and he came from a very small lower dimension. She narrowed her eyes and added that for someone from a lower dimension, he was far stronger than expected, and far more connected to divine beings than he should be. Surprised, the hunter looked at the sword spirit. Chun-woo said that was why she had realized something. He asked what it was. Frowning at her, he listened as Chun-woo said he had to be one of the tower's insane chosen candidates. That was the only reason he would have such close ties to divine beings. Sunjun thought this was the same answer again. She rose from the bed and said she had mistaken a phoenix for a sparrow, and that had been her big mistake. As Chun-woo walked past, the protagonist looked aside and thought her words matched what Neil had said before. He wondered if this was his chance to ask about the tower and the gods, and Chun-woo guessed he probably had plenty of questions. She placed a hand on his shoulder and listed them off. What kind of candidate he was, what the tower wanted, and why the gods kept getting in the way. Then she warned him not to expect too much from her. The hunter asked if that was because of the tower's restrictions. She said yes. Even after dying in failure, she still did not want her soul to be erased too. Staring at the sword spirit, he said he understood. Sunjun had expected as much. Not only the administrators, but even Chun-woo, tied to the heavenly demon sword, was blocked by information control. It was within reason, but still disappointing. Chun-woo looked back at him and said she could still tell him one thing. Now and later, the tower wanted only one thing from him. Sunjun asked what she meant. She answered that he had to keep growing without end, over and over, until one day no rivals were left. With a slight smirk, she said that was all the tower wanted from him and the other contenders. He pictured himself climbing upward, and thought that maybe the tower had chosen his first step, but everything after that had been his own will, or at least that was how he saw it. Standing across from him, Chun-woo said he also knew he had not made it this far by effort alone. The tower had given him chances too. Smiling at him, she waited as the hunter said he understood that completely, because the tower had never harmed him. The sword spirit said he had caught the heart of it fast, though that was no surprise. Since he had become a candidate between the 10th and 20th floors, he had no choice but to understand quickly. She looked at him in surprise when he said that. Because of that, he would not ask anything more for now. He would find the answers after becoming stronger. Chun-woo clenched her fists and admitted that the more she looked at him, the more she regretted he was not born in her homeland. If he had come from the Murim dimension, he might have become the strongest person of the Tang era. He looked at his blade as a red aura began to flow from it. The sword stabbed into the ground, and Chun-woo jumped aside. Hovering above the blade, the brunette declared that she had made up her mind. A red haze spread around the protagonist as Chun-woo told him to become her disciple. Power poured from the blade, while Chun-woo offered to teach him her cult's absolute divine art. She asked if he really did not want to learn the divine art of blood demons. Smirking to herself, she thought this worked out nicely. She was bored anyway, and raising a disciple sounded like it might be at least a little fun. Then Chun-woo froze in shock when the protagonist flatly said no. Pointing at him, she demanded to know why. If he learned the divine art of blood demons, he could become much stronger. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him, saying that by now he should already know how amazing Murim techniques were. Compared to them, the methods of other worlds hardly mattered. Still confused, the sword spirit asked again why he was refusing. The protagonist stepped back and said he knew how strong Murim arts were because he had learned martial arts from the administrator. But if someone built up a certain amount of internal chi through one spiritual method, it would limit learning other systems. The brunette stared at him, puzzled, and asked where he had gotten that idea. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said he already had a master. As far as he was concerned, his bond with the administrator was that of teacher and student. Chun-woo looked disappointed. Holding her head, she complained that the first time she'd wanted a disciple in ages, someone else had ruined the chance. The protagonist raised one finger. Chun-woo blinked in surprise as Sunyeon said he suddenly remembered a spiritual art called blood heavenly energy. When she asked what he meant, he realized something. The administrator who supported him with that power had also come from the blood demon church. He shut his eyes for a moment. Chun-woo said only the church's successor should know that technique, and asked how he learned it. The hunter only answered that circumstances led to it. The pendant on his chest started to glow. His outfit changed into black robes, and Chun-woo noted it was a gift from a woman of the White Crane Swordmaster family. With a smug smile, the brunette said the look fit him well. good enough for her to call him half a disciple. Red energy gathered around Chunwoo's hand as she declared it was time for martial arts training. The protagonist summed it up like this. The Blood Demon Divine Art wasn't a normal martial art built on Kai. It was closer to magic or sorcery. Spreading his arms, he released blood energy and explained that this art could use blood in place of mana, so there was no need to damage the body just to gather huge amounts of blood. He pictured a drop of blood, then a spear made from it, and added that the art could also copy healing through blood and let the user control it in many different ways. Chunwoo smiled like a maniac. The protagonist pointed out the real issue. This art copied abilities similar to Seeker and Ashblood, which he already had. She asked what he thought of her martial art, and he admitted it was wild that he already had every ability it offered. He raised a hand and clenched it into a fist. Chunwoo told him to show what he'd learned. A massive flood of blood poured out from the protagonist. Watching in awe, Chunwoo wondered what kind of insane power this was. It had already gone beyond the Blood Demon Divine Art. Blood floated through the air as Chunwoo admitted this was more than enough. In truth, there really wasn't another monster like him. The hunter glanced back at her. Chunwoo asked what he planned to do now, and Sunyun said he'd keep climbing the tower. She was stunned that he wanted to leave right away, especially after just finishing the last test. A system window appeared. Chunwoo told him he should rest first, but the hunter said he couldn't stop now. He pressed his finger against the system window and said he needed to get stronger. Blue light washed over his face as he swore to become so strong that no one, not even the gods, could ever push him around again. A bright flash burst out. System messages filled the air. The trial on the 17th floor had begun, and the difficulty was high. The theme of the trial was massacre. He had 7 days to defeat every enemy and reach the end. Failing meant death. Clearing it would earn him a great pill. The protagonist looked around and saw nothing at all. The darkness was so deep it numbed not just his senses, but even his energy. Red aura rose from the blade as Chunwoo warned him to be extra careful. He had no idea when an attack might come, or from where. The protagonist scanned the darkness, eyes shining. The system announced that Fire Dragon Eye had activated. At last, he caught sight of figures moving in the dark. He counted them. There were 6. A blade suddenly appeared behind his head. The protagonist muttered that massacre really fit this trial. He dodged the strike. Using holy light, he formed a sphere of energy in his hand and realized they were inside a cave. He fired the sphere toward the ceiling, noting that using holy light carelessly in a narrow cave could backfire on him too. One of the men stared at the sudden light in confusion. The protagonist landed back on the ground. The man glared at him, while Chunwoo tried to make sense of the group. A Manhwa disciple, a Shaolin monk, a shaman, someone from the Blood Demon Church, and even a triad member. She couldn't believe that mix. Energy pulsed from the blade as Chunwoo warned that Murim fighters were always dangerous. Since this trial was about massacre, he shouldn't bother with warnings or testing them first. The protagonist turned to face them. Clenching his fist, he told them that if they wanted a fight, they should all come at him together. Chunwoo had no idea what he was planning. A bloody grin spread across his face as blood wrapped around him. He said it didn't matter anyway. He was going to kill them all. Chunwoo shouted that he was completely insane. He sliced through an opponent. Then the system told him to hunt powerful enemies and kill them. The protagonist rushed the others. A new notice said all stats had temporarily increased by 3 until reaching the 17th floor. With a fierce stare, he tore through the remaining enemies, and the system announced that he had eliminated them all. Bloody energy roiled behind him as another message appeared. All stats had temporarily increased by 2 until reaching the 17th floor. He stood over the last man on the ground, staring him down. The man, trembling, said he was an occultist too, and asked why they couldn't just talk this out. The protagonist cut off his head. The system announced that all stats increased by 1. Holding his blade near his face, the protagonist asked what the point of talking was, when the man's death had already been decided. Then, he drove the blade into the body. After sheathing his weapon, Sunyun said he had dealt with everyone and wondered if there was anything else left to do. The system announced that he had crossed the path of the parasitic poison in the Palace of Heavenly Arts. The ground in front of him began to shake. He looked up with a dark grin and said he had expected something like this. Then the huge doors started to open. As the doors opened before him, Songyun noted that his stats had risen a lot, apparently for a reason. The system explained that because he had met every condition to advance, the doors were now opening. The protagonist smiled with confidence. Then he headed for the doorway, saying the main thing now was getting a reward worthy of all that effort. The protagonist moved down the corridor. He looked back when Chunwoo said she remembered this place. The protagonist asked what she meant. She suddenly appeared nearby with her arms crossed, making him jump. He shouted that she had scared him. Stepping aside, the brunette asked why he was so startled. He shot back that if she was going to show herself like that, she should at least warn him first. Of course anyone would get scared. Chunwoo looked surprised when the hunter asked if she could shrink too, pointing out that she looked like a little kid now. She grinned and said this body was just one option. Child or not, she could choose how she looked whenever she wanted. The protagonist gave her an annoyed look, and Chunwoo asked what that expression was for. Narrowing his eyes, the hunter brought the conversation back on track and asked what she meant when she said she remembered this place. Chunwoo stared at him and said it was simple. She knew exactly where they were and why martial artists came here. As Songyun kept walking, he asked if this was another case of the tower recreating a real event. The brunette turned serious and said he was right. This was the Palace of Heavenly Arts. She explained that hundreds of years ago, the Emperor of Light Sword, the strongest of his era, left behind countless martial arts manuals in a hidden library. That legacy became the basis of the 17th floor's test. The hunter narrowed his eyes and said that explained why everyone who wanted to master the Emperor of Light Sword's techniques came here. Chunwoo agreed. Since people always chase the power of the strongest, bloodshed could break out at any moment, especially when the prize was the martial arts of the greatest warrior of that age. That was why so many powerful fighters had hidden themselves inside the Palace of Heavenly Arts, she warned, and why he needed to stay alert at all times. Then Chunwoo recalled a white-haired man. Among them was someone once called a genius, she said, and she still remembered him by the scent of blood around him. Floating beside the protagonist, she said she was sure that man was still somewhere in the Palace of Heavenly Arts. With every step, the smell of blood seemed to grow stronger. Walking behind her, the protagonist asked if she really couldn't remember who he was. Chunwoo said too much time had passed. With a serious look, she added that she didn't know who was stronger, him or that genius, so being careful was the smart move. The hunter suddenly stopped. He lifted his head and said they had arrived. A door stood before them, with writing above it. When he asked if the smell of blood was coming from inside, Chunwoo looked back and said yes. The scent was faint, but she could clearly feel it. The hunter raised his hands and said he'd finish this fast. The doors started to open. The protagonist stepped up and pushed them wider. Songjun frowned. System messages appeared. He had entered the heavenly dark path of the Palace of Heavenly Arts. A penalty tied to the Dark Heavenly Kingdom kicked in. Sense control and mana recovery were sealed for a while, and darkness covered his vision. Standing in total darkness, the protagonist muttered that it was that dark room again. He gave a confused smile and tapped the system window. On the parasitic poison path, sense control had only failed. Here on the heavenly dark path, the penalty was even worse. Light started glowing from the protagonist's hand. The system announced that the gloves, handmade researchers had activated their special effect, ecological adaptation, so mana recovery would not be disabled. He looked down with a pleased grin. He hadn't expected a B+ item to work this well and cancel one of the heavenly dark path's limits. Another notice told him to keep moving and find a way through the absolute darkness. Only the first 4 people could clear the heavenly dark path. Each time a competitor was eliminated, the darkness blocking his sight would weaken a little. The protagonist frowned, annoyed that he still couldn't see a thing. Red lines appeared around him. The system said a stronger effect from Fire Dragon's IVK had activated. The hunter scanned the area with a hard look. This place was much bigger than that cave, and there were more people here than in the last stage. Since he had handled the darkness, the protagonist wondered where to go next. A green line appeared in front of him. The system said a stronger sixth sense effect had activated. He now knew exactly where to go, while the others didn't. The hunter realized a line like this led straight to the exit. Songjun stood inside the green circle and figured that if he followed it, he'd reach the end first. With his back turned, the protagonist looked ahead and thought that this trial was meant to be cleared blind, with vision blocked and mana recovery sealed. But for him, he gave a wicked smile and said these obstacles were nothing. More system messages appeared before the hunter. He earned the achievement guide, and once the goal was completed, all his abilities would temporarily rise by 4, and the shortest route to the final stage would open. The hunter looked ahead seriously and asked Chunsuk if she was sure that genius was here. The sword at the protagonist's waist stayed silent when he questioned it. Songjun pulled out his weapon and said no answer was good news. For now, everything seemed fine, and he still didn't know whether the genius Chunsuk mentioned was really here. The system gave him a new order: bring death to those who had lost their way. Staring forward with killing intent, the protagonist said he'd just kill them all. The system stated that this had to be done before he reached the next gate. Water dripped through the cave. A man suddenly attacked his opponent. Then he sat on top of a corpse. An old man with a bloodied face looked ahead and asked if this was the secret library left behind by the strongest Sword of Light Emperor in history. His eyes widened. Everything had gone well so far, and he had spent the last 60 years growing stronger. Another man bowed and begged for his life. The old man thought that if mastering the Sword of Light Emperor's martial arts would make him stronger, then he'd do anything for it. He stared at the man's back with a sly look and decided he'd use anything. Dirty tricks, sweet words, or lies. The old man began pulling out his worn weapon, thinking that for power, a person could kill everyone in the way. Then he swung his weapon at the man. The man looked forward with a crazed expression and shouted that he had to stop others from taking the Sword of Light Emperor's secret art. The old man froze in horror and wondered who this bastard was. Blood hung in the air. The system announced that the opponent had died, and the darkness over his vision slowly began to fade. The protagonist attacked at once. He pressed forward with a threatening look. A chained weapon came flying at him. Songjun glanced to the side, then dodged it. A bald man glared at the hunter and yelled that he would never let anyone take the Sword of Light Emperor's art. The protagonist pinned the chain down with his foot. Then he sprinted along it and closed the gap. The system announced that Grace of the Wind had activated. The man stared in shock when the hunter appeared right in front of him. Songjun noted that this one wasn't the so-called genius either. He cut off the bald man's head. The old man bent his knees a little, horrified as he looked at the hunter. This was insane. His eyes widened again. This man had just killed all the famous Murim masters. The old man stood there, back turned toward the protagonist. The protagonist stared ahead with a cold expression, then frowned. The old man didn't move. After 60 years of barely surviving death again and again, his instincts had become razor sharp. Looking at the terrifying protagonist, he knew he was about to die. He couldn't beat someone like this, and in that case, the man dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, saying he had been born weak. He shut his eyes and opened his mouth wide, saying that without the Sword of Light Emperor's martial art, he could never survive this cruel world. But if his life was spared, he'd give it up and quietly go home. Inside, the old man sneered. It was obviously a lie. He planned to kill him the moment the hunter let his guard down. The protagonist stood with his back to the old man. The man's eyes widened in confusion when Songjun said it was a lie. The protagonist glared at him and said that if he spared him, the old man would try to kill him the second his guard dropped. The hunter aimed his weapon at the old man's head. He said he'd seen everything, how filthy the man had been while killing others, even if he too was obsessed with getting stronger. The protagonist remembered standing beside the mannequin and said that even with his own weakness, he remembered his shaking hand and said that no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't get stronger. Then he added that instead of chasing strength in such a pathetic way, Songjun swung his blade and said it was better to just die. Blood splashed across the ground. The system announced that everyone who stood in his way had been eliminated, and congratulated him for completing the special mission Death's Guide. The system announced that the rank of Instant Acceleration, Grace of the Wind, and Sixth Sense had each gone up by 1. The protagonist started following the green line, saying he should reach the destination if he just stayed on it. Looking at the system windows, he guessed that killing so many people had raised his skills a lot. The hunter glanced aside and told Chunsuk that the genius wasn't here. Chunsuk blushed faintly, then looked ahead with a crazed expression. She said it had been a long time since she'd drunk this much blood, and it felt wonderful. The system announced that the Sky Demonic True Blood Sword was absorbing blood, and its class had risen to A+. The protagonist kept his eyes on her, thinking that the genius didn't matter right now. What mattered was how much stronger the Sky Demonic True Blood Sword would become. Chunsuk tilted her head a little, her bangs hiding her eyes. Then she called out to the protagonist. He looked at her in confusion as she asked if he really dared treat her like nothing but a useful tool. Songjun asked if she had read his mind. Crossing her arms with an annoyed grin, Chunsuk said he was right. She had read those insulting thoughts. With a dark glare, she warned that if he wanted her help to continue, he had better start showing some respect. The system announced that he had cleared the heavenly dark path of the Palace of Heavenly Arts and met the conditions to open the shortest route. It then declared that the path of heavenly light had opened. A blue portal appeared in front of them. They stared at it. The protagonist said the timing was good, but asked if it was normal for a shortcut in the Murim dimension to open as a portal. Chunsuk said this was her first time seeing it too, and it had probably opened because of special conditions. Songjun looked ahead, confused. Chunsuk said that didn't matter right now. She looked at him with clear displeasure, and said that as her partner, he shouldn't treat her like a tool. Songjun stared at her and called her by name. Chunsuk blushed a little and pursed her lips. The hunter smiled and told her not to sulk over something so small, and to keep moving. She shot back, asking who was sulking. He then asked if she could smell that genius's blood up ahead, and the brunette admitted she had no idea. The hunter ran forward, dodging pillars of golden light. The protagonist clicked his tongue as he avoided the attacks. Songjun reminded her that he chose this route because she said she smelled blood this way, then asked what was going on. At this rate, it wasn't the shortest path, but a road to the afterlife. Chunsuk said it served him right for treating her like a tool. The protagonist frowned and called it a curse. Then he looked back. The hunter formed an energy sphere in front of him. The system announced that counterattack shield had activated. A massive beam of light slammed into the ground. The hunter leaped aside, teeth clenched. He almost got killed. This place went on forever. There was no enemy to hit back at, and yet the light kept trying to kill him. Chunwo covered her mouth and gave a sly smile. She explained that this was a holy zone, secretly made by the Light Sword Emperor, with divine power inside the Heavenly Arts Palace. Anger flashed across the hunter's face. Chunwu added that the light was probably targeting him, because this shortest route was packed with the deadliest traps. Sunjun muttered that he finally understood what kind of lunatic built this place. More pillars of light rushed at the protagonist. He cursed the man who made this place, and the system said counterattack shield had activated again. Beams of light swept across the ground at him. Through the cracked shield, the protagonist kept watching ahead. Then the system warned that counterattack shield had shattered, so it could no longer reflect stored damage. The hunter stared at the vanishing shield in shock. He realized he had used up every charge, so he couldn't afford to let another attack hit him. Grinding his teeth, the hunter realized there was only one option left. He grabbed the sword and told Chunwoo to use every support skill she had. She asked what he was planning. Moving the blade to his side, the protagonist said there was no enemy to fight, no target to attack, and this space never seemed to end. With a fierce look, he said the only thing left was to destroy the whole space. The sword spirit replied that, at this point, she wasn't even surprised. The protagonist glanced at the blade. The sword spirit said he should tell her something first, and he asked what she meant. A red aura spread from the sword as Chunwoo complained that he didn't treat her like a partner. He treated her worse than a tool and showed her no respect. Annoyed, the protagonist told the blade that this was not the time for an argument. A giant pillar of light closed in on him. Sun Ji-un said that if it hit him, he was finished for real. The hunter looked at the sword in disbelief, but Chunwoo only told him to answer her. The hunter clenched his jaw. Then he shut his eyes and shouted an apology. Sun Ji-un promised he would treat her with full respect from now on, and never use her like a tool again. The sword gave off a red glow. She said she'd forgive him this one time, and a crimson beam burst into the space. The system announced that the Ego Soul skill of the True Blood Heavenly Demonic Sword had activated, along with Mana Surge, Lightning Fast Thought Process, and Small Heart. Another notice followed. His mana was rising, his thinking speed was increasing, and a virtual magic organ had formed to help mana flow. The protagonist turned serious, while Chunwoo stared ahead with a cold expression. Sun Ji-un said it was time to move, and she told him to trust her. He shut his eyes again and cried out for forgiveness, swearing he would always treat the sword with respect. The weapon spirit faced him again and said that was good enough. Now he was forgiven. After looking around, the young man turned to the girl and said they should begin. Chunwoo agreed and told him to trust her. A huge fireball came flying at him from behind. He looked back and activated battle concentration. The giant attack kept rushing closer, and the hero triggered Sacred Light. Frowning, he let out a loud shout. The girl ducked. He tightened his expression and swung the blade, sending a powerful wave straight into the projectile. His slash cut through the fireball, and the young man followed up with Destruction of the Heavens. The projectile shot upward past the clouds and started shining brightly. A red flash appeared in the middle of the sky. Then a huge explosion blasted the clouds apart. The hero lifted his head, trying to catch his breath, when he noticed something strange. The sky was cracking, like glass. Pieces began falling away, revealing a dark wasteland beyond. He earned the achievement of Cutting Dimensions, which amused the Light Sword Emperor. The guy smiled, saying it looked like they had done it. The girl checked behind them and smiled too. Then the system announced that the Light Sword Emperor had granted them the right to take the inheritance test. The God of Darkness lowered her head a little and applauded, congratulating him. The God of Confirmation warned the Emperor not to play games, while the God of Dragons grumbled in jealousy, wondering why the chance went to that guy instead of him. The evil Emperor frowned, ground his teeth, and ordered everyone to be quiet and stop interfering. Looking over the system messages, the guy thought this outcome was better anyway. The girl asked what he had done to cause such a mess, and he shot back that he wanted to ask her the same thing. She looked at him, hearing her name, and the guy opened the true heavenly path. Ahead of them, a portal appeared. The young man stepped forward and said it was time for the next stage. They walked toward the gate. Chungu asked what he had been trying to say, but the young man replied that he hadn't been thinking anything at all. The system then announced that they had stepped onto the true heavenly path.